share with you the dynamic art of the 3-star sword master, Manhwa. If you like it, join the fan group to receive it for free. Who is this MO fan? How was he placed as the 5th member of the World Tournament? Without our permission? Story explanation of Chuanji Fashi, chapters 458 to 459. The second man looked with ulterior motives at the purple-haired girl. Blood as foundation and ice as bones. 3,000 silver threads that enchant nations. To hear of it does not compare to seeing it in person. I am Guan Yu. It is an honor to meet Miss Mu Ningxue here. Mu Ningxue passed by him, without even looking in his direction. Joke's on him. Mu Ningxue is MO Fan's main wife. Do you think you can flirt with her like that? Being ignored left Guan Yu embarrassed. But he soon caught up to her again. With an arrogant air, he said, I almost forgot to tell you. I am already an official competitor of the World Tournament for the China division. As expected, upon hearing these words, Mu Ningxue slowly turned her head. The smile on Guan Yu's face became even more radiant. To deal with a woman like Mu Ningxue, sweet words are totally useless. Demonstrations of strength are what truly works. However, Guan Yu's smile soon froze, as he realized she was not looking at him, but rather observing. A middle-aged man walking toward her. Ningxue, come with your father for a moment. Mu Zhiyun also paid no attention to Guan Yu. He simply took Mu Ningxue into a classroom. Upon arriving in the room, Mu Zhiyun looked around to ensure there was no one nearby. Not a light sigh, and, with a dejected appearance, began to vent. Tomu Ningxu. The fact that Mu He belongs to the Black Sea Church caused a massive turmoil throughout the Mu clan. As Mu He's brother, the great families and the old patriarch planned to expel them definitively from the family lineage. They even want Mu Ningxue to hand over her spot in the World College Tournament. Tomu Tinjing. Mu Ningxue's face darkened immediately, and she said coldly, have they totally lost all shame? Mu Zhiyun seemed powerless. There is nothing that can be done. Our family has become the black sheep, contacts that took us years to build. Now avoid us at all costs. And the businesses that were recovering have failed again. Mu Ningxue's gaze suddenly became determined. Mu Tinjing wants to replace me? Well, we shall see if she has the capability for that. Sister Mu is so imposing, worthy of being MO Fan's main wife. By the way, in the Chuanji Fashi True fan test, in the lower left corner yesterday, I scored 80 points. Can anyone get a higher score? This is the Imperial Academy's Magic Duel Center. In the exact center of the duel field, approximately 10 young mages, wearing elegant magic robes, with capes swaying in the wind, exuded an indescribable bravery. In front of them, an old man named Song, he began to speak. I am very happy to see that among so many universities, you have stood out. From now on, you will represent the elite young mages from across the country in a competition against the best in the world. While everyone received the encouragement of this old man named Song He, a young woman with blue hair exclaimed in surprise. How strange, I suddenly feel a bit cold. Did the temperature drop? Everyone turned around and realized it was not the temperature, but rather Mu Ningxue who had arrived. Guan Yu, standing in the middle of the crowd, looked with a tone of cold sarcasm at Mu Ningxue as she approached. It seems she was placed in the reserves. I heard she will probably be cut, depending on the decision of some advisors. In the middle of the group, a girl with brown hair said, Tell me, Mu Ningxue, could it be that you are in the wrong place? This is the ceremony for the starting competitors, not to mention your reserve status. Even whether you will be considered a national competitor, it's still hard to say. She was Mu Tinjing, after being overshadowed by Mu Ningxue for so many years. Finally, fate seemed to help her. Mu Ningxue did not even pay attention to her, walking straight to the front of the 5 mentors, and saying seriously, word for word, I know that I have been placed on the blacklist by you. You understand the reason. The goal of my coming today is only one, to make you reevaluate me. These 5 old men held the power. Anyone who wanted to participate in the World Tournament needed their approval. Of course, Mo Fan was the exception. Faced with Mu Ningxue's request for reevaluation, Old Song he also tried to advise her to reevaluate the situation. Ningxue, I know that for you. This is indeed very unfair. But the crimes committed by the Black Sea Church are truly too heinous. We did not permit your participation to protect you. Mu Ningxue, however, was determined. Because of that, I need you to reevaluate me. I hope that this bow of mine can erase this prejudice you have against me. The other mentors were confused. What bow? Mu Ningxue said nothing more. She turned around, facing that imposing dual field. Suddenly, her long silver hair flew, and the thick layers of her skirt swayed along. She slowly opened her arms. Countless ice crystals gathered in front of her, gradually transforming into an ice bow. Without equal, there was no string, nor arrow. Mu Ningxue pulled it with force. A magnificent and translucent arrow appeared between her index and middle fingers. Director Song, he, and the other 4 national mentors were all completely agape. Is it our crystal bow? Mu Ningxue released her hand. Her long hair danced violently, and the ice crystal arrow shot out roaring, unexpectedly in the blink of an eye, triggering a snowstorm that spread across that entire huge arena. In an instant, the entire field was covered by countless ice crystals. The visual impact of this scene was extremely strong. The students, seeing that terrifying scene, were all paralyzed like statues. They would never imagine that Mu Ningxue, who had a level similar to theirs, could control this type of ice power that surpassed theirs by unknown levels. And those 5 mentors were also too shocked to speak. Reevaluate. That was what the girl meant just a moment ago. Absolute strength. She would use her absolute strength, using her own strength to crush that meaningless black cloud over her. Mu Ningxue took a deep breath and slowly crushed the evil ice. Crystal bow in her hands, turning it into dust. I want to compete, even if it is only in a reserve slot. Mu Ningxue knew very well that if she didn't do this, even her reserve slot would be removed. The mentors took a long time to recover from that immense, frozen battlefield. This ice power that crushes everything was truly worth their reevaluation. The head mentor declared, "This skill of yours truly impressed us. We will send a request for the superiors to keep you as a reserve. Brother Bing, you can participate in the international training with the others." The short, fat mentor beside him said, "Mentor Feng, the superiors have already put in a reserve for which we were not prepared. Now we have her as well." Mentor Feng then replied, "During training, not all students emerge unscathed in a year. Someone might die, or someone might be eliminated. Letting them follow the team to train will not be a problem." Old Song, he said smiling, "I agree. If the number of participants is 12 or 13, it won't make that much of a difference. By the way, who is the other reserve?" He was forced in without them even evaluating his strength. The council is becoming more and more absurd. The mentor seemed confused. I don't know him. But I heard his name is Mo Fan. Even the boss's son has to listen to me. That Mo Fan guy has such strong contacts that they didn't even notify us and shoved him into the World College Tournament. Deep in Manhwa, Mo Fan, who was voraciously eating meat, had no idea that he had been placed in the World Tournament as a reserve and was still seen by the mentors as a privileged one, being the target of all kinds of contempt. The phone rang. The voice of Teacher Tang Yu, with a tone of reproach, echoed from the other side. "You idiot! I thought you had sacrificed yourself again." Mo Fan suddenly sat up excitedly. "Teacher Tang Yu, why did you call me out of nowhere? Did you miss me?" She replied irritably. "Next time, stay away from the Black Sea Church. You made me worry about you." "What? I'm fine. I'm almost recovered. My advanced level did not drop, and the other nebulae have not only returned, but I have already trained the 3rd level. I won't lie. This place is truly great for cultivation. I almost fell in love with it here. But The only problem is that there is no one here. Not even a single female monkey. Teacher Tang Yu, why don't you come spend a few days with me? Staying all day in concrete cities is not good for your health. Here you stay, close to nature. Mo Fan probably had not spoken to anyone for a long time. He spoke nonstop, while on the other side, Tang Yu already had her nerves on edge. Darn it, the signal on this mountain should not be this bad. She did not call to chat with Mo Fan, but to tell him something very important. It turns out that when Tang Yu and Xinxia were together, the totem serpent suddenly appeared, because it felt a threatening force. At that time, Mo Fan thought it was his demonic power, but Tang Yu discovered through the totem serpent that it was because of the person behind him. Mo Fan was confused. Behind me? Wasn't the one behind me Xinxia? How would that be possible? How could Xinxia make the totem serpent feel restless? Tang Yu replied, I'm just warning you. Now it is up to you. Upon hanging up the phone, the smile on Mo Fan's face had already vanished. The totem serpent would not lie. Xinxia? In other words, if it appeared in the city center at that time, it was precisely because of the person behind me. Only Xinxia was behind me. Why would Xinxia make the totem serpent feel restless? It seems I really need to go back. Inside the temple, Mo Fan said goodbye to the old monk. The old monk, with a serene expression, don't say see you later. The next time you come to see me, perhaps I will have already departed from this world. Mo Fan was left speechless. Hey, don't say something like that. How about if I brought a girl here for you? The old man became somewhat embarrassed. A monk does not have that kind of taste. It doesn't suit me. Mo Fan gave a little laugh. Hypocrite. But you are an interesting old man. You remind me of that old fellow from back then, who stayed in the back of the school. Too bad he departed before you. If I introduced you, perhaps you could be good friends. Forget it. Anyway, maybe you will meet in the same hereafter. I'm heading out now. The old man kept his smile while watching Mo Fan leave. Only when Mo Fan was far away, the old man began to talk to himself. Old friend, you chose a very interesting young man. When Mo Fan finally managed to arrive at the academy of Zhejiang, the news that Xinxia had been taken away made Mo Fan explode with anger immediately. End of chapters 458 to 459. In the next update, chapters 460 to 461. Xinxia is taken by the Parthenon Temple. Mo Fan fights furiously against super-level mages, and the totem serpent shows its power. Finally, I share with you an animated wallpaper of a girl in cyberpunk style. If you like it, join the fan group to receive it for free. Upon seeing Mo Fan losing emotional control, the girl was in a panic. If Mo Fan's demon element is exposed, no one can be left alive here. Story explanation of Elite Mage. Chapters 460 to 461. Xinxia would really make the totem serpent feel restless. Remembering what Tang Yu had told him, Mo Fan could not be at peace. And as soon as he left Manhwa, he took a plane and arrived at the Zhejiang Academy. But he was informed by Xinxia's mentor that Xinxia had already been selected by the Parthenon Temple Academy, and that, by this time, she should have already boarded a private jet bound for Greece. Mo Fan lost his patience instantly. Even if the Parthenon Temple people were in a hurry, they should have at least called to notify. Furious, Mo Fan directly summoned his mount and caught up with Lung Qing, heading straight for that private airport that Lu Ping mentioned, invading the Kunshan private airport. Those people totally ignored Xinxia's opposition, telling her to go to Greece first, and that they would notify her family later. However, when the plane was about to take off, the co-pilot was agape. Boss, there is someone blocking the front of the plane. Outside, Mo Fan was suspended in the air by a girl, screaming at the top of his lungs. Listen well in there. If you don't stop this plane right now, I'm going to blow this junk into 1,000 pieces. Although the girl beside Mo Fan was displeased, I am the vice captain of the temple guard. If you ask me to do this again, I'll throw you straight into the lake to feed the fish. Mo Fan gave a little laugh. We are all from the same family. Don't be shy. Xinxia, inside the plane, also heard Mo Fan's voice and hurriedly sent a mental transmission to him. These people are indeed from the Parthenon temple, but they didn't even give me time to explain, and they already wanted to take me away from here in a rush. Mo Fan's gaze cooled instantly. Don't worry. With me here, they won't take you anywhere. While Mo Fan and Xinxia spoke mentally, someone flew directly out of the plane, looking with contempt at Mo Fan and Lung Qing. Lung Qing said with a tone of authority, I am Lung Qing, Vice Magistrate of the Lining Magic Court. There's a girl on your plane. Please, let her get off. But the temple personnel didn't even care. We don't have time for small talk. Please, do not obstruct our plane. Otherwise, for obstructing temple personnel, we will have the right to act against you. Lung Qing's temper flared up instantly. Don't push your luck. Did you perhaps forget whose territory you're stepping on and who you're talking to? In Hangzhou, if you disrespect the law, I can execute you directly. The temple personnel acted with mockery, as if they were afraid of nothing. This guy Chaos began to charge. His magic immediately. Mo Fan and Lung Qing were trapped by a massive wind barrier. Mo Fan was still grumbling about that guy's casting speed when Lung Qing let go of his hand and let him fall. It was a good thing it wasn't very high. Otherwise, without a shadow under this strong sun, Mo Fan would surely smash onto the ground. As soon as he landed, Mo Fan saw his senior Lung Qing heroically destroy the wind barrier around her into 1,000 pieces. Then, the two began to fight in the sky. Mo Fan ran straight to the plane and began to curse furiously. Get out of there, you idiot, or I will blow up your plane. Kidnapping a beautiful woman in broad daylight. Do you think you are in your own home? The cabin door opened slowly, and a fat man in white replied with arrogance. Mo Fan, as a temple official, I have the right to punish anywhere. Seeing that the fellow would not listen to reason, Mo Fan wasted no time and delivered a direct punch to the wing of the plane. With a crash, the wing was completely destroyed. After destroying the plane, Mo Fan was ready to finish off the fat man, but the fellow was a super-level mage. After suffering a few spells, Mo Fan lost all of his bravado. Looking at Mo Fan fallen on the ground, the fat man began to boast. I am a super-level mage. Did you think that with this tiny bit of skill, you could come show off in front of me? Even if you train for a few more decades, you won't be a match for me. Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being relentless. Mo Fan was furious. He no longer wanted to waste time arguing with this kind of people. If he really thought that being a super-level mage was such a big deal, he would make this fellow understand what it means to be humiliated. Seeing that Mo Fan was about to transform into a demon, Lung Qing hurriedly flew over. Mo Fan, don't lose your head. Seeing that a savage force was about to gush from Mo Fan's body, Lung Qing shouted desperately to stop him. Mo Fan, no. Don't do this. Control your emotions. The fat man in white, seeing Lung Qing protect Mo Fan, began to mock with even more arrogance. You are the vice magistrate of the Lining Court, so you understand the situation well, don't you? That's right. Convince this brat not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, he will have a horrible death. Lung Qing's head was throbbing. If Mo Fan used the power of demonization in front of these people, she would have to silence all of them permanently to be able to keep this secret. But that was not what Lung Qing wanted. No matter how overbearing they were still officials of the Parthenon temple. Giving them a beating is fine, but killing them is not. Luo Luoken had no idea what he was about to face, and continued mocking. What a stubborn little boy. Control your emotions well. Don't use your weak skills to challenge my patience. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Lung Qing also became enraged. Is everyone from the temple such an idiot? Can you just shut up? Stop provoking him. Even without having seen the demon element with her own eyes, Lung Qing already knew of its terror from Du Zhao's descriptions. She couldn't let Luo Luokin provoke Mo Fan any further. Luo Luokin gave a ridiculous laugh. By any chance should I be afraid of this brat? He thought this woman was going crazy. By telling him not to mess with that boy. And what if I do provoke him? Can he perhaps cause a massive storm? A brat who just became an advanced level mage. Should Luo Luokin have to fear him? Lung Qing was almost begging on her knees for Boss Missouri Fan. She was already considering whether she should call someone to annihilate all these fellows. The color of Mo Fan's eyes changed constantly. Suddenly, his eyes widened immensely. Right after, a cloud of mist appeared without warning behind Mo Fan. Lung Qing thought that Mo Fan would use the demon element to destroy that fat man in front of him. Who would have thought that Mo Fan, who was furious before, suddenly began to laugh? Today I will show you what happens when you mess with someone you shouldn't. Luo Luokin thought to himself, did I mess with the son of the head of the Imperial Court of China? He raised his eyebrows. Do you have influential contacts? Mo Fan said, my background is ordinary, but the background of the one behind you is much greater. Luo Luokin turned his head while speaking. I want to see if you're Chinese. However, before finishing the sentence, Luo Luokin began to tremble violently. He looked incredulously at the colossal serpent before him. My God, my plane isn't even the size of its mouth. At that moment, Luo Luokin was dying of fear. As a temple official, and an excellent super-level mage, things that would make him lose his mind at first sight were truly not many in this world. But here in China, in this land of Hangzhou, he saw it. He saw the most terrifying creature he had ever encountered to date. He turned in panic to look at Mo Fan. We can talk calmly. Montauk Fan smiled. Why didn't I see this sincere attitude before? This serpent sister of mine flies faster than your private jet. How about you all go inside her belly? I'm going to ask her to take you back to Greece. Those two almost collapsed. No need, no need. We will go back on our own. We'll go back on our own. We can talk calmly. We just arrived. We don't know the rules well, little friend. Let's find a place to sit and talk. There is nothing that can't be resolved with a conversation, right? Grandpa Captain, don't you agree? Luo Luokin's change in attitude was already expected by Mo Fan. He is a super-level mage, it's true, but in the eyes of the totem serpent, a super-level mage is just an ordinary person. The colossal serpent before them terrified Luo Luokin, the super-level mage, to the point of him losing his wits. Somewhere in the Lenin Judgment Association, Mo Fan tapped his fingers on the stone table, seriously questioning these two Parthenon temple officials. Do you still want me to pay for the plane? Luo Luokin, with a friendly face, said, no need, no need. We have insurance. Small thing, small thing. Mo Fan pointed to Xinxia beside him. Are you still taking her? Luo Luokin seemed in a dilemma. Well, about that. Professor Mo, Miss Yi Xinxia is truly very suitable for our temple academy. In truth, we are only following orders. The one who really took an interest in Miss Yi Xinxia's talent is someone of great influence. And once that person chooses her, it is absolutely impossible for her to give up. Mo Fan stood up suddenly. So there's no talking, is there? I'll let the totem serpent take you to India. Luo Luokin and Dikeos almost cried. That serpent is way too terrifying. Besides, we are Greeks, not Indians. Fortunately, Tang Zhong intervened in time. Mo Fan had the patience to continue listening. Luo Luokin quickly said to Mo Fan, in our Parthenon temple, we are specialists in curing incurable cases. If Miss Yi Xinxia studies with us, perhaps her legs can be cured. As expected, Xinxia's legs were Mo Fan's weak point. Luo Luokin continued, Professor Mo, you must trust our Parthenon temple. You're still very young. You probably don't know much about the great world powers, but you can ask your magistrate Tang Zhong. If our Parthenon temple wishes to heal someone, there is nothing we cannot cure. Even the resurrection technique is in our hands. As long as the conditions are sufficient, we could bring the dead back to life. Mo Fan was not entirely ignorant of the Parthenon temple. When Su Zhaoding was cursed, and Wang Xiaojuan's soul was shattered, he heard that only the Parthenon temple could save them. Mo Fan still did not know this organization well. Noticing Mo Fan's hesitation, Tang Zhong confirmed that the Parthenon temple is indeed miraculous. It might be worth a try, since even the best healing mage in China, Han Ji, could not resolve Xinxia's leg problem. He even guaranteed to Mo Fan that her safety abroad would be protected. Xinxia finally gathered the courage to express what she thought. She wanted to go, as she didn't want to be a burden to Mo Fan. She didn't want it so that, on the day Mo Fan was injured, she could do nothing to help him. Mo Fan stared fixedly at Xinxia. After a while, he finally said, "Fine, I respect your decision. But if anyone dares to bully you there, I swear I will destroy that entire temple." Upon seeing Mo Fan agree, Luo Luoken and Dikaos sighed in relief. They immediately guaranteed to Mo Fan that they would never let Xinxia be mistreated. When Luo Luoken was about to book the tickets, Mo Fan interrupted him. "Who said it would be now? You can only come and pick her up in a week." Luo Luoken and Dikaos had no way to argue with Mo Fan, so they were forced to give in. During this week, Mo Fan took Xinxia to the famous Wuzhen. There, charming little shops, cafes, and bars were seen everywhere. Besides hotels and inns with a retro and elegant touch, they strolled all day and enjoyed the nights. In the middle of the night, blah blah blah, the two were very excited. Finally, the 7 days of vacation ended. Mo Fan, reluctant to say goodbye, took Xinxia to the plane. But he also needed to return to participate in the World Tournament. Looking at the vast and empty blue sky, Mo Fan felt a certain melancholy and loss. It turns out that, in these 7 days, Mo Fan didn't get what he wanted, because he actually hum. Anyone who wants to know the exact reason can read the novel. End of chapters 460 to 461. Next update. Chapters 463 to 469. First battle of the World Tournament. The Great Battle of Bird City against the Mermaids. Finally, I share with you a map. Dynamic of One Punch Man. If you liked it, join the fan group to receive it for free. This Mo Fan is too bizarre. Is he really just a reserve? Story explanation of Elite Mage. Chapters 462 to 476. These old men looked with contempt at Mo Fan, who arrived late. One of the fat teachers said, "So you're the reserve, Mo Fan?" Mo Fan hesitated for a moment. "I am Mo Fan. But what do you mean I am a reserve?" The tall teacher said with disdain, "For someone who entered through contacts, a reserve slot is already plenty good." The white-bearded old man knew a bit about Mo Fan, so he hurried to explain. "Mo Fan, you didn't even participate in the qualifiers. For now, we can only leave you as a reserve." Mo Fan showed an expression of total indifference. "If it's reserve, so be it. It's no big deal." When Mo Fan, with his sloppy way, walked toward the group, he noticed with surprise that Zhao Manyin and Muning Xue were also on the team. Now then, with his main wife here, the trip certainly won't be lonely. The team has 13 people in total, 10 official members, 3 reserve members. The reserves are Mo Fan, Zhao Manyin, and Muning Xue. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the tall teacher announced the official start of training. Observing the small fishing village ahead, Mo Fan was almost vomiting. They didn't give even a single penny. They also didn't let him take his cell phone. They even froze everyone's bank cards and IDs, and prohibited any right to travel by plane. How are we going to Japan like this? Do they want us to swim from here? Zhao Manyin was also left speechless. We were all deceived by the 5 teachers. Now we are like undocumented people. Even if we reach Japan, it will be as illegal immigrants. Besides, we cannot reveal our identity, and much less be caught by the police. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure in training. But complaints aside, the training must continue. Soon, the group heard that there were sea monsters attacking nearby. Many village residents were killed. Upon hearing this news, MO Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. Inside a building in Bird City, this man in a white suit was still worried about the bodies of the sea monsters. But the appearance of MO Fan and the others made his eyes shine. He said that if they helped solve the monster problem, he would help smuggle them to Japan. Through investigation, the group soon found the sea monster's nest. But what caused indignation was that these monsters liked to devour human children. Filled with fury, they finally decided that they should exterminate all these beings. To prevent the monsters from fleeing to the sea, the group first split up to lure all the sea monsters out. Then, Mu Ningxue used the 1,000-mile freeze, freezing the entire base of the surrounding trees. Seeing that multitude of sea monsters, the group unleashed their skills nonstop, as if they cost nothing. Seeing hordes of monsters being eliminated, even the commander-level monsters were under everyone's siege, looking as if they couldn't take it anymore. Finally, MO Fan directly released the advanced-level magic, Sky Flame Funeral, a rain of fire that turns into a sea upon falling. Countless monsters were instantly turned to ash. After seeing that flame attack, the team members were left agape. Sky Flame Funeral. That is advanced-level fire element magic. Is this guy really just a reserve? I've never seen such an aggressive reserve. Mu Ningxue was also looking at MO Fan with an expression of incredulity. MO Fan turned around with a smile. So, were you impressed by my style? Mu Ningxue said irritably. Big deal. You melted all of my ice. MO Fan was embarrassed for a moment, but he thought that with that attack, almost everyone should be dead, right? But when he looked again, he saw that the small sea monsters were exterminated, but the commander-level ones took the chance to flee. Everyone was left speechless. There was no other way. They had to return to Bird City to replan. What? Commander-level monsters? You really exterminated almost the entire tribe of sea monsters? By any chance, are you the newly elected members of a national team? AI Jiangtu did not dare to admit it. Wouldn't that be looking for trouble? He changed the subject quickly. Don't keep making random assumptions. Just choose a location as soon as possible, preferably on the coast, where we can set up a barrier. We will eliminate the threat for you, and you help us get to Japan. Lin Junxian was extremely happy. With the monsters out of the way, his poor business could finally be resumed. He promised AI Jiangtu full cooperation. When MO Fan and the others returned to the hotel to rest, Jiang Shaoxiu, who was investigating in Bird City, and Mu Ningxue brought bad news to the group. In just 3 years, in this city already, more than 1,000 children have disappeared. Furthermore, much information was maliciously tampered with. There must be a government finger in this. AI Jiangtu stood up abruptly. Exuding a mur de roue aura. Do you mean someone the government is deliberately colluding with the monsters? During the meeting at Linmao Mansion, looking at those screams, the family's desperate and crazed with grief over the babies. After the photos were displayed, each person's face became extremely dejected. After so much time, no one has yet given them an explanation. Some of them still hope that the children will be rescued and brought back. Lan Rongni could no longer look. Lin Junxian was even more furious. He is just an investor, a family business. His only goal in coming to this city is to invest, develop, and make money. Since arriving in Bird City, every deal Lin Junxian, may have disputes, but he can say he has a clear conscience. What he did not expect was that Bird City would hide such a terrible and shocking history. Totally disappointed. He is truly disappointed with the Bird City government. Lin Junxian even thought about calling the mayor, but was stopped by AI Jiangtu. After all, it is not known if the mayor is aware or not. Lin Junxian also calmed down. What must be considered now is how to expose whoever is behind this. At that moment, Lin Junxian's cell phone rang. Originally, he thought about answering outside, But before reaching the door, Lin Junxian stopped paralyzed. He could barely hold the phone steady. He turned around, looking at everyone with a pale face. My cousin's second son has disappeared. On the other end of the line, a woman's heartbreaking crying could be heard. For a moment, the entire meeting hall fell into a cruel silence. Amidst the silence, Montauk fan spoke suddenly. It seems the scarlet spiritual monsters like to eat the babies. Alive, Guan Yu immediately cursed him. Are you sick? Why say that kind of thing now? Mo Fan said that it's not just him who has a sense of justice. According to the woman's description, what came out of the sea and took the baby must have been a sea monkey. The sea monkeys use this method to pay tribute to the scarlet spiritual monsters. If we leave now, there's still a chance to rescue him. Scarlet spiritual monsters like to eat their prey alive. In other words, before the sea monkey delivers the child to the scarlet spiritual monster, the baby will still be alive. If we find that sea monkey before then, we can bring the child back alive. The other members also understood the situation. Next, Zhao Manyan used a magical item to take Mo Fan quickly toward that area of the sea. Seeing the ugly creature ahead, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan wasted no time and began to beat it nonstop. However, when Mo Fan thought he had finally saved the child, he realized that what the sea monkey was holding was actually a large coconut wrapped in fur. This innocent sea monkey was already cowering in fear, emitting pitiful sounds. It seemed to have realized that what those two people were looking for was not him. It struck a humble pose begging for its mediocre life. Zhao Manyan gave the sea monkey an irritated kick. He didn't know if that creature understood human language. The sea monkeys that wander around here are generally from the same pack. Judging by the cowardly face and fear of dying in this beast, perhaps it knows where the animal that stole the child is. The innocent sea monkey screamed in terror, thinking they were going to kill it, and almost fainted. Mo Fan was speechless with rage at that. Is there any monster in the world with less spirit than a sea monkey? But Zhao Minyan's words gave Mo Fan an idea. He himself could not communicate with monsters, but Little Flame might be able to. He quickly summoned Little Flame. Lately she's been very obedient, without making any mischief, probably because the events in the Temple of Death made her mature a lot. As soon as Little Flame flew out, she landed on Mo Fan's shoulder and gave a loud kiss on his face. Looking very joyful, Mo Fan paid no attention to Little Flame's pampering, as he needed to resolve the urgent matter. Ask him if he saw a child who was recently kidnapped. Little Flame looked at the sea monkey's ugly appearance with an expression of total contempt. Still, she began to communicate with the sea monkey. Soon, Little Flame translated the words of a sea monkey for Mo Fan. The general sense was, I saw it. It was a very detestable fellow who did it. This time, he took the child to offer to the great king. He even bragged to me for a while, saying he would receive a reward from the king. By the looks of it, the child is still alive. So, under Mo Fan's threats, this sea monkey guided Mo Fan for dozens of kilometers. Finally, in a group of reefs, they found the sea monkey that stole the child. Seeing that the baby in the monster's arms was still, crying loudly, the two let out a sigh of relief. Mo Fan did not wait for Zhao Manyan to dive. He leaped directly from the heights. He fell onto the reefs, exuding a murderous aura. The sea monkey was totally confused. If he had known, he never would have bragged to that other sea monkey before. Now his plan has gone down the drain. Mo Fan stretched out his hand into the void, and that stunned sea monkey was instantly crushed by spatial power. The child flew back into Mo Fan's arms. The moment Mo Fan was going to look at the baby, Hao Manyan suddenly shouted, Mo Fan, watch out. Mo Fan, standing there before turning around, immediately felt a murderous intent and an overwhelming cold coming from behind his back. In a blink of an eye, Mo Fan forcibly summoned his defensive magic item. Before the full armor could even materialize. Mo Fan was hurled far away by the force of that claw strike. Mo Fan stood up with difficulty among the stone debris. He looked at the baby he was holding and saw that the child named Xiaojia, due to the force of the impact, already had blood trickling from his nose. Not knowing if he was alive or dead, Mo Fan was completely consumed by fury. He handed the child to Zhao Manyan. He asked Zhao Manyan to take the child quickly for treatment, while he himself would stay to face the monster. Zhao Manyan, hearing that Mo Fan wanted to face the boss, of commander level alone, warned that they could not defeat him. Get up now. Let's leave together." But before he finished speaking, Mo Fan advanced with an overwhelming wave of fire toward the Scarlet Hunter monster. Zhao Manyan knew Mo Fan's temperament, so he stopped insisting. He only said, "Don't die, okay? I'll take him to the hospital and bring reinforcements to save you immediately." Soon, Zhao Manyan flew back with the child. Under Nan Rongni's treatment, the child's life was saved by luck. But when everyone asked for Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan said that Mo Fan, to protect the baby, was struck by the Scarlet Monster. Given the time elapsed, he must still be fighting against the Scarlet Monster. Right now, Jiang Shaoxu exclaimed, "My God, he has no chance of surviving. That is a commander-level monster." Mooning Xue jumped directly onto ice crystals, setting off at high speed toward Mo Fan, although she was usually cold toward Mo Fan. Upon hearing that he was about to sacrifice himself, Mooning Xue became extremely worried. On the island, Mo Fan fought bravely against the monster. Seeing the Scarlet Monster's claws attack, Mo Fan's hands lit up in intense flames. He did not intend to dodge. On a narrow path, the bravest wins. He did not believe that his demonic physique would be inferior to a simple commander-level sea monster. After a fierce confrontation, the Scarlet Monster collapsed dead. Exhausted, Mo Fan fell backward with the impact. Little Flame flew to him, landed by his side, and began to cry loudly. Mo Fan reached out his left hand with difficulty, stroked her little head. "Why are you crying? Daddy isn't going to die. I'm just a little tired." Then, under the protection of Little Flame, Mo Fan simply closed his eyes and slept. When everyone arrived and found him lying on the ground covered in wounds, Luhan was completely paralyzed. AI Jiangta let out a sigh. "We arrived too late." Mooning Xue was almost crying. She did not dare to approach. With her heart in pieces at that moment, he didn't die in the Boaheng disaster, nor in the deserted city of Jinling, and he survived the calamity of the 5 plagues. How did he die right here? Don't they say that the wicked live for 1,000 years? Since when did he become so full of a sense of justice, to the point of giving his life for a child? The others also landed on the island one after another. Seeing Mo Fan covered in wounds, and with his chest exposed, everyone fell silent. Li Kaifeng asked timidly, "Am I the only one who thinks he's breathing?" Nan Yue huaritli knelt beside Montag Fen, placing her hand near his nose. Soon, a breath of warm air rose. Nanju looked at Mo Fan with surprise, and Mo Fan opened his eyes at that exact moment, just as he saw Nanju placing that delicate hand under his nose. As he looked around, he noticed everyone surrounding him as if it were awake, giving Mo Fan a terrifying sensation that he would be cremated by them at any minute. What are you doing?" Everyone looked as if they were seeing a ghost. Mo Fan did not die. This guy didn't die. How is it possible? Did the Scarlet Monster run away? Nanju, after the surprise, became irritated, cursing overcome by embarrassment. "If you didn't die, what are you doing lying here? Without moving?" Montag Fan replied honestly, "I fell asleep." Everyone was left speechless. Guan Yu asked with mixed feelings, "And the Scarlet Monster? With that cruel nature, how did it spare your life?" Montag Fan replied, That piece of charcoal you are stepping on is what is left of the Scarlet Monster." Guan Yu hesitated for a moment, hurriedly taking his foot away. Looking closely, He realized that what he was stepping on was not a piece of charcoal, but rather a completely charred corpse. Zhu Jiming asked, unable to believe it. Is this the Scarlet Monster? It's dead. AI Jiangtu examined everything and confirmed it without a doubt. Suddenly, everyone's gaze simultaneously turned toward Mo Fan. What? What is the situation? Mo Fan is alive, and the Scarlet Monster is dead. This commander died, and it was Mo Fan who killed it? Him alone? AI Jiangtu also had a strong reaction. He never imagined that Mo Fan's fighting power was this impressive. Was it you? You killed the Scarlet Monster? Mo Fan asked. Is there anyone else here? The group simply did not believe it. That was a legitimate commander. Before, all of them together couldn't handle it. You're just a reserve. Are you joking? Guan Yu didn't hold back the sarcasm and said, it seems that before we faced the Scarlet Monster, it was already much more wounded than we imagined. If we had held on a bit longer that day, it would have fallen on its own because of the wounds. This conclusion of Guan Yu's ended up being accepted by the others. Mo Fan didn't bother to explain. However, AI Jiangtu hadn't taken his eyes off Mo Fan since the beginning. Regarding the state of the Scarlet Monster's wounds, he, AI Jiangtu, was the one who knew best. The monster had wounds, yes, especially the ghostly power that almost prevented it from controlling the tides, but the monster was still terrifying. It still possessed the strength of a commander level and deadly attacks. The fact that Mo Fan managed to kill it proved that Mo Fan was stronger than he imagined. With the monster defeated, all threats disappeared. They carried Mo Fan back along the way. When Mo Fan saw the ice trails in the ocean that had not yet melted, he couldn't help but look at Mu Ningxue. By coincidence, Mu Ningxue was also looking at him. On one hand, with Mo Fan's resurrection, her heart was very restless. On the other hand, it's just that Mo Fan's strength also surpassed Mu Ningxue's expectations. To her, the Mo Fan, who was originally very clever, now has more and more secrets that she cannot decipher. Mo Fan gave a little laugh to Mu Ningxue. Don't worry about me. It's just a small wound, a trivial thing. In a few days, I'll be jumping for joy. Hearing the description from the others, Mu Ningxue came running, freezing the sea. Just for that gesture of hers, there is no other way. I can only repay her by marrying her and taking her home. Mu Ningxue did not say a single word, regaining her habitual icy coldness. Her worrying about him was one thing. But no matter what they say, the relationship between the two is still very confusing and difficult to explain. Ningxue never wished for his death, but that doesn't mean she has romantic feelings. At the moment, her mind simply isn't focused on those things. Mo Fan continued saying, I promise to return to your Mu family to ask for your hand. How could I die? What do you think about us doing it after the World Tournament? We aren't that young anymore. Mo Fan is the type who can perform alone. In an entire play, it's no problem if you say nothing, because following his line of reasoning, any normal person would lose their patience. Mo Fan knows Mu Ningxue deeply. He firmly believes that ordinary thick-headedness would hardly open her heart. In this world, only someone like him, who completely ignores what it means to have shame, can succeed. Surely, upon hearing about the marriage proposal, Mu Ningxue's face gained yet another layer of ice. She had never seen someone with such severe injuries. Not quite so much. That monster was a commander level, after all. Why was it so useless? It couldn't even deal with Mo Fan to give her ears a bit of peace. Although Mo Fan killed the commander level monster, he was also between life and death. Zhao Manyan looked at Mo Fan in the hospital bed. I knew a guy like you wouldn't die. I know what you want to ask. Nan Rongni, her healing ability is incredible. If it were any other intermediate level healing mage, Xiaojia wouldn't have had a chance to survive. But Nan Rongni saved his life, and she even recited a blessing for him, so that this child's growth will be much healthier than normal. In the future, Mo Fan let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing all the life-or-death effort wasn't in vain, and the little one's life was saved. Zhao Manyan continued talking to Mo Fan about the cover-up of the baby case. Those responsible for the cover-up in Bird City were caught and await the court's decision, but the leads were cut off, and this matter is more complex than imagined. Revealing the full truth could shock the entire country. Afterward, Zhao Manyan handed a worn-out raincoat to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was immediately moved. One must know that. This raincoat was on display in the ancient capital's museum, the noblest of them all. The item is a unique piece in the world, and its origin is extraordinary. It is worn out because of the passage of many years. It is called the yellow glazed mantle. When Mo Fan saw in the ancient capital's museum the computer technology simulating its original and incomparable brilliance, Mo Fan chose it and decided to dedicate himself to it. It will be the most perfect gift he will give to Xinxia. At the moment he was buried by the white bones at the gate of death, Mo Fan had only one wish. Now that he survived, he must fulfill it. Lin Junxian brought his sister to thank Mo Fan. This time it really was thanks to Mo Fan that their son managed to survive. Before leaving, he declared, "Our Lin family owes you a great favor. If you need anything in the future, we will do our utmost to help. Furthermore, we have already prepared the ship for you. It is a yacht. You can use it safely all the way to Japan. But be careful yourselves. Do not cause trouble without reason. Otherwise, the Japanese customs military will search you. As illegal immigrants, you do not want trouble." Lin Shi said once more, "Benefactor, rest well. If you have any difficulty, remember to contact us." Mo Fan told them to stay calm. "I'm not the type to pretend to be a do-gooder. I won't hesitate to bother you." Lin Shi and Lin Junxian were amused by this honest phrase from Mo Fan. It made them feel a bit more relaxed and comfortable. As soon as Mo Fan recovered from his wounds, everyone boarded the yacht and sailed through the Pacific. Next stop, Tokyo, Japan. On the yacht, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan, those two rascals, kept messing around. Guan Yu almost tore off Jiang Shaoxu's bikini. The scene was extremely embarrassing. Zhao Manyan and Mo Fan, on the other hand, wanted to bury their eyes in the cleavage, seductive and deep, of Jiang Shaoxu. During the trip, the group encountered sovereign-level marine creatures. Fortunately, they got through the scare without damage. Mo Fan couldn't help a sigh. The world is vast. Who knows how many unknown and powerful creatures we will still encounter? 1 hour later, the group finally arrived at Japan's safe zone. End of chapters 462 to 476. Next update, chapters 477 to 489. Zhao Manyan is seduced. Between life and death, Mo Fan destroys the illusion of the wooden fish. Finally, I share with you an animated wallpaper of Agent Zero. If you liked it, join the fan group to receive it for free. Seeing that the girl in front of him had no shadow, Mo Fan felt a shiver on his scalp. Did he see a ghost in broad daylight? Story explanation of Elite Mage, chapters 477 to 479. Mo Fan and the others finally snuck into Japan, but were stopped by the police as soon as they landed. Faced with various questions from the officers, everyone was confused as they did not speak Japanese. As soon as they opened their mouths, they would be discovered. It would be too embarrassing to be deported back to the country. Fortunately, Jiang Shaoxu was very clever. She pretended to be a teacher from school for the deaf and mute, and used the pretext of being with a group of students deaf and mute from birth to deceive the authorities and escape the police. Jiang Shaoxu quickly led everyone away. But now they are illegal immigrants. They certainly cannot stay in hotels or inns, with no alternative. The group could only seek shelter in a temple, located on a mountainside, fortunately with a generous donation, given to the monk in charge of this place. He agreed to let everyone stay temporarily, while everyone was eager to go back to the temple to rest. Mo Fan became interested in the two. turtle sculptures at the entrance. He sat right on the head of one of the turtles and began to enjoy the beautiful sunset. But before Mo Fan could enjoy it for long, he was scolded by a monk named Nara Yuankong, who rebuked him harshly. "Hey, what are you doing? Get down from there now. Did you come here to disrespect our culture? Disrespecting the sacred turtle will bring retribution upon you." Mo Fan hurried to apologize. After all, he just arrived in Japan and doesn't know the customs. This man named Nara. Yuan Kong grumbled a bit more and then left. However, before going very far, he crossed paths with a blonde girl with a ponytail. This girl with a cheerful face greeted the monk. However, the monk didn't even pay her attention and simply passed straight by. Seeing that the girl seemed a bit disappointed, Mo Fan soon approached to console her. "Do you like that monk? Don't be embarrassed. Liking is liking. It's no big deal." With Mo Fan speaking so directly, the girl felt a bit awkward, but she wasn't shy with strangers. Upon hearing Mo Fan's foreign accent, she even offered to be his guide. "Stop saying those things. Since it's your first time here, I'll take you to see the temple. I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Toyota. What is your name?" Mo Fan hesitated for a moment and said, "Me? My name is Zhao Manyan." At the moment when Mo Fan was about to stroll with the girl, that monk named Nara Yuankong came back furious. He pulled Mo Fan to his side with force and looked sternly at the girl in front of him. The blonde girl was so frightened by the monk that she almost cried. With a wrong face, she said, "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to take him for a walk around here and talk to me for a bit." The monk said coldly, "Stop pretending." He turned and observed Mo Fan seriously, asking, "Can you see her too?" Mo Fan was still wondering why he wouldn't see her. But when he looked down toward the girl's legs, he was completely shocked. "My God, she has no shadow." Mo Fan couldn't hold back a shiver. Did he see a ghost in broad daylight? The girl's tears almost began to fall. She turned and ran down the stairs. Mo Fan went after to look, but noticed that the long path leading to the foot of the mountain was totally empty. No matter how fast that young woman ran, she couldn't disappear in an instant. After all, he was an advanced level mage. Mo Fan quickly asked, "Hey monk, what's going on here? Was that woman a ghost?" The monk instead blamed Mo Fan. "Since you could see her, why didn't you say anything?" Mo Fan countered the question. "She was clearly after you. She seemed to like you, so I thought it best not to get in the way. Besides, is it strange that I can see her? Just tell me first what she is after all." The monk said irritably, "You don't need to know that much. Anyway, even if you can see her, it's better not to make contact. She is not a kind young woman." Having said that, the monk left. My mind was full of question marks. What is she, after all? Why did he say that I too could see her? Could it be that the others can't? As night fell, Mo Fan was accompanying Jiang Xiaoshu shopping. While they were eating at a place called Izakaya, they ended up hearing some terrifying stories. The owner of the place approached the two and said that soul stealing had occurred in that temple. Mo Fan was surprised. Soul stealing? The owner explained that, originally, the Yiming Temple was famous for bringing couples together, and young people from other cities came for its renown. But later, for some reason, young people who went there fainted mysteriously and never woke up again. Not even many healing mages could cure them. An elder said that their souls were stolen. Only a living shell remains, but the spirit is already gone. On the way back, Mo Fan felt a slight uneasiness. A bad omen was arising. Jiang Xiaoshu, on the other hand, listened as if it were just a story, and didn't give it the slightest importance. However, when the two returned to the temple, they were completely shocked. Upon seeing Zhao Manyan dying in bed, Jiang Xiaoshu was paralyzed. Could the restaurant owner's story of soul stealing be true? Mo Fan became even more confused. He remembered that when he was flirting, he used Zhao Manyan's name. As a result, Zhao Manyan was struck at night. Could Zhao Manyan have really been harmed by him? The group realized there was something wrong with the temple and decided to split up. The others were responsible for investigating the surroundings, while Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan were in charge of looking for the blonde girl with the ponytail seen during the day. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue, at the spot where they found the young woman during the day, they went around several times, but they found absolutely nothing. Mo Fan is a person who cannot stay quiet and began to chatter. Tell me, when we reach the end of the road, will we see a small grave with a portrait of that young woman engraved on it? Mu Ningxue turned her face and said coldly, "Do you think I'm still Mu Ningxue?" Mo Fan looked at her with a face full of astonishment, unable to believe it. Mu Ningxue didn't even bother to pay attention to this idiot and continued walking. Even if what Mo Fan described was a bit scary, she felt absolutely nothing. Only then did Mo Fan react, following her quickly with a smile and saying, "Don't say that. You managed to scare me just now. It seems you have a sense of humor too. Ha ha ha." The two walked through the forest for a good while longer, still without success. Just when Mo Fan was about to give up, the aroma of a wild chrysanthemum made Mo Fan see hope again. He pointed to the wild chrysanthemums on the slope. "I remember that girl, in the afternoon, was carrying a basket. She told the monk she picked some herbs for tea. At that time, I also smelled this scent. It seems to be exactly the aroma of this chrysanthemum." Mo Fan climbed up directly, went to where the chrysanthemums were, bent down and leaned in to smell. "Yes, there is no doubt it is this flower." Mu Ningxue asked, "Are you sure? There are so many weeds around here." Mo Fan was going to turn around to speak to Mu Ningxue, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Mu Ningxue's skirt and a pair of delicate legs. Mo Fan instantly broke into a cold sweat. Mu Ningxue's voice was coming from below the slope, clearly about 5 or 6 meters away from him. In other words, Mu Ningxue simply had not climbed the slope with him. "So, whose on earth is that skirt behind you?" End of chapters 477 to 479. Next update, chapters 480 to 484. Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan have their souls stolen. Mo Fan enters the wooden fish illusion to investigate. Finally, I share with you an animated wallpaper of Spirited Away. If you liked it, remember to ask the moderators in the fan group. Mo Fan was scared to death by the girl behind him. Did he see a ghost? Story explanation of Elite Mage, chapters 480 to 484. Mo Fan turned his head abruptly, with a face full of astonishment. He looked at the girl who appeared suddenly. The girl smiled slightly. "We meet again. Is she your companion? She is so beautiful that she even made me a little jealous. May I know her name?" Mo Fan shuddered all over. She's asking for names again. And at that moment, Mu Ningxue, who was on the mountain path, observed with a strange expression at Mo Fan, who was talking to himself. It became obvious that he had found the young woman who appeared before, the one that no one else could see. But why could only he see her? Mo Fan was still asking the girl about Zhao Minyan's situation. "I gave you my brother's name during the day, and at night he ended up in a coma. What's going on?" The girl made an expression of innocence. "I don't know either. Your friend perhaps caught some strange illness." Mo Fan looked at the apparently pure girl in front of him. He felt a certain helplessness. "I hope it has nothing to do with you." Miyata looked at Mu Ningxue nearby and said, "If you tell me your friend's name, I will help you." Mo Fan did not want to agree. What if she harmed my wife? However, Mu Ningxue agreed to say her own name, because if something happened to her too, the group would have a clear direction of what to face. She believes that even if something happens to her, Mo Fan will surely be able to save her. Seeing his wife's determined look, Mo Fan said nothing more. He turned his head and told Miyata Mu Ningxue's name. I don't know why, but the moment I said that name, Mo Fan immediately regretted it. He felt the young Miyata smile, a seductive smile hidden beneath the youthful appearance. That was probably her true face. The young Miyata smiled slightly and bowed to Mo Fan, saying, "All right, I'll go to the back mountain to take a look. Maybe I can find the antidote for this strange illness." Mo Fan still wanted to ask where he could find her, but before finishing the sentence, the girl Miata suddenly disappeared. Mo Fan looked at Mu Ningxue with concern. He had a terrible premonition. Surely, the soul-stealing was her doing. After returning to the room, Mo Fan stayed up watching over Mu Ningxue the entire night. Aside from the cold wind blowing and the sound of the trees outside, nothing happened. Mo Fan stood up and stretched. He went to Mu Ningxue and nudged her lightly. It seems maybe we were mistaken, wasn't it? Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly realized that Mu Ningxue was not reacting at all. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly touched her forehead, which was ice cold, just like Zhao Minyan's situation. Obviously, Mu Ningxue also had her soul stolen. With Mu Ningxue losing her soul, Mo Fan became furious and lost control. However, this proved that everything was the work of that Miata. Now that she was the target, they believed they would soon have a result. The group began to split up to take action. Jiang Yu and Mu Tinjing would be responsible for investigating the rumors about the temple in the city, while Mo Fan, Jiang Shaoxiu, Nanju, and AI Jiangtu headed directly to the back mountain. The mountain path was longer than they imagined. The stone lanterns beside the trail were already completely covered by weeds. Mo Fan was possessed by rage now. Upon seeing these things, he simply burned them. Damn, if this is a sacred Buddhist place. I won't allow this place to continue like this. After clearing the surroundings and the site, an abandoned temple hall appeared before everyone. Mo Fan walked directly there, gazing fixedly into the interior of the temple, where there was something covered in dust. A wooden fish. Why would there be a wooden fish here? And the messy, twisted scriptures on it seemed strangely familiar to Mo Fan. Mo Fan tried to reach out his hand to touch it, but as a result, the wooden fish released a type of bright yellow electricity, making Mo Fan grit his teeth and scream in pain. Jiang Shaoxiu also looked at the wooden fish in astonishment, with a face full of doubt and confusion. Nanju commented that it seemed to be a magic item. Strange, why would it be abandoned here? Being an expert in magic items, Nanju approached. She went to the side of the wooden fish and began to examine it minutely. After a long time, when everyone was already becoming impatient, Nanju stood up slowly. I think the young woman you saw is probably the item spirit. It was the first time Mo Fan had heard of this, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Item spirit? What is that? Nanju explained. These are actually very, very ancient creatures, because something like an item spirit, in itself, takes an extremely long time to be generated. You should know that the magic items and tools we use, divided by levels, are the common level, the spiritual level, and the soul level. The spiritual level is called so for having affinity, but the soul level, in fact, means that the item possesses a soul. And when that item remains stored for a long time, and the soul within it finds unique and favorable conditions, it is possible for it to cultivate itself and become a spirit. The birth of an item spirit is extremely rare, and generally only the owner of the item can see it. Item spirit. Jiang Shaoxi was confused. That's strange. Mo Fan. Why can you see that young woman? Mo Fan's explosive temper surfaced immediately. How should I know? Since we know that girl is an item spirit, it becomes easier to solve. Let's just break this wooden fish right now. She will probably be destroyed too. Nanju immediately objected. You can't do that. If she is eliminated, Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan will most likely never wake up again. Mo Fan completely lost his patience. Nothing is allowed, nothing works. So tell me, what shall we do? Nanju said that to face this spirit, it is necessary to enter its illusion domain. Inside the spirit's domain, it becomes visible and vulnerable to attacks. And I have a way to make your consciences enter there. With his beloved soulless, Mo Fan could no longer control his fury. With the help of Jiang Shaoxiu and Nanju, when Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu woke up again, They were already inside the illusion. Soon they realized that the world inside the wooden fish was, in fact, the temple from decades ago. Furthermore, this world was an infinite loop created, based on Miyata's memories. Thus, the two investigated the wooden fish illusion, until they finally found Miyata in a place called Hyanyan. She was holding a small carving tool, and was engraving words onto a statue. Mo Fan approached, and stopped right beside the young Miyata. Miyata did not notice his presence, and continued engraving the words. Mo Fan then noticed that her hand was already cut by the back of the tool's blade. Blood was trickling into the grooves of the newly carved letters. Mo Fan did not understand Japanese, but some characters are identical to Chinese. He could clearly see what the young Miyata was engraving. It was the name of that young monk. She cried and bled while carving, with immense sadness etched on her face. Miyata finished the last stroke in tears. Why don't they believe me? Why don't they believe me? I really have nothing. She was still trying to talk to Mo Fan. Suddenly, young Miyata stood up and ran abruptly toward the Hyanyan precipice. Mo Fan, seeing the scene, tried to stop her the next day, but realized that young Miyata was just a projection. He could not intervene in any way. She ran to the edge of the reef and jumped. Then, a pool of blood appeared. Among the rocks below, AI Jiangtu watched everything paralyzed from the side. She committed suicide many years ago. Mo Fan explained. She didn't react to our approach. She doesn't seem to be the item spirit. It must be just a residual memory of this world. It didn't take long for Miyata's body to be found. More and more people crowded to see, and the police quickly cordoned off the site. The two, under Nanju's warning, ran back to the temple. When they arrived at the back hall of the temple, they saw the monks looking at each other, completely lost and not knowing what to do. It turns out a monk named Chi-Hai had a secret affair, and at the same time was envious of Nara Yuankong because he attracted so many followers to the temple. The monk Chi-Hai, after having his improper acts discovered, slandered Nara Yuankong, saying he had an affair with Miyata, who brought medicine. This forced Miyata to prove her innocence, and that of Nara Yuankong with her own death. Now, to escape responsibility, the monks planned to cover up the case. Nara Yuankong could no longer stand that group of hypocritical monks. He abandoned the temple and headed alone toward a mountain. Mo Fan followed him to find out what would happen, but ended up discovering that this Nara Yuankong also was using the tool to carve stones madly. End of chapters 480 to 484. Next update, chapters 485 to 489. Mo Fan cuts Nara Yuankong with fury. Zhao Manyan obtains the wooden fish spiritual item. Finally, I share an animated wallpaper with you. If you liked it, remember to join the fan group and ask the administrator for it for free. Those monks are scared to death because the person they drove to death has returned. Story explanation of Elite Mage, chapters 485 to 489. Nara Yuankong held the tool left by Miyata before she died, and on every stone of the mountain, he carved wildly like a madman. His hand was also bleeding, and the blood dripped onto the stones. Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu could not avoid the sadness. One could see that Miyata loved this monk, and the monk probably also felt something for Miyata, but the two never crossed the line. Their relationship was pure, limited to delivering medicine and health care, without the lack of shame that people spoke of, and far from being the deplorable spectacle the world cursed. Now that Miyata has died, the pain and fury in Nara Yuankong's heart could only be vented in this way, inside the abandoned temple hall. Mo Fan and AI Jiang to return from the illusion to reality. While they told the others what had happened inside the illusion, they ended up hearing that that group of monks was performing a ritual in a place called Manning Mountain. Mo Fan was immediately alarmed. Was a Manning Mountain the place in the illusion where Miyata and Nara Yuankong carved words with blood, realizing that something terrible was about to happen. Mo Fan did not have time to explain, called everyone quickly, and ran at maximum speed to Manhwa Mountain. On Manhwa Mountain, dozens of blood-colored stones floated in the air. They formed a bizarre and cursed blood diagram. Looking from above, it literally looked like a three-dimensional skull. The monks were scared to death. What? What is happening? Why did it suddenly become like this? Ghosts claiming lives. It must be a ghost claiming lives. I said we should have left the temple as soon as possible. Now we are lost. In a short time, these stones began to fly and pile up. They stacked themselves at the main point of the entire mountain. Suddenly, they formed a stone tombstone. An old monk sat on the ground. He simply closed his eyes and isolated himself. In these last few years, I too have accepted the consequences. He even knelt down directly. Nara, would you like me to translate the next 50 lines to see if Mo Fan's high school reunion stays peaceful or if his lightning power makes another appearance? I know that what we did was wrong. We pray and recite sutras for you and Miyata every day, just hoping that you could reach paradise soon. The monk Chihai, however, pointed to the tombstone with blood writings. He screamed like a madman. Stop pretending to be ghosts. Stop this farce. Nara Yuankong, you filthy, shameless man, even pretending to be a ghost to scare us. We all thought that you, who insulted the temple, were already dead, and that everything had passed. I didn't imagine that, besides faking death, you would still create this kind of thing to frighten us. Nara Yuankong, if you are a man, appear. I'm not afraid of you. The old monk with closed eyes said. Chihai, confess already. Maybe they will spare us. The monk called Chihai continued to be stubborn. Confess what? I did nothing wrong. It was clearly that bastard Nara Yuankong, who had an affair with that little girl. But before he finished speaking, he was thrown directly by a mysterious force. His body collided violently against the blood tombstones. Chihai finally realized that. All of that was not a farce, but it was already too late. While the other monks still trembled with fear, the monk called Chihai covered his eyes and began to scream, "Ow, my eyes!" Then, one after another, screams of agony came from the mouths of these monks. The monks had their right eyes pierced and blinded. They were already rolling on the ground from so much pain. At that exact moment, a cold and dark voice descended from the sky. The right eye that does not distinguish right from wrong. What use is it to keep it? The monks were terrified. Some even knelt begging for mercy. Nara Yuankong's ghostly voice resonated again. The right ear that only hears rumors and slanders, but does not hear the truth. Keeping it has no meaning at all. As soon as he finished speaking, those monks began to scream, clutching their right ears. However, while everyone was still immersed in the pain of losing their hearing on the right side, Nara Yuankong's voice emerged once more. The hand that only knows how to kick those who have already fallen, but does not know how to offer help. Keeping it also has no meaning. Again, that group of monks was already on the ground, crying and screaming desperately. Many of them, in fact, were already so terrified they lost control of their physiological needs. The old monk still tried to beg for forgiveness, but received only a repentance. Does not bring back a vibrant life. Nara Yuankong walked slowly toward the tombstone, looking at Chihai with a sinister face, and immediately after, ordered the ghosts to tear off his arm, seeing that Chihai was about to be torn apart by the ghosts. AI Jiangtu arrived in time, and shouted to stop him. Nara Yuankong just laughed. You cannot even see me, and you still want to stop me? Is it a joke? AI Jiangtu's heart sank. Nara Yuankong's words were true. He indeed could not see him. Nara Yuankong watched as the monk Chihai was torn apart alive by the ghosts. AI Jiangtu could do nothing. Just when Nara Yuankong was going to attack the others, Mo Fan finally caught up to him, pointing at the monk and starting to curse. Nara Yuankong, you despicable Baitman. Miyata died, and you still won't leave her in peace, using her soul to steal the souls of others. You despicable and shameless monk. Just die already. Nara Yuankong was also furious. You've dug enough, it's no use. Mo Fan pointed at Nara Yuankong and continued cursing. You baldy, release my friends right now. If you have grievances, complain. If you have debts, collect them. To the side, AI Jiangtu was surprised. He nudged Mo Fan. Aren't you going to help these monks? Mo Fan replied. I'm not from the World Peace Association. I only care about Mu Ning Xue and Zhao Manyan. These monks reap what they sowed. Expecting someone to save them? You must be joking. But this Nara Yuankong didn't give a damn about Mo Fan. The two have already been refined by me. Otherwise, how would this cursed blood diagram exist? Mo Fan lost his mind instantly. If you won't do it the easy way, we'll do it the hard way. I'm going to finish you today. Mo Fan raised his hand. Lightning of purification. Countless lightning bolts fell from the open sky, striking Nara Yuankong directly. This Nara Yuankong was also sinister. With so many lightning bolts, not a single one even touched him. Mo Fan was furious, about to release the advanced magic sky thunder disaster, but was stopped by AI Jiangtu. Brother, if you use that skill, all the monks here will be toast. Damn it, then get these people out of here already. I need space to fight. Seeing AI Jiangtu use the space element to remove all the monks, Nara Yuankong still tried to pursue them, but was blocked by Mo Fan. You baldy, your opponent is me. Fiery Fist, 9 horns. Lightning Domain, Wild Dance. Sky Flame, Funeral. Mo Fan and Nara Yuankong fought for 300 rounds. But this guy was like a cockroach that won't die. Amidst the flames, Nara Yuankong was slightly distorted. He looked at Mo Fan with mockery. You come to stop me without understanding anything. Do you really think you can kill me? I am immortal. Ha ha, immortal. Montauk Fan laughed, as if he were possessed by a small flame. Practicing with the sword, Mo Fan still wanted to give this guy one last chance, but he simply wouldn't take it. You don't need to teach me what to do. Everyone who stops me will die. Mo Fan, with an indifferent face, hurled the rock arrow, dozens of meters long that he was holding. Nara Yuankong remained arrogant. I am immortal. Ha ha ha. However, in an instant he was turned to dust by the terrible rock arrow. The monks have already been sent to the hospital. Mu Ning Xue and Zhao Manyan also woke up one after another. The people who previously had their souls stolen also awakened. The soul-stealing incident was officially declared over. The next day, everyone was preparing to leave there for Tokyo, but they discovered with surprise that Zhao Manyan had vanished. Mo Fan was startled. Gone so early. Could something have happened to this guy? Jiang Yu pointed to the mountain trail in the background. Isn't he right there? Zhao Manyan came running back from the mountain, and in a few steps joined the group. He walked stealthily up to Mo Fan, nudged him and said, Let me tell you, I had a very, very long dream yesterday. A dream related to that mountain. Since the matter is very complex, I won't tell you everything now. Anyway, it seems there is something predestined. Mo Fan said, Has no one told you what actually happened? Zhao Manyan said with a mysterious air, with eyes shining with contained joy. What happened? Hey, don't worry about that now. As soon as I woke up early today, I ran to the mountain behind the temple. And guess what I saw? Montauk Fan replied, I guess it was a wooden fish with ancient writings. A magic item. Zhao Manyan was instantly jaw-dropped and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Mo Fan. You were a genius. How did you manage to guess? It really was a wooden fish, very similar to what I saw in my dream. So, I ended up taking it for myself. I'm sure this is a great treasure. Saying this, Zhao Manyan slowly opened the cloth he was carrying in his arms. Inside was precisely what was in the abandoned temple, the bizarre wooden fish instrument. Mo Fan was greatly startled and hurriedly retreated a few steps. Zhao Manyan became even more confused. What was so scary about this wooden fish? Mo Fan looked incredulously at that instrument. Extremely sinister. Damn, how did you manage to get it? Zhao Manyan said seriously. How else would it be? I just reached out my hand and took it. I know it's not nice to steal like this, but that place really was abandoned. Instead of leaving it there to rust, it's better if I take it with me. Besides, I felt it was calling me while I was sleeping, and it was related to that strange dream of mine. This thing is destined for me. Mo Fan was left speechless. He even wanted to take it, but it was a wooden fish he couldn't even touch. Why didn't the restriction work on this guy? Mo Fan felt that something was wrong and called Nanju immediately. Nanju performed an inspection and explained next. This wooden fish must have recognized a new master. Mo Fan didn't even know what to say. Is that possible? Nanju fixed her gaze on Mo Fan. Logically, you killed the evil spirit of the instrument. Under normal circumstances, the instrument would choose whoever defeated the evil spirit to be its new master. However, it felt a strong rejection toward you. This can only indicate that you already possess a spiritual item on your body, and its level is likely superior to this wooden fish. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment. He almost lowered his head by instinct to look at the little loach hanging from his neck, but realized that Nanju's gaze was sharp. Only then did he control himself. The corner of Nanju's mouth rose slightly. She cast a gaze as if she wanted to read Mo Fan's soul. Am I right? Mo Fan only smiled, with a tone of disguise. Haha, you're joking. I am a poor person with nothing. Unlike you, who have money and influence. My Mo family, at most, left me this face as an inheritance. So handsome that it makes countless girls throw themselves at me. Other than that, I have nothing else. About spiritual or soul items, I don't know anything. Nanju seemed to be a sensible person. She did not persist in the interrogation. All right, I know no one would reveal such a big secret so easily. About the wooden fish, I haven't studied the matter in depth yet. I think even if you lent me your treasure, I wouldn't be able to find out much. But I believe that one day you will need my help. We need to unravel the mysteries of this item. Mo Fan gave a slight sigh of relief. This Nanju is a monster, being able to deduce the existence of the little loach, which is his greatest secret. Probably not even teacher Tangyu, who has already seen it, has a clue about the bizarre capacity the little loach has to condense essences. Nanju smiled slightly. By the way, aren't you curious to know why only you could see the spirit inside that wooden fish? Mo Fan arched his eyebrow. At that moment, he thought Nanju was also a fox. Very cunning. It's better not to show any weakness. Nanju said, your treasure must have some connection to the wooden fish. When you have time, you can go to the central island of West Lake in Hangzhou and see the murals there. Maybe you'll have some inspiration. Mo Fan said he had already been there. Nanju continued. And the Tian Shan Mountains? Mo Fan immediately became interested. I've never been to Tian Shan. What is there? Nanju said. Ancient characters of a similar shape. It's a shame that I haven't found the translation for those ancient characters yet. Otherwise, everything would be solved easily. Montauk Fan nodded. Ah. Then, when you have the chance, take it to see it. Seeing Mo Fan's reaction, Nanju gave a knowing smile. This guy keeps swearing up and down that he doesn't have a treasure, but only took me dropping a few clues for him to give himself away. Next, at Mo Fan's insistence, Nanju explained to him the origin of bound soul items. Bound soul items refer to a special class of magic items that merge completely with the human soul. No one else can take them, unless the master's soul is shattered. A person can only possess a single bound soul item of this type. The wooden fish is also a bound item. You already possess one, so it was left for Zhao Manyan. But thinking about it, Zhao Manyan will be more suited for that wooden fish. Items with spirituality choose their masters. It didn't choose Mu Ningxue, who has greater strength. Mo Fan nodded, understanding more or less. So, thinking about it, even though he put Zhao Manyan in trouble, he ended up compensating him with a bound magic item. Actually, he should thank me. The train left the coastal region and gradually entered the mainland. In a short time, they finally arrived at a city called Osaka. According to the teacher's planning, they would have to carry out exchanges with some famous educational institutions in Japan. Fighting all day, Mo Fan immediately became interested. Gyms, huh? That is the most exciting part. When he said, "You're just a substitute. This type of duel won't reach you." Mo Fan didn't even bother to answer him. He turned around and started talking to Zhao Manyan. Gyms are usually linked to universities. Universities mean young girls. That's true, right? We almost forgot that we came to sow our seeds across the world. Ha ha! In a chapters 485 to 489. Next update, chapters 490 to 497. China's national team against Osaka's national team. Mo Fan directly challenges the professor of the Osaka national team. Finally, I share with you an animated wallpaper of Tanjiro and Nezuko. If you liked it, remember to join the fan group and ask the administrator for it for free. These Japanese students were all left jaw-dropped. Is this Mo Fan really that strong? Story of Elite Mage. Chapters 490 to 497. Everyone was still wondering why on a battlefield an unusual fire energy suddenly emerged. Then they heard Mo Fan's voice, coming again from inside the plant cocoon. Do you think you can trap me with these old sticks? Little flame, burn everything. Countless flames erupted crazily from Mo Fan's body. Those plants that were trying to grow inside his body were turned into ashes in an instant. The possession of Little Flame caused Mo Fan to become like a mad demon, born from intense fire. Mo Fan looked coldly at Mochizuki Chihiro. I want to see how many prison spirits you have, and if they are enough for my Sky Flame funeral. He did not break free immediately, because Mo Fan was preparing advanced level magic. Those Japanese gym students widened their eyes one by one. Adbuns live in magic. The instructor of the Osaka national team was a bit moved. He was surprised that this guy, with a rogue-like manner, was, in fact, an advanced-level Buddhist mage. A rain of fire fell from the sky. The prison forest that Mochizuki Chihiro set up before was totally burned in minutes. Mochizuki Chihiro's eyes flashed with surprise, but there was not a bit of panic. Seeing an even stronger wave of the Sky Flame funeral falling, she quickly conjured a water curtain barrier to block all the fire rain outside. Zhao Manyan widened his eyes. Damn, this woman is also advanced level. Nanju said they should have suspected it already. Her control over the plant element could only be achieved through the mental control of an advanced level mage. Ai Jiangtu frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Jiang Yu also felt that something didn't add up. This woman is absurdly strong. Mo Fan used his special move and still could not defeat her. Once the Sky Flame funeral is launched, basically anything would be burned beyond recognition. But that Japanese woman was only pushed to the edge, blocking the attack without suffering a single scratch. Mo Fan walked over the sea of fire toward Mochizuki Chihiro, no longer with any sign of relaxation on his face. I really underestimated you. Mochizuki Chihiro took a deep breath. I say the same. Those Japanese students watched with their eyes almost popping out. They went a long time without being able to react. They could not believe that Mochizuki Chihiro had been cornered to the edge of the arena. If the execution speed of the water curtain was a bit slower, she might have already lost by now. Is this boy really that strong? A Japanese student couldn't take it and asked, Captain, have you ever managed to pressure our prodigy to this point? The Japanese youth replied with a solemn expression. Only once when she let her guard down in a duel. But immediately after, I was massacred. The Sky Flame funeral did not seriously injure Mochizuki Chihiro, but it allowed Mo Fan to take the initiative. Mo Fan no longer hesitated and switched directly to the blood boots. Under the overwhelming power of the blood boots, Mo Fan raised his foot and stomped toward Mochizuki Chihiro, who was already cornered at the edge. Mochizuki Chihiro's reaction was also fast. Seeing Mo Fan coming down, She quickly jumped to the side. However, compared to the brute force of Mo Fan's blood boots, this jump had no practical effect. When Mo Fan struck the blood boots heavily against the ground, the impact of the bloody earth that rose up launched Mochizuki Chihiro directly into the air. Mochizuki Chihiro lost her balance in the air. Mo Fan used a lightning flame technique. The thunder struck her again, launching her even higher. Mo Fan raised his hand and fired dozens of fire projectiles in the air. Mochizuki Chihiro was absolutely an easy target. Observing Mochizuki Chihiro in trouble in the air, Montauk Fan smiled. Fortunately, he accumulated enough combat experience to execute this sequence of lightning and flames in such a fluid manner. 105. Mochizuki Chihiro finally managed to return to the ground, but Mo Fan still had no intention of stopping. He lunged with a fiery fist toward Mochizuki Chihiro. April 22nd. Mo Fan was already anxious to return home and begin his own maritime journey. Mochizuki Chihiro frowned and immediately summoned several layers of water to block all the flames on the outside. She breathed heavily. She seems to be fragile, but she turned out to be tougher than a turtle shell. How could she still stand? Jiang Yu watched Montauk Fan chain one destruction spell after another and couldn't help but shudder. What violence! If it were me, I'd already be in pieces. Zhao Manyan was just surprised. He can use at most 4 water shields, but this Mochizuki Chihiro used 6. Is she a monster? It seems at this time, Mo Fan has truly found a worthy adversary. At this moment, the sea of flames from the Sky Flame funeral had already largely dissipated. Mochizuki Chihiro saw the opportunity and cast her magic once more. She reached out toward Mo Fan, and a blue-gray glow flashed rapidly. The movement and the glow of this incantation seemed vaguely familiar to Mo Fan, but before he could remember what it was, he noticed that the ground in front of him opened into a massive rift. From inside the rift, a ferme de ville vine emerged. Mo Fan finally remembered. That is the ghost tree hand. That is the advanced level magic of the plant element. We fought the Indian in the past. He suffered greatly because of it. Mo Fan knew how terrible this was, and donned his black snake armor. As soon as the armor protected his body, the omnipresent ghost tree hand appeared. Mo Fan didn't have time to react, and was crushed against the firm ground. Mo Fan stood up, still wondering why the ghost tree hand suddenly disappeared. Then he heard a snapping sound, followed by countless cracks in the soil. A boom was heard. The surface of the earth split, and a terrifying 100-meter crater appeared. Inside the crater, everything that twisted were the roots of the ghost tree, thick as serpents. The ghost tree had dug under the earth, a terrifying trap, dragging Mo Fan directly into the mouth of that specter trap. The students of China's national team were stupefied. Mo Fan was already so incredible, but he was still defeated by this girl. The strength of this Mochizuki Chihiro was so great it was hard to accept. AI Jiangtu felt that something was wrong. Mo Fan is already very strong. He even used advanced level magic, not to mention his powerful lightning and fire control. If the opponent were truly a student, she should have been defeated anyway. Even if it were him, it would be inevitable for AI Jiangtu to be injured. But that Mochizuki Chihiro, despite looking a bit exhausted, did not suffer any injury from start to finish. That doesn't make any sense at all. AI Jiangtu walked slowly toward the group from the Japanese delegation. The Japanese youth was still commenting, "Wow, I really didn't expect that Miss Chihiro would need to use that magic to finish him off." Upon seeing AI Jiangtu approach, he also stood up. AI Jiangtu directly questioned, "Who is she? With that strength, it's impossible for her to be a student." The Japanese youth remained calm and replied indifferently. At no point did we say that she was a student. AI Jiangtu frowned. When he was about to speak, Mochizuki Ken also spoke up. We said from the beginning that Mochizuki Chihiro could not be chosen. But your contestants simply didn't listen. That Japanese youth over there was already almost bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. After the lesson, we won't deceive you anymore. Miss Chihiro is, in fact, our combat instructor. She is not a student at the gym. Mochizuki Nobuko said, "That's right. Although she is my disciple, she is no longer a student. She is the combat teacher who specifically guides the 9 students of this lookout gym." AI Jiangtu, although a bit irritated, had nothing to say. The fact is that Mo Fan, this guy, insisted on challenging her. Upon hearing this conclusion, Zhao Minyan's jaw almost hit the floor, remembering how Mo Fan was before. With that arrogant attitude, there are no words to describe the size of the embarrassment. Zhao Minyan slapped his hand against his forehead. Does this Mo Fan guy actually have a brain? To tell the truth, I didn't even want to know this idiot. Inside the ghost tree's lair, Mo Fan was being violently whipped by the roots. It's a good thing the black snake armor is resistant. Otherwise, Mo Fan's flesh would be completely torn open by now. Before he was showing off, letting her use only one element. Now, he completely stopped pretending. Mo Fan gave a roar, Little Flame Possession, obtaining Little Flame's fire-switching ability. Mo Fan immediately materialized a long blade of flames. The ghost roots that were attacking Mo Fan were turned into ashes by the fire in seconds. But in the entire ghost tree lair, these roots were countless. Mo Fan simply launched his special move, Thousand-Layer Fire Rain, under the impact of the flame wings. Countless ghosts were disintegrated by the power of the explosion. The fire rain continued spreading around, and Mo Fan took this opportunity to get out from inside that skull trap. On the battlefield, the instructor of the Osaka team worried that something would happen to Mo Fan and asked Mochizuki Chihiro to go easy. Mochizuki Chihiro replied that the boy was fine. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge column of flames rose to the sky. Those ghost roots were burned to ashes, area by area. Mo Fan, in midair, looked like the god of fire. Without saying a word, he brought with him a wave of torrential flames and lunged at Mochizuki Chihiro. Mochizuki Chihiro realized something was wrong and hurriedly cast the advanced level water element magic, Firmament Water Curtain. Unfortunately, Mochizuki Chihiro was a bit too slow. When the water curtain appeared, a part of the violent energy had already struck her body. Mochizuki Chihiro was forced to retreat continuously by the force of this intense heat. Her body slid to the edge, and one of her feet was already over the line. The effect of the water curtain finally opened up completely. Mo Fan was also repelled by the force of that magic and flew far away. Amidst a large area of scorched earth, Mo Fan rose slowly. He looked with a solemn expression at Mochizuki Chihiro. Is she still unharmed? This woman is frighteningly strong. Mochizuki Chihiro had a stunned expression. She looked incredulously at her own right foot. Being an instructor, to be pressured to this point, what is the difference between this and losing? Mochizuki Chihiro fixed her gaze on Mo Fan, and her eyes instantly became sharp, as if they wanted to see through everything Mo Fan was hiding. The flames on your body. Mo Fan was not in the mood to give much of an answer. Enough small talk. Since there was no winner, let's continue the fight. While the fire rose, from all directions, there were also countless fire elements flying toward him. The air was suddenly filled with fire elements. Mo Fan was surprised. What is happening? Why do I feel so much comfort? Mochizuki Chihiro stopped outside the barrier and said to Mo Fan, "You won." Mo Fan still wanted to retort, but Mochizuki Chihiro's words suddenly became sharp. Don't speak, close your eyes. Feel all the surrounding fire elements well. You have touched the domain. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment. Next, he was in ecstasy. To comprehend this is truly the legendary domain that possesses overwhelming power. At this moment, The small grudge against Mochizuki Chihiro was left behind by Mo Fan. He immediately closed his eyes to feel the fire soul all around. Mo Fan managed to defeat even the instructor of the Japanese lookout team. Mochizuki Nobuko stood up abruptly, looking at Mochizuki Chihiro without being able to understand. Mochizuki Chihiro really lost. Similarly, Mochizuki Ken, the Japanese strategist, and the Japanese members watching the fight all looked at Mochizuki Chihiro with perplexed faces. As an instructor, losing to a student in a duel, this is simply too irrational, the Japanese strategist said. She didn't even use the domain. Why did she admit defeat? Mochizuki Ken explained. In a duel against a student, using the domain will be a bit too much of an exaggeration. But if Mochizuki Chihiro chose not to continue fighting, I believe she has her reasons. John, you gave a thumbs up directly to Mo Fan. This Mo Fan is a monster, being able to fight like that against an instructor. Zhu Jiabing, however, said, "Didn't you see that she admitted defeat on purpose?" Nanju was more concerned about what Mo Fan was doing standing there like a fool. That Mochizuki Chihiro, too, seemed to be saying something to Mo Fan. Under Mochizuki Chihiro's guidance, Mo Fan felt that his control capability over fire magic was becoming stronger and stronger. He began to change his opinion about Mochizuki Chihiro. After all, she was willing to guide him without prejudice. Mo Fan said softly to his daughter, Little Flame, "We touched the domain. Strive harder, strive harder." Little Flame was being very serious. Since leaving the death space of the ancient capital, Little Flame's effort made Mo Fan very moved as a father. She really set aside her playful heart. He was cultivating in silent meditation. The fire lineage, noble and incomparable, already etched into her blood, granted her a talent superior to that of any other living being. With just a little effort, she was about to master the domain. Upon hearing Mochizuki Chihiro's guidance again, Mo Fan quickly called Little Flame to summon all the fire elements within a 1-kilometer radius. This step required the joint effort of Mo Fan and Little Flame. If successful, the domain would be formed. If it failed, it was unknown when another opportunity like this would arise. Zhao Manyin said, already a bit impatient, "Damn, what are those two doing? The fight is over and they're still standing there. Don't tell me a vibe started." It seems so. They might already be exchanging WeChat. Idiot, they don't use WeChat in Japan. Okay. Exchanging phone numbers then, does that work? Based on how long they've been talking, they must have already agreed on the room number for tonight. After a while, the two finally separated. 133 and 79. Mochizuki Chihiro returned to her seat and bowed to her teacher, Mochizuki Nobuko, expressing her respect. Mochizuki Nobuko didn't care much about the defeat. However, Mochizuki Ken noticed something strange. "Chihiro, were you guiding him? I feel that the surrounding fire elements are different." Upon hearing Mochizuki Chihiro's confirmation, Mochizuki Ken was surprised and immediately fixed his gaze on Mo Fan. "You mean this Chinese team contestant is already about to touch the domain? China really is a place of hidden talents. A boy who appeared out of nowhere looking like an idiot has already reached this level of cultivation." However, the Japanese strategist was a bit displeased. "You shouldn't have interfered. This ends up creating a formidable enemy for us. How strong a domain is, these old mages know very well. In the world tournament, as soon as someone with a domain appears, they usually become a very targeted competitor, coveted by countless countries." Mochizuki Chihiro said that. She only did what an instructor should do. On the field, Mo Fan finally opened his eyes. Although he didn't obtain the domain directly, he has already taken that fundamental step. Obtaining the fire domain is only a matter of time. Next up is the fight between Jiang Shaoxiu and Koike Shoko. Unsurprisingly, in a one-on-one duel, psychic element mages basically have no reason to lose. That continuous psychic impact makes it so the opponent has no opportunity to cast even a single spell. It seems he wants to reincarnate soon. His gaze was one of extreme arrogance, and he didn't forget to say to the defeated Koike Shoko, "This is the difference between national and gym competitors. Don't compare us with the defeats of other countries. We won all 3 matches. They did not disappoint after all that initial arrogance." Once finished, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. I believe the strength of the Chinese team members must have caused a great shock to the pavilion staff. At nightfall, the Japanese strategist was secretly reporting to superiors the situation of today's fights, and the appearance of Mochizuki Chihiro really took him by surprise. He made up an excuse and left in a hurry. Mochizuki Chihiro, however, fixed her gaze toward the pavilion, murmuring, "Brother, are you really there? But why do they want to keep you imprisoned?" End of chapters 494 to 497. Next update. Chapters 498 to 507. The demonic pearl emerges. M.O. Fan is about to use the demon element without damage. M.O. Fan invades Mochizuki Chihiro's room at night, but ends up witnessing an unforgettable scene. Explanation of the story of Elite Mage. Chapters 498 to 528. M.O. Fan transformed into a shadow and silently infiltrated the room of Mochizuki Chihiro. As soon as he entered, he saw the bathroom door slowly open. Next, Mochizuki Chihiro walked out of there wrapped only in a towel, and that small towel could not hide her generous curves in any way. M.O. Fan was instantly hypnotized. Mochizuki Chihiro's face was completely red. She quickly used the towel to cover her body completely and controlled the magic vines to pull the clothes from the hanger in front of her. This process took less than a second. M.O. Fan had no more chance to admire that statuesque body. Mochizuki Chihiro's face was all rosy, but her gaze was ice cold to the extreme. "I give you 5 seconds. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, you die. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were here." While Mochizuki Chihiro did the countdown, more and more ghost vines appeared in the room. It was clear that if M.O. Fan didn't give a good explanation, she certainly wouldn't let him leave alive. M.O. Fan was almost dying of fear and began to explain himself hurriedly. It turns out that a giant sea beast had appeared in the sea just a moment ago, but it had no intention of attacking. When M.O. Fan arrived at the scene, the giant sea beast had already dived to the bottom of the ocean. It was just a scare. However, when M.O. Fan was returning to his quarters, on the suspension bridge leading to the East Pavilion, he saw 3 guards being killed by ghost roots. M.O. Fan thought Mochizuki Chihiro was responsible, so he came to check and ended up seeing that dazzling scene. Hearing M.O. Fan's explanation, Mochizuki Chihiro's emotions finally calmed down a bit, but her expression became extremely complex. After a long time, she said coldly to M.O. Fan, "Even if what you say is true, the fact that you invaded my room and violated my privacy is also a fact. I'm going to call someone to deal with you. You no longer need to participate in the World Academy tournament. Wait to be sent back to your country and receive the punishment you deserve." M.O. Fan had a huge headache. "Miss, I really didn't do it on purpose. Can we resolve this privately?" Mochizuki Chihiro replied immediately, "Fine, but I have one condition." M.O. Fan was surprised. Damn, she accepted so directly? Can we really resolve this privately? But M.O. Fan didn't think that. Mochizuki Chihiro was such an easy person to deal with. Could there be some trap waiting for him? It turns out that the ghost tree that killed the 3 guards could very well be Mochizuki Chihiro's brother. And Mochizuki Chihiro suspects that her brother is imprisoned here. So she wants M.O. Fan to help her invade the East Pavilion. At this moment, Mochizuki Chihiro wore a tight black outfit. The soft black material clung firmly to her body, and the body proportions worthy of an anime character became even more seductive under that tight clothing. M.O. Fan thought that it was a waste for this woman to be a mage. She should serve the public like teacher Sora, for the good of all humanity. Mo Fan was clinging to a tree. He really didn't want to go to that cursed place. One must know that. The East Pavilion is, in fact, an S-class prison in Japan. Inside, only those imprisoned are wanted criminals and those of ill repute. Mo Fan still tried to apologize to Mochizuki Chihiro, begging for forgiveness. But upon seeing her murderous gaze, he chickened out instantly. He had no choice but to follow her obediently in the invasion. With Mo Fan's help, they soon found what Mochizuki Chihiro was looking for, and were informed about the whereabouts of the condensation pearl. They said this pearl can help summon portals, and that Takagi imprisoned it here, just to take possession of it. And the so-called condensation pearl, in fact, is a sphere that absorbed the power of the evil souls from this prison. To save her brother, Mochizuki Chihiro tried various methods, but could do nothing against the prison's security. With no other choice, Mochizuki Chihiro decided to take the condensation pearl away. 135 and 50. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihiro are now united by a dangerous secret. Would you like me to continue translating the next steps of this risky invasion of the maximum security prison? In this way, Takagi would not find the condensation pearl, and her brother would be relatively safer. Following the instructions, Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihiro soon found that pearl of a rocky nature. Mo Fan was vigilant. He felt that the pearl was extremely sinister, and soon after separating from Mochizuki Chihiro, Mo Fan's bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. As expected, Mochizuki Chihiro seemed to have been consumed by darkness. She began to act frantically in the street. A bunch of drunk hoodlums were making a mess, and one of them was almost run over by the full-busted young woman, who was coming from the opposite direction. The hoodlum lost his patience instantly. He handed the beer to his partner beside him, and went staggering after her. When he tried to put his hand on the girl, a vine appeared out of nowhere, and threw him far away with one strike. The thug lay on the ground, unconscious, in a deplorable state. The pedestrians watching couldn't take it. You woman, even being a mage, you cannot be so cruel. However, when Mochizuki Chihiro turned around, those people were completely in shock. Her gaze was cruel and somber, and her entire body emanated a ghostly aura. Her shadow looked like a demon straight out of hell. People finally realized the reality, but Mochizuki Chihiro had already succumbed to evil. Under her control, countless ghost vines sprouted from the ground and began to mercilessly attack the surrounding pedestrians. Fortunately, Mo Fan arrived in time, making Mochizuki Chihiro regain a bit of lucidity. Looking at the innocent people injured by her, Mochizuki Chihiro could not believe it. Mo Fan quickly used his space element abilities to help contain her from a distance. But Mochizuki Chihiro was still in a state of mental trance. She leaned on Mo Fan with a vacant stare. She never imagined that pearl was so evil. After returning home, Mochizuki Chihiro honestly told Mochizuki Ken everything that happened. Mochizuki Ken was shocked for a moment, and then explained to everyone that humans have souls, and a mage's cultivation is the cultivation of the soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the mage. But each person's soul is not entirely pure. Greed, hatred, wrath, and desire. In the East Pavilion, there's a great war of darkness, and this somber environment caused these fragmented evil thoughts to grow, becoming what you are seeing now as this pearl. Montauk Fan grumbled softly. Your Japan really has many monsters. Masks have demons, and even the evil thoughts of the prison can grow. Mochizuki Ken continued. Thanks to you stopping Chihiro in time. Otherwise, a new red demon would soon emerge in Japan. Mo Fan felt completely confused. Red demon? Mochizuki Ken explained that this thing is called the red demon, whose spirit is different from most soul forms of living creatures. It presents itself in a dark red tone, and once a creature is parasitized and controlled by it, after death, its soul will have a dark red evil mark. Beside him, Mochizuki Chihiro nodded. When she attacked the pedestrians, her eyes could directly see their souls, and in the process in which they were parasitized by her plants, the souls seemed to be being marked with an evil dark red, as if they had signed a terrible contract with a demon. A dark red soul mark. Mo Fan stood up abruptly from the ground, with his body trembling inexplicably. Whether they were souls of people, evil spirits, demons, or ghosts, as long as they die completely, they all present themselves in blue or cyan, never in dark red. But Mo Fan remembered clearly, from when Lung Qin spoke about the case of Ling Ling's father. It was precisely a bizarre dark red mark on the soul, including after the death of that vampire Nyezone. The same thing also happened. Mo Fan's expression changed completely. He questioned seriously, "Old man, tell me if from your East Pavilion, a red demon escaped a long time ago." Mochizuki Kin's body trembled slightly. He turned his head in surprise, looking at Mo Fan, who had suddenly become so hostile. Mochizuki Chihiro also stood up, not understanding why Mo Fan was so agitated. The old man's expression grew stiff, and his dark brown eyes trembled violently from a fear of past memories. "Ho, how do you know that?" The red demon of the previous generation was a nightmare of Mochizuki Kin's entire life. Even after so many years, he still woke up at night bathed in cold sweat because of what happened on that night of that year. It turns out that, at the time, they were four good friends who discovered the condensation pearl. And with the help of the condensation pearl, everyone's strength increased drastically. But, except for the leader, the others lost their sanity, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty, realizing that the pearl was making everyone lose their very essence. The leader decided to stop them from continuing to use the condensation pearl to cultivate, but they had already completely lost their minds. So, they planned to kill the leader who was trying to stop them. This leader was also clever. Upon realizing their intention, he took the condensation pearl during the night and distanced himself completely from them. At the time, they even pursued the leader to kill him because they all thought he wanted the treasure only for himself, and they became very, very angry. But as time passed, their sanity slowly returned, and what remained in their hearts was only immense guilt. Hearing the old man's story, Mo Fan felt a headache. In the end, he only discovered the origin of the red demon, but he still had no idea where that guy was, nor what he had done. That way, how could he manage to avenge Ling Ling? The story ended. Old Man Ken also started giving a task to Mo Fan, because Mo Fan is one of the very few people capable of resisting the temptation of the condensation pearl and maintaining lucidity. Therefore, Old Man Ken wants Mo Fan to deliver this thing to an old friend of his in Tokyo, so that this friend can help to purify the condensation pearl. And he promised Mo Fan that if he helped, he could use a portion of the power of the souls from the pearl to strengthen his summoning beast. Mo Fan didn't want to get involved in this mess, but as soon as he heard it could help with Swift Star Wolf Soul, he readily accepted. After defeating the Osaka team, the next stop is the naval battle city of Tokyo. Everyone was on the bus to Tokyo, and Mochizuki Chihiro was sitting alone and in silence in the last row. Zhao Manyan was completely confused. What is going on? That woman. Why is she going to Tokyo with us? This is very sudden. Could it be she was sent by the Japanese team to watch us? Mo Fan leaned his head against the window with a bored expression. He couldn't tell Zhao Manyan that Mochizuki Chihiro was there to watch him and the pearl. However, a sentence said by Zhao left Mo Fan totally restless, because Zhao Manyan said that last night he dreamed of that giant sea beast. Mo Fan remembered clearly that Miyata mentioned an island that doesn't exist, and when they were on the Pacific cruise, That enormous shadow under the sea had also appeared. Adding to this time, wouldn't it mean that this giant sea beast is following them all the time? Hearing Mo Fan's analysis, everyone felt a chill down their spine. That makes a lot of sense. But what does it want by following us? Upon arriving in Tokyo, everyone started to act separately. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihiro went to fulfill the delegated mission, while the others went straight to the naval battle city. However, they hadn't walked very far. Tokyo, Japan, suffered a tide of monsters. With no alternative, everyone had to fight monsters, fight monsters. Fight monsters, fight monsters. Fight all kinds of monsters. And so, the fight continued from chapter 508 straight to 527. In the meantime, to save Nanrong and I, Mu Ningxiu single-handedly challenged a commander-level boss and almost lost her life. Fortunately, Mo Fan arrived in time and managed to kill the white flag monster, but he himself was almost gutted. At that moment, Nanrong and I had already fainted. Good thing Mu Ningxue arrived in time. If it took a bit longer, Nanrong and I would surely be dead as a doornail. Mu Tinjing, seeing that Mu Ningxiu only returned now, said with disdain, "If you had taken just a bit longer, you would have gotten what you wanted." Mu Ningxiu looked at the dying Nanrong and I, and the fury in her chest ignited instantly. She truly desired greatly to remain on the team, but she would never use a friend's life as a bargaining chip. However, before Mu Ningxiu could explode, Night invading Kitty lunged and clawed Mu Tinjing. Jiang Yu was startled. He didn't understand why. His contracted beast would do something like that. But Night invading Kitty just licked its claws, looking coldly at Mu Tinjing, as if to say, "Mu Ningxiu and I almost died along with the white flag monster to save Nanrong and I." 138 and 76. If you dare talk nonsense again, I will tear you apart completely. Mu Tinjing stood up clumsily, only then realizing that on her neck there were several claw marks. The scratches only wounded the skin. It didn't even bleed. "Curse cat, I'll skin you alive." Nanju also couldn't take it anymore and rebuked Mu Tinjing. "Stop it. You know very well how difficult it is to deal with the white flag monster. It's better not to repeat that kind of thing." Mu Tinjing looked at Mu Ningxiu with contempt. I don't want to lower myself to her level either. Anyway, she will be leaving the team soon. Then, she turned and glared at Jiang Yu fiercely. "Control your stinky cat." No one else paid any attention to Mu Tinjing, but Jiang Shaoshu noticed that Mo Fan was sitting to one side, without saying a word the whole time. This left Jiang Shaoxu very intrigued. In the past, if Mu Tinjing said half a word about Mu Ningxiu, this fellow would turn into a low-class scoundrel, cursing Mu Tinjing until he couldn't anymore. Why was there no reaction this time? Jiang Shaoshu gave Mo Fan a nudge. Hey, are you okay?" Mo Fan raised his head. His face was pale. Jiang Shaoshu felt pity upon seeing that, quickly handed over some water bags, and brought the first aid kit to help Mo Fan treat each of his wounds. On the other side, Nanrong and I regained consciousness, looking very weak. However, as they saw the tide gradually receding, everyone's mood improved instantly. Nanrong and I was sitting there, having escaped death's door. She seemed a bit melancholy. Mo Fan looked at Nanrong and I, and asked confusedly, "Your life was saved. You should be happy. Why do you still have that sad face?" Nanrong and I said in a low voice, "When this training ends, someone will have to leave the team." Mo Fan pondered for a moment, then turned to Nanrong and I and said, "She saved you. How about you leave voluntarily and give up the spot to her?" Nanrong and I was stunned, seeming not to have immediately processed that this man would be so direct. However, she was the only healing mage on the team. Even if she left, that spot would never be given to Mu Ningxiu. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a headache. Without Mu Ningxiu, what would be the point of him staying on this national team? Inside the room, Nanju handed the money to Mu Ningxiu. Jiang Shaoxiu and Nanrong Ni's shares are yours. After all, you saved them both. But even receiving 3 shares of the commission, the total is only 12 million. Mu Ningxiu made no ceremony and put the money directly into her pocket. 12 million might not matter to others, but Mo Fan knew that. Since Mu Ningxiu lost her backing, this money was, in fact, very important. If she couldn't obtain enough resources to reach the advanced level before the substitution, then Mu Ningxiu would certainly be the one eliminated. Chapters 498 to 528. Next update. Chapters 529 to 532. Mu Ningxiu is eliminated. Mo Fan responds with authority. To hell with the world tournament. I'm out. Finally, I'm going to share a Yasuo animated wallpaper with you. This time it's the real Yasuo. Mu Ningxiu is eliminated from the national team. Mo Fan explodes. I'm leaving too. Let whoever wants to come. Explanation of the story of Elite Mage. Chapters 529 to 532. Upon seeing Mo Fan lying naked on his bed, Mu Ningxiu's face turned pale. You've crossed the line. Mo Fan was confused. What's going on? What happened? Mu Ningxiu was about to explode with anger when she suddenly realized that in the room, there were none of her belongings. On the contrary, Mo Fan's clothes and socks were thrown everywhere. A total mess. Mu Ningxiu then realized that she had entered Mo Fan's room. It turns out that, after the end of the tide in Tokyo, everyone went into seclusion to train and try to reach the advanced level. For the time for the national team substitution was arriving. But Mu Ningxiu didn't even have money to buy the Galaxy Pulse necessary to reach the advanced level. Because of this, in a moment of distraction, she ended up in Mo Fan's room. Mu Ningxiu said quickly, "Nothing, I just came to see how the wound on your waist is." Mo Fan started breaking into a cold sweat. While speaking with Mu Ningxiu, he was hiding his cell phone under the blanket, which displayed a web page. That was not appropriate at all. It's nothing. Only a little blood came out. I didn't even notice. It's all right. It's really all right. There's no problem at all. Mu Ningxiu felt that staying in Mo Fan's room was uncomfortable or not. It wasn't because of Mo Fan's eyes, which were drying her out shamelessly. Mu Ningxiu was already used to that malicious look. What bothered her was the smell that Mo Fan's 2 pairs of stinky socks were spreading through the room. Seeing Mu Ningxiu's expression of disgust, Mo Fan also realized the problem. He quickly used the movement of objects at a distance to throw his stinky socks outside. Next, he suggested, "We'd better go for a walk. The air in here isn't very good." Seeing Mo Fan's swift reaction, Mu Ningxiu found it annoying and funny at the same time. Who uses magic even to pick up their own socks? Yielding to Mo Fan's insistence, Mu Ningxiu finally accepted going for a stroll with him through Donghai City. Upon hearing that his beloved accepted the date, Mo Fan jumped out of bed excited. In just his underwear, he ran to the bathroom. "Wait 5 minutes for me. I'm going to take a shower." Upon seeing that bright red underwear swinging in front of her, Mu Ningxiu gnashed her teeth in anger. This idiot doesn't even behave as if I were a stranger. But it must be admitted that Mo Fan is a miracle. The day before yesterday, he was seriously injured, looking like he would stay in bed for months. And in just a few days, he was already full of life, as if nothing had happened. This made Mu Ningxiu suspect if he hadn't faked the severity of the injuries. In fact, in Mo Fan's mind, the demon element was something very problematic, since Mo Fan awakened it. Basically, besides giving him an absurd recovery capacity, it served for nothing else. The crucial point is that the power of the demon element was too vast, so vast that Mo Fan himself was a bit afraid to use it. In the Donghai market, Mo Fan took Mu Ningxiu shopping, eating, enjoying the cuisine, and drinking beer. They strolled from morning until afternoon. The two of them were in the greatest state of happiness. Mu Ningxiu drank so much that she was dizzy, not even realizing she was being led by the calculating Mo Fan into his room. Mo Fan waited a long time for this day. The toad was finally going to get to eat the swan's meat. Well, that comparison isn't very appropriate. Forget it, whatever. The important thing is that this would be an unforgettable night. In the following days, the team members were being promoted to advanced level mages. With the substitution approaching, Mo Fan didn't care about anything else. He emptied all of his savings and bought a galaxy pulse to give to Muning Shue. But Muning Shue did not intend to accept. She knew perfectly well that, since Mo Fan possessed 6 whole elements, he needed resources much more than anyone else. Even if all resources were concentrated on him, he could still consume them to become stronger and stronger. Mo Fan became desperate. He couldn't just stand by and watch while his beloved was eliminated. Mo Fan held Muning Shue. Don't do this. The opportunity on a national team is rare. If you really don't want your talent to stagnate before reaching the peak, first break through to the advanced level and then we'll talk. Don't stand on ceremony with me. When you look back in the future, you will see that this was necessary. After all, what's mine is yours, isn't it? Munyingsu. Although she was extremely moved by Mo Fan's gesture, in the end, still did not accept Mo Fan's galaxy pulse. The reason was that the national team's path was not just a competition between these dozens of people, but also a dispute over resources between the forces, consortiums, and families behind them. Therefore, even if she accepted Mo Fan's galaxy pulse, she would still be eliminated later, and it could still end up harming Mo Fan. Mo Fan let out a deep sigh. He realized Mu Ningshue's determination and stopped insisting. But in his mind, he was already planning something secretly. The World Academy Tournament is not about strength, but rather about influence. Mo Fan, with his head full of doubts, walked toward Zhao Minyan's room. Zhao Minyan was in the midst of cultivation when the door was thrown open, getting startled by the abrupt entrance. Looking at Mo Fan with that aggressive aura, he felt a bad premonition. "Brother, what are you doing?" Mo Fan immediately felt the change in Zhao Minyan's aura. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Hey, you animal, did you break through the level?" Zhao Minyan suddenly remembered something and said to Mo Fan, "Yes, I used exactly 3 boxes of Galaxy Pulse. Close the door first. I have something to tell you." Mo Fan, confused, closed the bedroom door, not knowing the reason for so much mystery from Zhao Minyan. Zhao Minyan had a worried face. "Oh boy, I lied to my father saying I needed 3 attempts to succeed, in the hope that he would send me 1 more Galaxy Pulse. I wanted to divert 1 for you to use in an emergency, but who would have thought that the inspection would find out? I ended up taking a phenomenal scolding." The corner of Mo Fan's mouth twitched. Three shares? Your Zhao family's consortium, by sending you to the national team, is going to end up going bankrupt this way. Zhao Minyan said irritably, Hey, can you focus on what matters? I'm trying to help you. Don't you plan to give Muning Shue a hand? I have some savings here. See how much money you have there. Take the chance and buy a Galaxy Pulse to give to her now. She will surely be moved and fall into your arms. Money we earn again, but a woman's heart is hard to win. With your current status, getting 100 million shouldn't be that hard, right? The corner of Mo Fan's mouth twitched even harder. This guy only touches the wound. I just got rejected, okay? Mo Fan took out the Galaxy Pulse, signaling that he had already tried to do that. Zhao Minyan's eyes widened. Zhao Minyan gave a thumbs up. Mo Fan, you've got guts. Giving something that expensive away without hesitating. Mo Fan didn't want any more small talk with Zhao Minyan, and asked right away, is what Mu Ningxue has said true? Does everyone on the team have a great power behind them? From that point forward, would it also be a competition between great families and powers? Zhao Minyan said with disdain, You still don't believe that? Damn, everyone knows that. And you still come and ask me. Do you really think a group like ours, of young mages who have barely started, could attract the attention of the whole world alone? In universities and academies, many families have already tried every possible way. to gain prestige and fame. In this world, academy tournament is the ultimate goal of the struggle between these powers. Sai, since you are a mage of humble origin, you don't have the slightest clue about this? We truly don't live in the same world. Mo Fan became frustrated. How would he know about these complicated things? He, who always acted alone, never had involvement with any large faction. Naturally, he knew nothing about the national dispute. While Zhao Manyan spoke nonstop, he still hadn't finished his explanation. So he continued, "That kid, Jiang Yu, don't be fooled by that silly way of his. Do you know what power is behind him? The court mage Corps. He is a disciple of Pang Lai, the chief court mage of the imperial capital, one of the 10 strongest mages. In our country's sacred ranking, understood?" Mo Fan was extremely surprised. Imperial capital court mages? That is the most representative group of mages in China. Zhao Manyan kept talking about a bunch of things. He said that AI Jiangtu and Nanju represent the northern and western armies. Nanrong Ni represents the oldest magic family. And Jiang Shaoxiu is surrounded by mysteries. Anyway, everyone's origin is incredibly powerful. Mo Fan listened to everything astonished. These wealthy heirs have everything they want, while I, a poor wretch, search for my own resources. I make my own equipment and kill my own monsters. What a fate. Hearing Mo Fan's self-deprecation, Zhao Manyan became displeased on the spot. Those big figures behind you never cared about you, did they? At least they saved a lot of money. Me? Big figures behind me? Mo Fan was left without understanding anything. Are there big figures behind me? How'd I not know about this? Zhao Manyan almost shouted, "Damn it! Don't forget how you joined the national team. You didn't even go to the official dispute, which means you were disqualified. And when the selection had already finished, you were placed directly inside, okay? It made the 2 original reserve spots become 3 by force. Didn't you stop to think about the price those factions I mentioned paid to place their people inside the team? 104 and 124. And you were shoved straight in there. And they didn't even dare to make a peep. The person covering for you might not block out the sun with one hand, but they cover at least half of the sky." Seeing that Mo Fan still had an idiot face, Zhao Manyan totally lost his patience with him. "Get out of here already, you show off. Seeing you irritates me." While Mo Fan was still sleeping soundly, the others were already up, respectfully standing in the main hall to receive the national team instructors. Because today, someone will leave the team of the World Academy Tournament. The instructor began by recognizing the student's effort and highly praised Mu Ningxua's attitude in saving Jiang Shaoxiu and Nanrong and I. But soon the instructor realized that, among all the national team members, only Mu Ningxua had not yet reached the advanced level. Mu Ningxua said nothing. Jiang Shaoxiu stepped forward and said, "Teacher, actually, I think Mu Ningxua is very important to the team. Although she hasn't reached the advanced level, I think you could give us that reward. Give the team's resources to her. She could also be an advanced level mage. After all, she was the one who had the best performance." Upon hearing this, Mu Tinjing frowned. Has this Jiang Shaoxi gone crazy? A galaxy pulse is of extreme importance. Now everyone is a 3-star mage, and the resources required for the advanced level are many. Why help her? Mu Ningxua said nothing. Fan Li, with a serious expression, said to Mu Ningxua, "I know, but rules are rules. Your substitute is already flying to Japan and will arrive tomorrow. Mu Ningxua, you may already pack your things and return to the country with us." Songhe seemed helpless, and the other 3 instructors also said nothing. Mu Ningxua, however, stated, "I have already packed my things. I have something to ask the instructors." Mu Tinjing became impatient. What else is left to say? Your entry into the team was already a great effort. No one keeps insisting on staying on the team when they don't have the necessary qualification. Mu Ningxu ignored Mu Tinjing completely. She looked at the instructors and said seriously, "I want to know, If I leave the main team, can I become a gym guardian? Feng Li was truly surprised. In so many editions of a national dispute, one has never heard of a competitor who, after being eliminated in the middle, still want to be a gym guardian. After all, this is not exactly something glorious. And the so-called guardians, in fact, are the second national team. To put it directly, they are just reserves and substitutes for this group. Mu Ningxue said firmly, I heard that those who stand out in the national gym have a chance to be promoted back to the main team. Looking at Mu Ningxue's determined gaze, Feng Li's eyes finally showed a bit of admiration. Of course you can. Your strength is more than enough to be a guardian. But you must be aware that almost the entire main team has now reached the advanced level. If you can never overcome this obstacle, hopes will continue to be minimal. Everyone's strength is in constant progress, especially the members of the national team. Their progress will be extremely fast. Do you really think you can return to the top? Mu Ningxue said nothing. How could she know if she could return? But she knew that if she left like this, truly nothing else would remain. Mu Ningxue returned to the room and was about to pack her bags when she received a call from Mu Zhuiying. He knew that Mu Ningxue had been eliminated. He called mainly to tell her that, upon returning to the country, she should try to come with the instructors. Otherwise, problems could arise. He wanted her to start using her mother's surname, and he himself would no longer use the Mu surname in the future. Seeing her father, already over 50 years old, being forced even to change his surname, Mu Ningxue was completely stunned. Have things already reached this point? Having to change even one's own surname. Upon hanging up the phone, Mu Ningxue took a deep breath. The air seemed acidic. Her eyes trembled intensely. But as soon as the tears reached the middle of her face, she wiped them away abruptly with the back of her hand. It seemed that leaving her face covered by them would be a demonstration of a lack of fiber. At that moment, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Mu Ningxue quickly wiped with her hand the trail of moisture on her cheeks. She thought it was Mo Fan, but upon opening the door, she found it was him. Mu Ningxue was eliminated from the national team and was even forbidden from using her surname. Guan Yu, seeing her crying like that, felt a tightening in his heart. Immediately he said, if you join my family, I will do my best to convince my grandfather. I think they would be very happy to cultivate a nice mage as talented as you. Mu Ningxue was surprised. She barely understood what Guan Yu was saying. However, before she could react, the fellow ran off excitedly to call his grandfather. Guan Yu dialed the number in ecstasy and told his grandfather that he wanted to marry Mu Ningxue, hoping that she would receive the full support of the family. But the old man on the other end of the line was furious. Have you gone mad? Or have your eyes moved down to your belly button? How do you have the nerve to propose such idiocy to me? If you were in front of me right now, I would give you 2 well-deserved slaps. Guan Yu was in shock, not understanding why his grandfather was so irritated. I was actually thinking of the good of our family. The old man on the other side became even more heated. Thinking of the good, my foot. How can I have such a stupid grandson? Do you think a family as large as the Mu would expel her without any reason? The Mu have dominated the country for so many years. Is there anything they cannot resolve? Is there anything that isn't the way they want it? If even they are getting rid of this woman in a hurry, for fear of getting burned, you still dare to take her in? Do you think our family's assets are too large? From today on, stay away from her. If I hear any rumors about you and her, I will not only break your legs, but I'll break your father's as well. You don't have an ounce of sense. With such a huge incident involving the ancestors, and so much resentment still to be resolved. You come with this? You come with this? Do you want to give me a heart attack? Guan Yu stood static, as if he had been frozen, not knowing what to do for a moment. However, as soon as he hung up the phone, he saw that Mu Ningxue was right behind him. Mu Ningxue said calmly, I only came to tell you that you misunderstood. I don't need anyone's help. She didn't want Guan Yu to get the wrong idea. She had no interest in him. And as for that proposal, she had even less interest. Only Upon hearing those cruel words on the other end of the line, her expression became even more dejected. Seeing Mu Ningxue turn and leave, Guan Yu did not dare to say anything else. He cowered. After the instructors gave the final instructions in the afternoon, they were about to take Mu Ningxue away. But Mo Fan's voice echoed from right behind. Song He raised his eyebrows. Upon seeing Mo Fan running with a bundle of belongings. Student Mo Fan, do you have any other business? Mo Fan threw the bag over his shoulder and said, I'm returning too. Feng Li did not react immediately, staring at Mo Fan and asking, what are you going back for? There are only a few days left before you depart. Stay here and behave. Mo Fan, however, declared, choose someone else from the national gym to take my place. I'm leaving too. As soon as Mo Fan spoke, everyone went crazy. Leave the team? Would anyone in their right mind say that? Among them here, except for AI Jiangtu, who has overwhelming strength, which of them didn't have countless people behind them, striving their hardest to win this single spot? They treat it like a precious treasure, and it can be said they carry the hope of all their allies. One doesn't even speak of leaving voluntarily. Having even a single thought about leaving would be an offense to everyone. A heinous crime. Mo Fan, this insensitive fellow, said he wants to leave. What kind of international joke is this? Mo Fan really wants to leave the national team. Feng Li's mustache trembled with anger. His eyes wide. Kid, repeat that if you have the guts. Mo Fan had an expression of total indifference. I want to leave the national team. Oh, there's a gym guardian team too, right? I'm going to accompany Mu Ningxue to play around there for a bit. Feng Li was about to explode with fury. Where did this wretched kid come from? Does he think the national team is his house? Does he think he can come and go whenever he wants? Without passing through the consent of the 5 great instructors, he was shoved directly into the team. No one said anything about it. But who would have thought this guy without permission? He was leaving the team. Do you have any respect for the national team? Feng Li was so furious he almost lost his breath. Mo Fan, I'll tell you something. If you take back what you just said, I will pretend that you just told a tasteless joke. Otherwise, never show your face in front of me again. Mo Fan continued with a relaxed attitude. Why such a fuss? I didn't say I wouldn't come back. My thinking is the same as Mu Ningxue's. Leave for a bit and then come back with everything. You said yourself that if the performance at the gym is good, there is hope for promotion. There, matter closed. The group, hearing Mo Fan's absurd words, felt that their worldview was being subverted. Zhao Manyan almost knelt before Mo Fan's audacity. Mo Fan, don't play with fire. You don't mess around with these things. Apologize to the instructors now, and we'll end this. Mo Fan, who seemed not to understand the gravity of the situation, walked over to Director Song He, as if they were old friends. Placing his hand on his shoulder, I've already packed my things. Everyone, until next time. Nanju, Jiang Shaoxiu, I'll miss you guys. Song He was truly speechless with Mo Fan. If it weren't for the higher orders to treat him well, he would have felt like teaching him a lesson. Song He tried to maintain diplomacy and went to calm Feng Li. Feng Li, calm down about this matter. Feng Li, however, exploded with rage. Why would I be angry? If someone wants to leave on their own, I'm more than happy. The national team does not need people with such wavering purposes, especially those who entered through unconventional means. Get out, vanish from here. Seeing you irritates me. Disappear already. Mo Fan didn't even care about instructor Feng Li. Leave for what? I'm still going to take the same flight as you guys back to the country. Buy a ticket for me. And while you're at it, claim my access. Feng Li's eyes almost shot sparks. In the end, he swallowed hard, almost exploding with rage. He said to the fat instructor beside him, take this fellow along. The cold rain fell intensely upon Mu Ningxue. The silhouettes of her companions grew increasingly blurred, but Mo Fan's voice, teasing Mu Ningxue right there, could still be heard clearly. Guan Yu gnashed his teeth forcefully, feeling like he was going to explode at any moment. Jiang Shaoxiu began to mock him from his side. Why are you so irritated? Mo Fan had the courage to throw away this world title, without hesitation, just to accompany her as a guardian. As for you, besides staying here dying of rage, you don't have the courage to do anything. Guan Yu wanted to talk back, but suddenly realized that, in fact, he could not utter a single word. Would he have the courage? No, he wouldn't. He didn't even consider the idea. After the scolding he received from his grandfather, he had not the slightest intention of rebelling. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiming, with a different mindset, tried to console. Guan Yu, what are you afraid of? You are a member of the main national team. After you show your talent in Venice, which woman wouldn't you be able to win over? Even Mooning Xue would be easy to get. This Mo Fan is nothing but trash, whom you would eliminate with a wave of your hand. For a moment, Guan Yu thought so too, but he felt that Mooning Xue was not that kind of person. He believed that if it were him giving up the spot to accompany her as a guardian, she would also be moved. But the one who did it was not him. Nanrong and I looked in the direction they departed, and whispered, in this world, there really are people like that. Zhao Manyan was already in tears. This is true love. He always considered himself an experienced master, a natural conqueror, who mastered all the romantic and seductive tactics with perfection. But compared to what Mo Fan did today, he was put to shame. Anyway, that kind of thing Zhao Manyan would never do in his life. Mo Fan, to win the girl, even gave up on the World Academy tournament. On the plane, Mo Fan approached Mooning Xue and asked softly, "Aren't you very moved?" Mooning Xue was speechless. "You really didn't need to do this, and you'd better stay away from me. Otherwise you'll have problems." Montauk Fan smiled. "If some idiot dares to say you are from the Black Vatican, I will beat him with the sole of my shoe until he dies." Mooning Xue then said, "What if they are the relatives of the victims from the ancient capital?" Mo Fan was suddenly full of confidence. "That's when it will be easier to talk. They would definitely recognize me." Mooning Xue was left speechless, speaking as if you had saved the entire ancient capital all by yourself. Mo Fan stated immediately, "I am serious. If you get the chance, come with me to the ancient capital. You will see that the people there treat me as if I were a beloved son. I mean, like a hero." How could Mooning Xue believe him? She thought Mo Fan was just joking. "And what does that have to do with me?" Mo Fan replied on the spot, "You're my first wife." Mooning Xue suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. She had never seen someone so brazen and shameless. To tell the truth, if Mo Fan could take out that term first, perhaps she would be minimally moved and believe him. But Mo Fan seemed afraid she wouldn't know that he had another wife. In the courtyard of the judgment court at night, Tang Zhong asked with a smile, "About this kid Mo Fan, I also found it strange. Feng Li is famous for being ruthless and cold-hearted. How did you get him to accept Mo Fan directly onto the team?" 24. The man with black hair and beard said, "Don't even mention it. Just talking about it makes my heart ache." Tang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "To make your heart ache, it certainly wasn't a small thing." The man with black hair and beard said, "Exactly. I've never been so generous even with my own daughter. That thing was sent by me in the blink of an eye. I hope that kid doesn't disappoint me. Ah, let's drink tea. Let's drink tea. Don't mention this matter. I just want to have some good tea." Tang Zhong was about to pick up the cup, but by ill luck, the cell phone beside him rang. Clearly someone had sent him a message. Tang Zhong took a look, and the expression on his face could not be described. With just one word, it was shock, mixed with doubt. Doubt mixed with surprise. Surprise mixed with embarrassment. The man with black hair and beard said, "What? Did something serious happen?" Tang Zhong's tone was strange in the extreme. That Mo Fan. He left the team. The man with black hair and beard jumped up. "Damn it. Who was the idiot that kicked him out? Tell Feng Li and the other 4 instructors to come here. Right now," Tang Zhong said quietly. He left on his own. The one with black hair and beard was speechless. Tang Zhong asked again, What exactly was that thing you sent?" The black-haired man's face was already trembling. Tang Zhong then asked one more thing. "Do you want to see him?" The black-haired man took a deep breath. The following words practically jumped out from between his teeth. Sigh, I'm afraid I won't resist and will rip him in half. Into chapters 529 to 532. Next update. Chapters 533 to 537. The Chinese gym team is massacred by Egypt's national team. At the crucial moment, Mu Ningxue makes a triumphant entrance. Finally, I'm going to share an animated wallpaper with you from the aesthetic series. The Chinese gym team is humiliated by Egypt's national team. At the crucial moment, Mu Ningxue makes a triumphant entrance. Explanation of the story of Elite Mage. Chapters 533 to 537. After leaving the national team and returning to Shanghai, Mo Fan was having the time of his life. By day, all the fun with his third wife, Mu Nuogio. At night, shameless with his first wife, Mu Ningxue. And he still found time for a romance with his wife Tang Yu. Incomparably excited, Mo Fan had already completely forgotten to report to the gym team. Inside the three-step tower, Mo Fan looked at the nebula ahead with an expression of suffering. 6 elements, right? Currently, only the fire element nebula is at the advanced level. That is what they want. As for the other elements, when will I manage to raise them to the advanced level? After a moment of silence, Mo Fan's mind went straight to the lightning element nebula, which was overflowing with magic energy. Next, he took his only galaxy pulse, preparing to raise the lightning to the advanced level. Looking at the galaxy pulse in front of him, Mo Fan took a deep breath. 100 million. Please do not fail. On the other side, at Pudong Airport, the Egyptian national team had already successfully arrived in Shanghai. However, they had not the slightest consideration for the team of the Chinese gym. Inside China's national gym, a deep voice echoed throughout the premises. They are all a bunch of idiots. They are all a bunch of idiots. With this strength that you have, I won't even say, deterring superpowers like Russia, the United States, or the United Kingdom, but even the developing countries of Southeast Asia and Africa, you cannot beat. Just because Liu Yilin left, did you become this mud that cannot support itself? Will you only be happy when you turn our country's challenge crest into a crest of 1,000 defeats? Is that what you want? The 9 gym members below were all pale. This instructor by Dongwei has far too explosive a temper. In front of so many students from other schools, he described them as completely useless beings. Dongfang Lai couldn't take it and said, Instructor Bai, could you be a little more understanding? At least hand us the resources first. Otherwise, we will truly be humiliated by the others. Upon hearing mention of resources by Dongwei, became irritated on the spot. Humph, do you think I don't want to? Look at your results lately. Even against teams that left the national selection, you lost badly. I will tell you one thing. The Egyptian team has already arrived. If you lose again, forget about the resources. It will even be difficult to maintain your positions as gym guardians. Seriously, if you lost due to lack of cultivation, I wouldn't be so angry. But they are at the same level as you, and yet you still cannot win. While Bai Dongwei still wanted to continue lecturing this bunch of incompetents, he was informed that the Egyptian team had arrived, and that they had sent only one person. Bai Dongwei held his breath and confirmed, is it really only one person? The colleague pointed to Syed with a dark face nearby and said softly, that's right. They only sent one person to challenge the Chinese gym. They said one person is enough. This is an insult. What do you mean to challenge the Chinese gym? One person is enough? Bai Dongwei was already jumping with rage. He didn't give a damn about etiquette or reception. He immediately called Dongfang Lai. Finish him. Hit him hard. If he manages to get out of bed in a week, I will make you stay lying on the floor for a month. Dongfang Lai was totally confused. What's going on? What's the problem? And why is the instructor so angry? Could it be that this handsome foreigner stole his wife? It can't be. Dongwei's wife is as fierce as he is. There would be no way for someone to steal her. Dongfang Lai walked stunned toward the arena. Syed, A member of the Egyptian national team, smiled. Are we starting already? I am surprised. But I like direct things like this. Bai Dongwei looked at Syed's back and cursed without ceremony. You damned Egyptian. Don't come at me with arrogance. And he shouted immediately after to the people who were training in the opposite arena. He ordered everyone to come down. Everyone come down now. Someone wants to challenge the gym. Watching you fight looks like a girl scrap. In the arena, the students who were practicing came down obediently, all confused, not knowing what was happening. Dongfang Lai and Syed had already gone up. The two had a brief conversation. Dongfang Lai's temperament wasn't the best, and upon hearing the fellow was from the Egypt team and was there to challenge them, being completely alone, he felt like he was going to explode with rage. Damn it. Do you really think the Chinese gym challenge crest is just any prize? Do you think by coming alone you can win? Where does all this confidence come from? About to start the fight, Syed suddenly asked for a pause. Dongfang Lai smiled victoriously. Are you scared now? It's too late, Syed said slowly in international language. I am not afraid. No matter how many of you there are. For me, it is only a matter of time. I want to know what I need to do to obtain the challenge. Crest. The challenge rules for each gym are different. Since I came alone today, you can all fight together if you want. But I have some conditions. If it's one-on-one or in rotation, we need to establish the rules. How many do I need to beat to win the crest? Bai Dongwei said irritably. You bastard. You are the most arrogant foreigner I've ever seen. How many? The rules are yours. You tell me. Syed said with indifference. Fine. You said it. Since I dictate the rules, it will be like this. I stay in the arena, and you send your fighters. I give you 3 spots in total. They can come together, or one at a time. If you can beat me, I admit defeat. Otherwise, hand me the crest immediately. I'm really in a hurry. Bai Dongwei was so furious he wanted to curse even their pharaoh ancestors. What arrogance! Too arrogant. Go Dongfang Lai. Smash this brat until he loses his teeth. Make him beg on his knees on Chinese soil. With the order to begin, Dongfang Lai acted with caution and did not move. Bai Dongwei immediately grumbled. Idiot! What is this guy thinking? He should have taken advantage while the other didn't react, and sent a burning fist. At the crucial moment, he doesn't recognize his own advantage, and doesn't utilize it well, standing still waiting for the enemy to act. Is he stupid? As expected, while Dongfang Lai remained calm, Syed had already completed his magic. It was a very simple magic star track, but the track revealed an endless, radiant evil aura. Dongfang Lai was stunned. In all his life, he had never seen this type of magic. Bai Dongwei realized immediately that Syed's magic was of the undead element. His face was full of shock. Mages of this element are rare and very important. As for their combat abilities, in truth, not even the instructor, Bai Dongwei had seen much. He only remembered a teacher telling him once. Undead combat is very similar to the summoning element, but it's much more troublesome. A murky mist began to circulate before Syed. In a short time, a monster 3 meters tall, with its entire body wrapped in gray bandages, emerged from the ground, challenging the Chinese gym alone. This kid is way too cocky. This mummy was extremely aggressive. Without saying a word, it raised its fist and dealt a blow against Dongfang Lai. Dongfang Lai was quick to react, and immediately summoned his armor equipment. However, the mummy was too fierce. With just a few punches, Dongfang Lai's magic shield was reduced to pieces. Bai Dongwei's explosive temper flared up instantly. Damn it, the fight has barely started, and 2 defense items have already been neutralized by the opponent. What kind of crap is this? Dongfang Lai also realized he got the worst of it. He immediately leaped backward, and after gaining distance from the opposing mummy, turned quickly and launched a burning fist. However, that gray bandage monster was too agile. Those flames that flew in its direction didn't come anywhere near hitting it. Next, the mummy advanced like an arrow toward Dongfang Lai and delivered a powerful sidekick. Dongfang Lai, even with his scarlet armor, was kicked and hurled far away. He rolled for a long distance after hitting the ground. Luckily, the quality of his scarlet armor was very high. Otherwise, with the strength of that mummy, Dongfang Lai's spine would have been snapped directly. Dongfang Lai gnashed his teeth in pain in his waist area. He endured the agony and completed his magic. Blazing flames burned in his hands. This time you won't escape the burning fist. 9 columns of dragon-shaped flames advanced fiercely against the gray monster. The intense fire immediately swallowed its 3-meter body. Dongfang Lai, seeing the mummy struggle amidst the flames, could not help but smile. The taste isn't good at all, is it? Syed, standing in the distance, only showed contempt. Is that it? A red glow flashed in his blue eyes, as if he were giving some mental command. Suddenly, the mummy in the midst of the flames let out a thunderous roar and ran crazily toward Dongfang Lai. Dongfang Lai had no time to dodge and was hit full force, flying toward the stands dozens of meters away. He spat blood, and his face turned extremely pale. His bones seemed to be in tatters, and he couldn't get up. The smile on Syed's face grew even wider. How weak! Bai Dongwei took a deep breath, held back the insults, and called another student with healing skills to treat Dongfang Lai. Looking at Dongfang Lai's deplorable state, the present students began to analyze. The undead is not that large, but its weight is impressive. Pay attention to its feet. Even standing still, the ground sinks a little. Therefore, being hit by this guy is basically like being crushed by brute force. However, Dongfang Lai lost faster than imagined. This Egyptian must be one of the strongest on their team. This mummy he summoned is extremely difficult to deal with. The 4th-level burning fist caused no damage to it. Anyway, it was a very ugly defeat. In fact, if he had taken the initiative at the start, it wouldn't have reached this point. He should have at least left that monster half-finished. We've talked too much. Who is the next to go up? At that moment, a girl with glasses stepped forward. I'll go. The plant element will easily deal with these undead. Bai Dongwei didn't say much. He seemed to have a certain confidence. In this girl, Syed saw that a female student entered the arena, and his eyes narrowed slightly, showing quite a lot of interest. He said, "This big friend of mine will have no mercy. So, you'd better prepare some good defense equipment." The girl said nothing. She seemed to be analyzing the situation. As soon as Bai Dongwei gave the start signal, that gray monster, without any hesitation, advanced once again toward Yu Tongxin. However, the girl did not panic. Countless vines emerged beneath Yu Tongxin's feet, becoming extremely thick in a short time. Under her control, the mummy was directly pulled by countless vines and knocked to the ground. As soon as the mummy fell, more vines sprouted from the earth, wrapping around it several times, pinning the gray monster down. The monster tried to break free using brute strength, and even managed to snap some magic vines. But new vines grew even faster. In a short time, the gray monster ended up trapped in a veritable swamp of plants, and could no longer take a single step. Seeing that Yu Tongxin had the advantage, the students finally began to cheer. Very well, overcoming strength with agility. Let's see how this monster escapes now. Yu Tongxin did not give the mummy the slightest chance to react. Immediately, using the intermediate level magic plant prison, creating a dense forest around the mummy, and trapping it firmly inside. The instructor Bai Dongwei, upon seeing this scene, became a bit more relaxed. However, to the side, Syed remained very calm. He didn't care at all about his gray monster being cornered, and said slowly, "The plant element is not common in our land, but the fact that you can deal with one of my undead so easily shows you have much more brains than the guy from before." Yu Tongxin said seriously, "Show me quickly if you have any more tricks." Syed began to summon with total tranquility. "I don't have other tricks. They're just undead. I just want to know how many of my undead you can trap." Appear. The portal from before emerged again. Everyone thought it would be another undead, sticking its head out. But to everyone's surprise, what came out of the portal first this time was a large black bone sword. Next, a burly mummy, and extremely fierce, emerged from the underground. It was wrapped in white bandages, layer after layer. That long black sword full of sinister aura makes anyone tremble with fear. Syed began to laugh out loud. This is my death blade mummy. Enjoy the fun of the battle thoroughly. The aura of the death blade mummy is terrifying, making anyone tremble with fear. While Yu Tongxin was still trying to analyze exactly what type that mummy was, the monster attacked with its great black 6-meter sword. With just one strike, one could clearly see a trace in the air of the black blade cutting through space. The trace flashed and vanished. Next, a rift appeared in the ground as if it were an earthquake. Those magic vines and the plant prison were instantly reduced to dust. Yu Tongxin was paralyzed with fear. She quickly raised her hands to signal surrender. But before she could finish speaking, she was struck by the death blade mummy's sword and hurled far away, looking at Yu Tongxin covered in blood on the ground. Everyone was in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be just training? This guy from the Egypt team attacked to kill, seeing his student seriously injured by the Egypt national team. Bai Dongwei exploded in rage. You bastard! Didn't you see she had already surrendered? Syed, seeing the situation, initially even thought about apologizing, but upon hearing instructor Bai Dongwei's insults, his expression darkened instantly. He said coldly, first, she should have surrendered faster, as she didn't finish the sentence. Second, my undead creatures obey my orders, yes, but they are not me. They possess an inherently violent nature. Even if I order them to stop, it is not guaranteed that I can prevent the attack. Bai Dongwei was already wanting to charge forward and hit this fellow, but remembering Yu Tongxin's deplorable state, he didn't dare waste any more time arguing. He ran hurriedly to check on Yu Tongxin. At that moment, Yu Tongxin had almost every bone in her body broken. The only healing element mage on site stated that if the blow had been slightly stronger, she would have died, and he himself had no ability to heal injuries of this level. Fortunately, the location is close to the Oriental Pearl Magic Association. Under Bai Dongwei's contact, an advanced level mage in formal attire arrived quickly. Under his healing, Yu Tongxin's life was secured with great difficulty. Upon seeing Yu Tongxin wake up several times from unconsciousness due to the pain, and then collapse into deep unconsciousness again, the heart of every student tightened. One of the students pointed furiously at Syed and shouted, "How can you be so cruel? Did your teachers not teach you what it means to fight with restraint?" Syed replied coldly, "You are not necromancy mages. How could you understand that undead creatures are not as easy to control as you imagine?" Bai Dongwei stood up with a horrific expression. "You do not intend to offer even a simple apology?" Syed, being criticized by everyone, naturally became dissatisfied in challenges unless there is intent to kill or a purposeful curse. The challenger does not need to assume any responsibility. A fight is a fight. Injuries are inevitable. If from the beginning you are not prepared for such consequences, then you should not be in the gym. It will be better for you to stay watching movies. At an elite school, our teachers only teach us to treat each battle seriously. Even if it is a duel, we must be ruthless as if facing demons. Who could imagine that the female students of the Chinese gym would be so fragile and use such cheap magic armor? Bai Dongwei roared immediately. "The person was injured like this, and you still say you had no intent to kill?" Syed showed no intention of apologizing, and his words were even more sarcastic. "I'm sorry, but I didn't come here to have tea. You still have one challenge slot left. If you want, send someone to fight me. At most, in your next fight, I will take it a little easier. To tell the truth, I didn't expect your people to be so weak like this. I will show mercy to prevent you from pointing your finger at my nose and shouting. An unbearable, arrogant man." Bai Dongwei had his face trembling with rage. He scanned the gym competitors with his gaze, wanted to choose a student, but realized that on the team there was not even one capable of fighting against him. At that moment, Munuogio stepped forward calmly. "I will go, instructor." She really couldn't stand seeing that anymore. There were more than 100 members from other academies present, and even with an obvious numerical advantage, they were being humiliated in this cruel way. When strength is low, it's no use trying to reason with others. Bai Dongwei was no fool. He understood that Mu Nuogio did not want her gym to be stuck with this reputation of humiliation. But Mu Nuogio focuses on the plan element and the wind element. Basically, there's no hope of victory. Looking at that death blade mummy already close to the commander level, even if a member of the main national team fought, it wouldn't be guaranteed they would win. No wonder he dared to challenge the gym alone. Bai Dongwei was about to break his teeth from gnashing them so much. Finally, he made this decision. Forget it. Hand the crest over to him. Bai Dongwei had never experienced such humiliation, but in assessing the situation, knowing the lack of strength of these students, he had to swallow his pride. The students down there didn't want to accept it. "Instructor Bai, how is this possible? We have already lost many crests." Bai Dongwei, extremely furious, said, "I said hand it over and that's it. Make sure to remember today's lesson. If you ever have the chance to join the national team and meet them in the world tournament, make sure to hit them with all your strength. Don't come back to see me if you don't crush them." Everyone lowered their heads. They had already participated in so many challenges, and before, everything was done with politeness. If they lost, it was fine. Everyone was at peace. But today, they changed completely, feeling the humiliation of having strength inferior to others. There will always be some arrogant countries and people who don't give a damn about others. This Syed, coming from Egypt, is the typical example. And just when everyone was already desperate, a particularly clear voice, without any emotion, suddenly arose. "Can I try?" Bai Dongwei said irritably. "You're not even on the Guardian team. Why are you interfering?" Someone said, "She looks familiar." Mu Nuogio was the first to recognize her. In an instant, her beautiful little face filled with surprise. Munyingsu. Munyingsu. It seems I've heard that name somewhere. In the stands, students from other academies, especially the men, began to shout excitedly, "Damn! Mu Ningxue from the Imperial Academy? That Mu Ningxue who is #1 in strength in the ice element?" Mu Ningxue's characteristics were very obvious. Long silver hair falling to her waist, skin as white as snow, and most importantly, a stunning beauty. Her face was so beautiful that it made anyone's heart race. She was almost the perfect image of the dream woman most men imagine. Bai Dongwei said hurriedly, "Oh, now I remember. A student who left the national team to report to the gym today. So it was you. Do you want to face him?" Mu Ningxu nodded and declared calmly, "If the gym crest is handed over today, my first defense as a guardian will be a defeat. I cannot accept that. Furthermore, this person has crossed the line." End of chapters 533 to 537. Next update, chapters 538 to 541. Mu Ningxue activates her total ice domain, and the Egypt team is forced to beg for mercy on their knees. Finally, I share with you the image of a young woman. Frontline animated wallpaper. The Egyptian national team despises the Chinese guardians, but ends up begging for mercy after being beaten by Mu Ningxue. Elite Mage Story Explanation, chapters 538 to 573. This Egyptian brat has already consecutively defeated 2 members of China's guardian team. One of them was seriously injured, and just when everyone was already desperate, Mu Ningxue appeared. The fat instructor is still a bit worried about you. Are you sure about what you are doing? This fellow's strength is already superior to the national team average. Mu Ningxue said without any modesty. Even having left the team, my strength on the national team would not be inferior to almost anyone's. Seeing such confidence in Mu Ningxue, Bai Dongwei said nothing more, only advised, "All right, but at the slightest sign of danger, you must retreat. I don't want to see anyone else suffering serious injuries like that. Moon Ogyo also warned, be careful, Mooning Shue. The strength of that gray monster is terrifying, and that death blade mummy is probably already with one foot in the commander level. Moon Yingsu nodded and walked slowly toward the arena. Sayed sized Mu Ningxue up from head to toe, and then said, why did they send another woman? Is there no decent man in this gym? I will declare once more. My undead are very violent. If I destroy your little flower, don't come blaming me with false moralism. Mu Ningxue asked calmly, are you sure that you can represent Egypt? Sayed showed disdain. By any chance, do you think I would come here alone to cause trouble? Just out of pure arrogance? Mu Ningxue said nothing, but was already planning how she would beat that fellow until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. With Bai Dongwei's announcement of the start, the gray monster, under the command of the Egyptian kid, advanced instantaneously. Mu Ningxue, for her part, directly activated her ice domain. In an instant, countless ice elements began to mix frantically when the gray monster, resisting the ice crystals, finally managed to reach Mu Ningxue's front. It was already so frozen that it could not move. Sayed dismissed the importance of this and said smiling, you underestimate my gray monster too much. To test your strength, I only allowed it to use less than 70% of its speed. Next, you will know what it is to have nowhere to hide. Mu Ningxue remained standing there and replied coldly, there'll be no next. Sayed gave a disdainful smile, and a strange red glow passed through his pupils, ordering the gray monster to use all of its speed. However, the gray monster did not move even an inch from its spot. Sayed began to panic. Quick, take your fist out of that damn ground and crush that woman. The gray monster remained immobile. Sayed was confused. What is happening? Is this woman a psychic mage? But he soon changed his mind upon sensing something wrong. The undead clearly had not left his control. Is it unable to move? Sayed suddenly realized, fixing his eyes on his gray iron corpse. Upon looking, Sayed became extremely frightened. His gray monster, without him noticing, had already been completely covered by ice crystals. How is it possible? This fast? Sayed could not accept that his gray monster was defeated so easily by the opponent. Then he ordered by force, damn you, move, use your strength to break this ice. The empty skull of the gray monster even accepted the command, but the body unfortunately did not obey, remaining stuck in place. Mu Ningxue did not intend to give him any chance. First, with a freezing strike, she completely sealed the gray monster in ice. Then, she launched a containment attack directly against the gray monster. If that hit full force, the gray monster would surely be reduced to ice crumbs. And once an undead is shattered, reconstituting the body is practically impossible. Sayed turned pale with fright at once and ordered the death blade mummy to act. Upon receiving the order, this creature advanced like an arrow to the front of the gray monster. That long black sword was raised once again. With one strike, a 10-meter-high whirlwind was completely dissipated. The students who were watching let out a gasp of amazement. Even intermediate-level magic can be cut. How terrible is this? Death blade mummy? Mu Ningxue had a serious expression. Her right hand was cut by the impact of the blade, bleeding nonstop. If her reaction had been a little slower, she would have lost her arm. The death blade mummy glared at Mu Ningxue fiercely and dealt another blow immediately after. Seeing the mummy's initial movement, Bai Dongwei's heart leaped into his throat. The other students present felt the same, for it was exactly with this blow that, moments before, Yu Tongxin was gravely injured. Mu Ningxue felt that she was being locked down by some kind of force. With her own speed, it was impossible to dodge. She quickly controlled all the ice chains around to fly in front of her, forming a defensive ice barrier. With the heavy fall of the death blade, the ice chains in front of Mu Ningxue were instantly shattered, seeing the black sword energy continue coming in her direction. Mu Ningxue quickly summoned a white star diamond shield to protect her. The shield blocked all the energy of the black blade. One could see that. All the energy dissipated 2 meters away from Mu Ningxue. Everyone in the audience sighed in relief. Li Yijuan couldn't contain a shout. Nice. Very well done. Bai Dongwei nodded discreetly. Condensing so many ice chains in such a short time. She really lives up to the time she's spent on the national team. She has enough strength and is very well balanced. Syed gradually recovered his state of confidence and said in a mocking tone, "There is no reason for such pride." As soon as he finished speaking, the Deathblade mummy under his command let out a wild roar like that of a bull, and a long death blade dealt a horizontal blow. The students below were stunned by that terrifying strike. It is far too scary. If that blow hits someone, there is not the slightest chance of survival. Mu Ningxue was also impressed by the attack method of this terrible mummy, but since she has faced commander-level creatures several times, she did not despair. She used the wind track to leap, reaching 4 or 5 meters in height, and then, using the strength of the ice chains, she leaped again. In the end, she managed to successfully dodge that terrible blow. Mu Ningxue hovering in the air above the furious blade strike was a scene that stirred everyone's heart, leaving them incredulous. If before anyone still questioned Mu Ningxue's strength on the national team, now they were completely convinced. At the peak, Mu Ningxue was in no hurry to descend. First, she controlled the surrounding wind to slow her fall, and then created 4 ice chains that wrapped around the death blade mummy's arms. The chains brought with them an intense frost, and, in a short time, the death blade mummy was covered by countless ice crystals. Upon seeing this scene, Syed totally lost his composure. He began to curse mentally. Damn it, how can the Chinese guardians have a student so difficult to deal with? It seems I will have to use my other element. Syed pointed at Mu Ningxue, with his voice betraying great irritation and restlessness. Cut her again. The death blade mummy raised the sword above its head with effort. Then it used both hands to make that long sword spin and fly above its head. The death blade mummy leaned its body slightly forward and threw with force using both hands, launching the great sword, which created a gale, in the direction of Mu Ningxue. After the exchanges of blows between Mu Ningxue and the death blade mummy, Bai Dongwei finally realized the great flaw of this undead creature and hurriedly warned, "Stay calm. Stay calm. This Egyptian's death blade mummy is not as terrible as it seems. It is just a static combat machine. The attacks are scary, but it only has these few movements. Do not be intimidated at all." The great sword hissed in the air, and its flight speed was surprising, causing a cutting chill. Upon seeing the great black sword spinning in her direction, Mu Ningxue commanded the ice elements, making them rise rapidly into ice hills before her. The ice hills sprouted from the ground, exceeding 7 meters in height. 3 consecutive ice hills became Mu Ningxue's strongest defense. The first, the second, and finally, the great black sword stopped completely upon hitting a third of the 3rd ice hill. Syed was paralyzed with shock. This woman, how can she use magic beyond the star system? Syed looked at Mu Ningxue totally shocked. Are you not an intermediate-level mage? How did you block my strongest death move so easily? This woman definitely hid her cultivation level. Among the guardians, a student who was also of the ice element shouted, "What is happening? Mu Ningxue, this ice magic of hers is completely different from ours." Li Yijuan was also intrigued. Yet, it's unbelievable. The power of this death blade mummy is already close to the commander level. How the hell did she manage to block that? While everyone was still surprised and confused, Mu Nuogio said, "It's the ice domain. Her innate talent, the domain. The students were all left with their jaws dropping. Domain is something most have only heard of, but rarely seen for real, because they say that even some of their advanced level teachers might not possess a domain. To have an intermediate level cultivation and possess a skill that surpasses the advanced level. Could these be the prodigies of a national team? Someone shouted into the arena. Mooning Shue, remember, he is a guest who came from afar. Don't overdo it. Just leave him half paralyzed. Strength is what truly matters. Seeing Mooning Shue gain a massive advantage, the gym students, who were about to explode with frustration, could finally let it all out. At times like these, who would care about the negative news regarding Mooning Shue? Someone came knocking on their door, almost killed a classmate, and even humiliated them. At this moment, she stood up to seek justice for everyone. How could she be bad? Let this bastard know what happens when they irritate us. Show no mercy. Go all out, Mooning Shue. Mooning Shue was much calmer than everyone imagined, even though her ice now covered the entire field, and she had the absolute advantage. She still preferred to wait a little longer. Syed was expressionless. The dimples of confidence on his face vanished, and the arrogance of despising everything in his eyes disappeared instantly. He needed to reevaluate this opponent, as the strength shown by this woman was truly above the national team average. Even being exceptional, Syed was thinking. He knew he could no longer count on the Death Blade Mummy. He needed to seize the last opportunity to win with a single blow. Mooning Shue gave Syed no time to think. She strengthened the ice crystals, making the freezing advance madly until, inside the body of the Death Blade Mummy, it didn't take long for the mummy to completely turn into a small ice statue, unable to move even a finger. Mooning Shue, stepping on the ice and snow covering the floor, slowly passed by the frozen body of the Death Blade Mummy. Overcoming this obstacle, her cold gaze fixed directly on the necromancer Syed. Syed shouted furiously, "I will not lose. I will not lose." Mooning Shue did not say a word. She lightly closed her eyes to make all the surrounding ice elements concentrate entirely upon Syed. This extremely arrogant Egyptian competitor truly deserves a good lesson. Syed, seeing Mooning Shue focused on controlling the ice and snow, showed a cunning glint in his blue eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved involuntarily. Next, he whispered 2 words, body explosion. Suddenly, the dead mummy's head began to swell inexplicably. With a bang, flesh and blood flew everywhere along with ice shards. Mooning Shue obviously did not expect the opponent to have this trick and immediately raised an ice wall to block all the debris. However, while she defended herself, Syed's smile became even more insidious. In fact, he still had the ability of another element he hadn't used, the shadow element. He had been retreating the whole time, precisely to position himself where there were shadows caused by light contrast. Syed was about to act when he realized his right leg was frozen. However, to win this fight, Syed gnashed his teeth and forcibly tore his right leg out of the ice. Next, he transformed into a black shadow and disappeared. Below the arena, everyone was stunned. This Syed is too cruel, isn't he? He went as far as sacrificing part of his own calf. Anyone else would think Mooning Shue had already won. Inside the arena, a black figure moved strangely to Mooning Shue's side. Syed's tall body began to emerge slowly. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he struck silently toward Mooning Shue. Syed thought to himself, "You made me lose a leg. You are truly impressive, but the price you will pay will be even higher." Mooning Shue remained standing there, without moving her body an inch. However, when Syed was about to hit, the dagger was suddenly repelled by a crystal that appeared out of nowhere. Syed's hand went numb from the impact of the ricochet. His eyes almost popped out of his sockets, with his face full of incredulity. He could not believe that the opponent knew his intentions and had prepared in advance. Syed had a breakdown and roared furiously. You did this on purpose. Mu Ningxue didn't even pay him attention. She turned and began to descend from the arena step by step. With Mu Ningxue's departure, the paralyzing effect of the freezing soon vanished. Feeling the pain begin to arise in his leg, Syed's expression turned horrific. Finally, an even more terrible torture hit him. Syed let out an extremely miserable scream. All that ridiculous arrogance disappeared without a trace. He fell to the ground, with blood starting to flow from the wound. His face turned extremely pale, and sweat poured down like rain. Syed shouted crazily, "Quick, heal me! Quick, heal me! You useless savages!" He crawled toward the severed part of his calf, as if by reaching there, and trying to join the piece by force, the pain would disappear completely. But halfway there, he was already rolling frantically on the floor. That scream could be heard clearly even outside the gym. What does it mean to reap what you sow? It is exactly this. Instructor Bai Dongwei didn't have a shred of compassion on his face, and the same was true for the other students. Syed roared in pain, I, Syed, swear I will make you pay the price. The more he roared, the less people paid him any attention. No one even approached to offer help. Syed rolled nonstop. His face began to become deformed. Tears and snot mixed together. Feeling a terrible pain, he could no longer maintain any posture of nobility. Syed finally recognized his situation. "Please, I beg you. Please, give me medical treatment," Bai Dongwei asked calmly. "Stop swearing?" Syed replied pitifully. "Yes, I won't swear anymore, no. I won't swear anymore." Bai Dongwei continued, "Apologize to Yu Tongxin." Syed wiped the mixture of tears and snot from his face. "I am sorry. I was far too arrogant." Bai Dongwei did not want to be extreme in his cruelty, and called the healing element student to treat him. Li Yijuan said, extremely dissatisfied, "Seriously? Why are they still treating him? They should let a guy like that rot on his own." The others agreed. Since he despised the Chinese gym so much, he should find a way on his own. Mu Ningxue, after this battle, became an absolute legend, and instantly turned into the hope in everyone's hearts. Bai Dongwei ordered them to take Syed away from there, and then turned to organize the guardians in a line. He did not shout at the guardians this time, but proclaimed with extreme solemnity, "Today's humiliation, you must have felt it. If Mu Ningxue, from the national team, had not returned just now, we would have had to swallow this bitter pill deeply. How bitter this feeling is. I believe even someone with every bone broken would prefer not to have to endure this. People have dignity, and you, as the elite of the country's universities, certainly have no less dignity than other mages. I need you to understand that there are all types of people in this world. There are strong ones who are kind, polite, and cultured, and there are those as arrogant and cruel as this trash, and pretentious. I need you, when you meet the former, to maintain the same humility, politeness, and friendship. At the same time, when you meet the latter, show that you have grit, and crush them without mercy. Make them understand that one must not mess with the mages of China." The students below became extremely excited, nodding promptly in agreement. This man walked with confident steps, leaving the 3-step tower, laughing loudly. "I finally brought my second element to the intermediate level. I'm a damn genius." And at that moment, another student came out right behind him, also with an expression of ecstasy on his face. Walking with the same confidence, he laughed. "I finally managed to break the barrier. I'm a genius as hell." This student's laughter was even more insane, and his attitude more arrogant. Guan Yu is someone who likes to make friends. Seeing that the boy's age was similar to his, he said smiling, "Hey, classmate. Seems like you worked quite hard too, huh? I also just advanced, and I was looking for someone to celebrate. How about we have some drinks to celebrate?" The other student did not stand on ceremony, and readily agreed. Guan Yu was radiant. Let's go. Joy renews the spirit. By the way, brother, which element are you?" The student said he was of the fire element. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu commented, "Fire? That's a bunch of violent madmen. But when I saw you coming out, I noticed some traces of electric arcs. I thought you were of the lightning element." The student explained that his second element was lightning. Guan Yu was dying of envy. Wow, fire and lightning at the same time. They say it is the most violent combination there is. My name is Guan Yu. I am of the light element. It's on me today. In the future, let's look out for each other. So your lightning element also advanced? Lightning and fire together. How brutal. Congratulations, but it must have been a lot of work, right? Mo Fan said, "It's true. This time, I almost failed while trying to take the lightning element to the Star River. Just thinking that failure would cost a fortune. I simply gave it my all. I almost ended up with mental sequelae. Fortunately, I managed to break the barrier in the end. If the barrier had lasted a bit longer, I think I would have been finished." Guan Yu started laughing upon hearing this, clapping Mo Fan's shoulder and saying, "Brother, look at how happy you are. You even confused Nebula with Star River. Star River is the advanced level. What you reached was the Nebula. The advanced level, for us, is like paradise. I don't even know if I have hope of entering the advanced level. In this lifetime." Mo Fan remained silent. Guan Yu felt the atmosphere turn strange. He looked at Mo Fan with a curious expression and said, "Well, you didn't really break through the advanced level, did you?" Mo Fan nodded with a smile. He felt he shouldn't be too showy. Guan Yu's expression changed instantly, but he forced a smile and said, "You're almost my age. How could you be at the advanced level?" "Brother, joking like that isn't funny." Guan Yu tried to probe Mo Fan with his perception, wanted to see his cultivation level. Normally, Mo Fan could easily block this kind of mental exploration, but since he had advanced today, someone needed to witness it, right? So he did not stop him. As expected, after a few seconds, Guan Yu's face became completely paralyzed. It couldn't be more static. All that joy of having reached the intermediate level, which made him extremely happy, vanished in that instant. In its place came the feeling of thunder striking. His weakened heart. "I give up on life." Upon returning to the apartment, Mo Fan felt a cool breeze. He was already eager to tell about his advancement too. The joy of having reached the advanced level, and sharing this with others. Shortly after, Mu Nuogio returned. Upon seeing his dear Mu back, Mo Fan wanted to go to her to give her a hug, but discovered that Mu Ningxue was right behind her. He started breaking into a cold sweat at once. Immediately he said, "Hey, the bags, give me the bags." "Seriously though, how can you carry something so heavy by yourself?" "Let me take it, leave it to me." Excuse you. What are you doing here?" "I'm so surprised. You've been in Shanghai for so long and didn't even tell me. I would have gone to pick you up." Later, Ling Ling also appeared without warning and brought Mo Fan a massive mission. After the end of the catastrophe in the ancient capital, there still remained one last hideout of Ceylon in the entire region of China. This matter was originally the responsibility of the Judgment Court, but their agents are easily exposed. Therefore, they posted a reward: 4 elite hunters to eliminate this residual problem. Although it was dangerous, the reward amount was gigantic. Upon hearing that he would earn a lot of money, the poor Mo Fan immediately became interested. By chance, Mu Ningxue also needed money, so the group reached an agreement. The next day, they caught the bus to Chongming Island. On Chongming Island, Mo Fan and the others investigated disguised as ordinary tourists. After passing through countless difficulties, they finally managed to sweep away the remaining forces of the Black Church all at once. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue profited greatly from this. Mu Ningxue, without hesitation, bought a Star River pulse and began to cultivate, preparing to advance to the advanced level. Back at the apartment, Mo Fan was still celebrating. Earning hundreds of millions at once was incredible. How wonderful! But remembering that he has 6 elements. The summoning element is almost evolving. The shadow element is also almost there. And the space element is so strong that it needs to evolve even further, remembering that he still has a daughter who spends a lot of money. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, even after earning hundreds of millions, he was still a poor wretch. And Mo Fan finally remembered that, even having been back in the country for so long, he still hadn't reported to the gym. At this rate, the instructors are going to end up kicking him out. When Mo Fan arrived in a hurry at the gym, he happened to see a group of foreigners entering the premises. A woman with cat eyes asked, "Is it here, Syed?" Syed, with anger and shame, replied, "Yes, it's right here. Today, we will definitely reclaim our honor." Into chapters 538 to 573. Next update, chapters 574 to 578. The Egyptian national team faces the Chinese Guardians again, but ends up being directly annihilated by Mo Fan. After giving the Egyptian national team a beating, to earn some extra money, he went with Mu Ningxiu and Ling Ling to Chongming Island, with a plan to destroy the local black church branch. As soon as they got off the plane, they were questioned by a policeman on duty. Montauk Fan, dressed casually, replied calmly, "This is my girlfriend, and this is my sister. I brought them here for a stroll. We got tired of downtown Shanghai and came to see the outskirts. We heard that there are many things here that maintain an original ecological style." Ling Ling said happily, "Brother, I want to ride a horse. I want to ride a horse." That call of brother left the policeman charmed at once. "If you want to ride a horse, you can go to Wanfeng village. There's a huge pasture there." Ling Ling asked, "Can you really ride a horse? I thought it was only possible in Inner Mongolia." The policeman smiled and said, "There are several villages here that are original ecological pastures. Currently, the freshest meats in the city are supplied by us. When you reach the pastures, you will see that those frozen meats, transported by ship or tampered with, don't even come close to ours. To enjoy the ecological style, you've come to the right place." While he spoke, he returned the documents of the three. Clearly, there was not any suspicion regarding the situation of this young couple taking their little sister for a stroll. Not a single question. Ling Ling smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, uncle." The policeman laughed. "What do you mean, uncle? I haven't even passed 30 yet." Yes, thank you, uncle." As they passed through the inspection area, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxiu couldn't help but look at Ling Ling. Ling Ling had already returned to her mature and serious posture, looking like a different person compared to that innocent, lively, and adorable figure from before. This made them feel that it's a waste that Ling Ling isn't competing for an Oscar. As they got on the bus, Ling Ling had already opened her mini computer and was typing rapidly on it. Electronic maps flashed continuously on the screen, so fast that Mo Fan had no idea what she was looking for. After a while, Ling Ling declared that she had already checked all the trading companies. Currently, the companies capable of sending Salin abroad silently are only 6. Having said that, Ling Ling marked the 6 most likely companies on the map. Mo Fan pointed to one of them, the closest one to us. "Is the Wanfeng village tuna trade? Let's take a look there first." Soon, everyone took the bus and arrived at the Wanfeng village tuna trade. Upon seeing the local policeman on duty, Ling Ling's adorable side emerged again. "Ah, brother, can we go inside to visit?" With all that charm, how could the policeman on duty resist? He let them in immediately. The group walked around inside several times. They saw many tuna, but found nothing suspicious. Mo Fan seriously recommended. The people of the Black Church have always been hidden in the crowd before they reveal themselves on their own. It is very difficult to find them. Furthermore, we cannot let the members of the Black Church perceive our intentions first. They are in the shadows, and we are exposed. If they decide that we are a problem, it is very likely that we won't even be able to leave this Chongming Island. Mu Ningxiu nodded. She knew the Black Church's style of acting well. People like Yuang and Mu He stayed hidden in her family for so long, without anyone noticing. Perhaps This is the most terrifying point of the Black Church. They are a bunch of cruel criminals, but they live all around us, without any difference from a normal person. They're like time bombs. It is impossible to fully protect oneself. Lingling said, "Let's not be in a hurry to go to the next village. Let's have fun here for a day. Since we're pretending we came for a stroll, we have to make it look real. Staying in a village for less than half a day, and already going to the next place. We'll make it easy for someone to notice something strange." As Mo Fan said, "We cannot be detected by the Black Church first. If that happens, the danger will increase 10 or 100-fold. They stayed in Wanfan village for a day. The local establishment owners knew how to prepare many delicious foods. Mo Fan acted as if the Black Church didn't even exist, and enjoyed the vacation happily. When night fell, Mo Fan suggested they take only one room. The two women agreed. But, as expected, Mo Fan slept in one bed by himself, while the two shared the other. The next stop was Pinyi Village. Both Pinyi Village and Junming Village focus on livestock. Chongming Island attracts more and more visitors, largely because of its ecological pastures, created with great dedication. The next morning, the three took the bus to Pinyi Village. In addition to Mo Fan and his group, there was a group that seemed to be university students on the bus, men and women on a trip. One of the short-haired young men, having helped Mo Fan with a bottle of water, began to converse with him. The other university students looked at the landscape, stunning through the window, surrounding a young man with glasses and exclaiming nonstop, "Wow, how cool. It's the first time I've seen such a large lawn." The young man with glasses smiled. "Look at that. I told you wouldn't regret coming here." The girl with bangs near the window said excitedly, "Look over there on that distant slope. It looks like there's a super beautiful building. I would love to stay there." Everyone began to celebrate. "That's it. Zhao Pinlin, you're the best. How incredible. We've never stayed in a villa like this before." Zhao Pinlin seemed to enjoy this feeling of being praised by everyone. He kept a constant smile on his face, but his eyes always turned, intentionally or not, to the back of the bus, where Mooning Xue was sitting. Mooning Xue was too beautiful, and Zhao Pinlin didn't stop stealing glances. It's a good thing Mo Fan didn't notice. Otherwise, it would surely be another ugly fight. Seeing his classmate chatting happily with the girl, Zhao Pinlin finally couldn't take it anymore. He approached and asked Rongsheng, "Are they your friends?" Rongsheng seemed to be quite simple. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "We just met. They're also going to Pinyi Village for a stroll." So he exchanged a few words. Zhao Pinlin promptly said that everyone was the same age, and that with more people the fun would be better. "Don't you three want to join us? As for the accommodation, I already spoke with the village hotel manager. I asked him to reserve several rooms for my classmates, but some couldn't come at the last minute, so it would be a waste to leave the rooms empty." Mo Fan was a bit hesitant. Wouldn't it be an inconvenience? Mooning Xue, naturally, remained silent. When someone spoke to her group, including the other people, she was never the person who took the lead to answer, unless her name was called directly. Zhao Pinlin was a bit disappointed by the calm and cold reaction of Mooning Xue. However, he maintained his self-confidence well. From what he knew, the vast majority of women are reserved, only in appearance. If there is the right approach, most end up accepting with pleasure. Lingling's eyes were already sparkling. "I want to live there too." Zhao Pinlin smiled immediately. Adults, faced with an invitation like this, usually make a scene or act difficult. A little girl is much more sincere. One could see that. Their male companion was from an ordinary family, and had never taken them to a place of such high level and style like that luxury hotel. Zhao Pinlin knew how to handle people. So, without waiting for Mo Fan or Mooning Xue's answer, he already followed what Lingling said with a laugh, and stated, "Certainly, I can even give you a room facing the lake." Upon opening the window, the view is marvelous. Winning over the little girl was the same as winning over the two. Lingling's cheeks were already flushed. "Really? But won't we be bothering you?" Zhao Pinlin said, I'm serious. In my humble village, having an adorable little girl like you staying is an honor for me. How would it be a bother? Zhao Pinlin returned to his seat. Mooning Xue was a bit confused, not understanding why Lingling wanted to stay with that group. Lingling, this little girl, changes her expression faster than turning a page. Suddenly, she became like a cunning and lazy fox, and said calmly, I overheard their conversation just now. Their route is almost the same as ours. If we go just by following those suspicious places, probably in a short time, we will be detected and watched by the Black Church. By following them, we might pass through some wrong places, but we will be absolutely safe. The Black Church might suspect young and new faces as being Judgment Court investigators here in disguise, but they would never suspect a group of city youths with simple minds who came here just for a stroll. Mo Fan nodded. It was true. If the places visited were too isolated, or the goal was too direct, it would be easy to be discovered. Who knows where the Black Church people are hiding? Even the agents of the Judgment Court do not dare to act here so as not to alert them, which proves that their surveillance and prevention system is quite complete. Having said that, Mo Fan suddenly scratched his chin. Besides, seeing the vulgar and superficial way of this kid, compared to me, he is far from even reaching my feet. Mooning Xue and Lingling were left speechless. You are practically the same as him. Quickly, everyone arrived at the villa mentioned by Zhao Pinlin. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and 4 or 5 uniformed waiters came to receive them. Next, they serve a lavish lunch for everyone. In this group of youths, there were obviously some from ordinary families who had never received such treatment, nor been to such a sophisticated place. The excitement on their faces was impossible to hide. One could notice that. The prestige of this young Master Zhao was not ordinary. But when the manager organized the rooms for everyone, young Master Zhao's expression suddenly became somber. Young Master Zhao wanted to show off for Mooning Xue, but the manager informed him that the highest level rooms were already occupied. Young Master Zhao became unhappy on the spot. Who are they? Do they have more prestige than I do? The manager seemed a bit embarrassed and explained in a low voice. They're all military equipment suppliers. In 5 days, it will be Master Min's lecture. Originally, all of our rooms were reserved for the lecture attendees. Managing to clear space for you and your classmates was already very difficult. Zhao Pinlin was confused. Who the hell is Master Min? I've never heard of this figure. Manager Ji said hurriedly, My young master, please do not say such a thing. If his students hear this, you will be in big trouble. He is an incredible scholar, a sage. Seeing that he could not offend him, Zhao Pinlin gave up, but he ordered the manager to reserve the place for him the next day, showing off until nightfall. The 3, Mo Fan, Mooning Xue, and Lingling, were invited by Zhao Pinlin, Rong Sheng, and the others to a cabin with a bonfire about 1 kilometer from the hotel. The cabin was made of golden wood on a slope, where they had fun together. Inside there was food and drink of all kinds, especially the surrounding decoration, which created an atmosphere of unsettling tension, yet stimulating and interesting. It must be admitted that this time Zhao Pinlin organized the classmates' gathering perfectly. The girls in the group had a very good impression of him. During their college time, they never imagined that Zhao Pinlin's family had such good conditions, and that he knew women's tastes so well. Rongsheng suddenly suggested, Come on, let's tell horror stories one by one. If more than half don't find it scary, the person will have to go up this path to the top of the hill. Mo Fan is also someone who gets into the mood, and he got all excited hearing about the stories. I'll start. I'm going to make you piss yourselves with fear. Mo Fan began telling the story of the Yiming Temple in Japan, about how he encountered a talkative monk. That monk tore off the arms and legs of all the other monks. It was extremely cruel. Then a female ghost appeared, but she only had half a face. With Mo Fan's exaggerations, The story soon ended. As a result, the 10 young people present fell silent. One of the girls even suggested in a low voice, "It's better if we return to the hotel." Mu Ningxue, beside him, discreetly stepped on Mo Fan's foot, thinking that this guy was simply ruining the mood. Most of the horror stories others tell are made up, so the descriptions have unrealistic points. Even if they aren't noticed, they create doubt. As for Mo Fan, everything this guy told were his own experiences, so the details were absolutely engaging and realistic. Even Mu Ningxue, upon hearing it, began to remember and felt a chill. Lingling, on the other hand, was full of contempt for Mo Fan's horror story. Childish. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Rong Sheng said hurriedly, "Well, let me tell one. Actually, it's not exactly a horror story. It's a rumor I heard over at Wuzhen Village." Everyone urged him to start telling it. They urgently needed another story to erase the real experience of this idiot Mo Fan. Rong Sheng said seriously, "My brother is a mage. Well, to be exact, a city hunter. The Wuzhen Village area was under his jurisdiction. About 2 or 3 months ago, strange haunted house phenomena appeared in Wuzhen, and local residents mysteriously disappeared. The case was assigned to my brother, and he went there. Guess what appeared in Wuzhen?" Everyone asked anxiously. What appeared? Many of them had already visited Wuzhen, so it only took a few sentences for them to get into the story. Rong Sheng was also a good narrator. With a very low voice, he said, "Moths." This word caused shivers in those listening. "Montak moths?" Rong Sheng continued, "Yes. My brother told me that some local residents even saw them with their own eyes. That ghostly mist that hung over Wuzhen actually wasn't mist at all, but rather clouds of moths. Dense as fog. I heard they were carnivorous moths. Think about it. So many moths they look like a cloud. An entire elephant would be devoured to the bone in a few seconds, let alone a living person." Another young man said in horror, "Hey, don't scare us like that. I was planning to take my girlfriend for a stroll in Wuzhen." Zhao Pinlin said smiling, "Humph, they're just legends. They were probably invented by the local residents themselves. Nothing more than a supernatural way to attract tourists. But there are many brave people out there." Rongsheng gave a little laugh and did not continue. But at that moment, Mo Fan suddenly interrupted. What he said is also true. The young man almost jumped. "Damn it. Stop causing trouble." Rongsheng was stunned, looking at Mo Fan with surprise. Mo Fan said, "Well, coincidentally, I was there a short time ago. The day I left, I saw a team of city hunters arriving. The ghostly mist is real, but the moths have not been confirmed yet. Whether the disappearances have to do with the moths, that also must not have been proven yet, right? They are just suppositions." Rongsheng was surprised that Mo Fan knew so much about the subject, and said hurriedly, "Yeah, my brother also deduced that." Lingling couldn't take it and commented, "The case hasn't been closed yet, and the moths haven't been captured." As a master hunter, Lingling had also heard of this case. It is one of the most bizarre incidents of recent times, since no reward was posted. For now, all responsibility falls on the city hunter team. Unfortunately, the people from the hunter team still haven't discovered the cause. Up until now, the rumors seem to have increased and gained several different versions. The other female classmates, upon hearing what Mo Fan said, had their eyes wide open. "Wait a minute. What did you just say? What do you mean it's true? Damn, don't tell me that is also real." No. I want to leave." Mo Fan looked frustrated. "I'm just telling the truth, damn it. Is this my fault now, too?" Mu Ningxue cast a deadly look at Mo Fan. She really felt like kicking him away. After a while calming everyone down, the horror stories resumed. Mo Fan's story left everyone restless with fear. The story from the short-haired guy made the girls scream that they wanted to go home. Finally, after much insistence, a girl who seemed quite shy began to tell her story. "One night, I went to visit a classmate in the neighboring village. My brother said he would come pick me up on his motorcycle, but he got drunk and didn't answer the phone. since I couldn't sleep at my classmate's house. I had to walk back to my village in the dark. I walked about 2 kilometers. Everything was going well, until suddenly I smelled a horrible scent. It seemed to come from a swamp or something rotten. Well, when he paused upon reaching this point, everyone was eager to hear the rest. But Mo Fan, hearing the description of the smell, immediately had a sharpened gaze. Mo Fan said nothing, just sharpened his ears to listen intently to the continuation from the girl named Gwilwini. Gwilwini, seeing that everyone was rushing her, continued the account. Since there were pastures nearby, where they usually leave cattle and horses grazing, I thought it was just the smell of manure. So I didn't care much, and kept walking under the starlight. Rongsheng asked worriedly, "You walking alone at night? Weren't you afraid something would happen?" An inconvenient young man commented, "Her appearance guarantees her safety." Winnie didn't mind much, and, among the laughter of some, continued, "I didn't walk far, until I saw something in the grass on both sides of the path. It was writhing, a friendly warning. The next scenes are a bit bloody. For those who are sensitive, I recommend skipping 20 seconds. Well, continuing, I vaguely saw a very thin person. He was hunched over a horse. At first, I thought it was someone treating the horse, as I also smelled blood. As I got closer, I discovered that person was eating the horse, eating it alive. Upon hearing this, everyone's body hair stood on end. Gwilwini said the horse's belly was ripped open, and the entrails were scattered on the ground. That stranger kept eating frantically, as if he were a reincarnated hungry ghost. I was paralyzed with fear. I stayed there for a long time, listening to the sound of him chewing. I don't know if he noticed me or not. I backed away step by step. I felt it was the hardest and longest path of my life. I always felt he would turn around and show me his face covered in blood, with raw guts hanging from his mouth. I thought I would be devoured by him in that way. When describing the part about eating, she herself plunged back into the terror of that memory, as her voice trembled, and her body trembled as well. Regarding this incident, Gwilwini had never spoken to anyone, but even with time passing, she still felt as if it had happened yesterday. Today, taking this opportunity, she told her inner fear, so that everyone could share with her this psychological burden. It was clear that what she told was a real fact. Rongsheng asked, "Are you sure it was a human, and not some kind of monster? I heard my brother say that. Actually, there are some demons infiltrated in the cities. They inhabit dark corners we don't see, like sewers and deserted outskirts. I think you might have seen some kind of demon." Gwilwini said, "I'm not sure either. Overall, it was very much like a human. It had hands and feet, but the back was curved and it was thin as a skeleton." Mo Fan and Lingling looked at each other. They could already be absolutely certain. Mo Fan said, "Let me ask you something. Where exactly did you see this?" Gwilwini said it was in Jinming village, near the pasture. Another person exclaimed, "No wonder you insisted so much before on not going to Jinming village." A very beautiful girl commented, "I also find it a bit scary. How about we don't go to Jinming village?" Zhao Pinlin saw that even Wang Shushu was afraid, but that was the place where he intended to create an opportunity. So he said, "How about this? Tomorrow I will ask Manager Ji to bring a hunter mage to accompany us the whole time. What do you think?" The girl thought that hiring a mage would cost a lot of money, and was a bit hesitant. Zhao Pinlin, however, said it was no problem, since the village hotel itself already had mages available. The girl was extremely surprised. "Having a mage as our bodyguard? Zhao Pinlin, your family is incredible." Being praised like that by Wang Shushu, Zhao Pinlin felt like the man. Mages aren't anything that's special. Actually, for money, they work for others, just like anyone else. Considering them powerful bodyguards is no exaggeration. Being mages themselves. Upon hearing these words from Zhao Pinlin, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue felt a certain discomfort. But Zhao Pinlin wasn't entirely wrong. In this world, mages are indeed a bit more noble, but not as much as money. Inside the bonfire cabin, everyone continued having a great time. The vast majority of the people didn't take the stories told earlier seriously. They had fun until late before returning to the hotel. The whole time, Zhao Pinlin tried to find a chance to exchange a few words with Muning Xue. But Muning Xue didn't even tell any stories. She simply went alone to the top of the hill, took a walk, and returned shortly after. To her, there was nothing scary there. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Clearsky Hunter Agency, Lu Ru, Mo Fan's wife, had already woken up. As soon as Lu Ru, Mo Fan's wife, opened her eyes, she realized she was lying in an unknown room. She immediately got out of bed to observe her surroundings. Downstairs, an old man who was in the room, studying a necklace bead, took off his reading glasses, slowly lifted his head, looking toward the ceiling, and exclaimed, "Little girl, you've woken up." As soon as he spoke, a tall figure went up the stairs at extremely high speed, as if a strong azure wind had passed through, instantly arriving before Old Man Bao. Lung Qing stared fixedly at the ceiling, and, with a tone of irritation, said to Old Man Bao, "There is a dark presence in the attic, a very dense, evil energy. How senile have you become to not notice? There is something living in the attic, and you don't care?" Old Man Bao said, smiling, "Don't get worked up, don't get worked up. She is the little servant of a certain great demon. The aura of this little servant even alarmed you. It seems she is truly transformed. She slept for over half a year, so she must have been completely reborn." Lung Qing frowned. Old Man Bao continued telling Lung Qing, "Rest assured, she has no ill intentions." Lung Qing said, "Humph. It's best she isn't discovered by the people from our court. The judgment court doesn't care if she's a good vampire or a bad vampire." The old man said, laughing, "Don't talk like that. She now takes care of the vampires in this region, and some dark creatures linked to them. Recently, the crime rate in this area has decreased drastically. Don't be so rigid. Help cover this up. Besides, give her a legitimate identity. Where there is light, there are shadows. Instead of eradicating everything and causing more chaos, it's better to let the darkness exist, but exist with order." Lung Qing questioned back, "Was that your thought when you were the one in charge? At the Holy Judgment Court? And what about the Black Church?" Old Man Bao said with a stern look, "Ah, those are just a bunch of animals. Human logic cannot be used to deal with them." On the other side, as soon as day broke, the wealthy young master, Zhao, took everyone to begin exploring the estate. This is a high-level private club. Many wealthy people from Shanghai gather here on weekends. Besides the original ecological style, the estate features a golf course, a winery, a Western restaurant, 5 large-room wings, an archery club, and horse riding. It is pure luxury. Sitting in the tour car, Lingling looked at everything with great curiosity. She rarely frequented places like this. Muning Xue continued with her iceberg demeanor. After all, this kind of environment was what surrounded her. Since childhood, she didn't know why, but lately she felt a certain aversion and irritation. For the Mu family is an international clan. To maintain internationalization, their headquarters also adopts this style, and the Mu estate in Bo City was an imitation of it. Wang Shushu's face shone with excitement. "Wow, I didn't imagine there was a place like this here." "Zhao Pinlin, does this also belong to your family?" Zhao Pinlin replied, "There are 3 rural estates here. My father owns a small portion of the shares." His voice was low while saying this, as he actually didn't have much authority on the matter. Because the owners behind these rural estates have much more powerful origins. He, Zhao Pinlin, actually only had the right of visitation. Lingling said in a low voice to Mo Fan and Muning Xue, "These 3 estates and high-level private clubs are the places I consider most suspicious." They were still thinking about how to enter here, since the place displays a private club sign, and those who are not members cannot enter. They strictly refuse ordinary tourists. Mo Fan, Lingling, and Muning Xue would have difficulty obtaining membership status, so investigating here would be extremely difficult. They didn't expect that Zhao Pinlin would solve this big problem. Mo Fan said, "Well, let's keep pretending. Now that we have arrived here, we need to be even more careful." Lingling said, "This place is 5 kilometers from Jiming village. Probably, if something happens and is resolved quickly, the news will hardly leave this place." The 3 rural estates are interconnected, occupying a vast area of land. It is no exaggeration to say that they possess a certain isolation from the outside world. If this is a branch of the Black Church, and they are discovered, they will have nowhere to run. Mooning Shua also realized that it would be difficult to call for help here. Therefore, she tried to act as normally as possible, like the others. She didn't walk through suspicious places on purpose, nor did she stare fixedly at everything. Upon arriving at a sophisticated villa, a butler wearing a tailcoat, smiling and polite, said to everyone, "Please, come with me. The guest rooms are already ready for you. Our Mr. Hamutu is very hospitable. He wishes that we treat every visitor to this place the same way we would treat him himself. Therefore, please do not feel intimidated. Any need you may have, just speak to the people in suits and red bow ties. They will fulfill the request. Any need." Haha. The old butler gave emphasis at the end. Any need. This left it in the air whether there was some other hidden meaning. It always seemed like something deep, making the young men, who were still inexperienced, have their eyes glistening while facing the uniformed girls behind, with their minds full of fantasies. With so many maids coming to receive them, and even the butler saying that any wish would be met, Mo Fan didn't even dare to move. After all, Shue was right beside him. While everyone was sitting in the hall, a young woman in a red dress began to explain the facilities and services of the rural estate. Lingling was fiddling with her phone, looking distracted, but in reality, she was quickly checking on that butler. And she entered this Callie's data into the phone, using the software to identify her identity directly. Lingling said in a low voice, "This Callie is a Chinese woman with foreign nationality." Mo Fan also commented, "Not a mage." Lingling put away the phone, returned to that innocent and sweet expression, and asked, Miss, are there big ships here?" "Those vessels that cross the ocean. Besides riding horses, I wanted to ride a ship." Callie, upon hearing the light and angelic voice of Lingling, flashed an even more radiant smile. Enchanted by the girl, she replied smiling, "We do have ships, yes, but our large transoceanic cruises usually only leave once per season. The trip is quite long, and for the next departure, there is still about a month left." Lingling made a little pout. "Ah, then I won't have the chance to board." Callie said, "That's right, and even if you were here on the date, those who board need to have an international identity. We have to inform the responsible departments." Lingling sighed. "Ah, what a pity." Callie left smiling, and softly closed the door. Mo Fan discreetly gave a thumbs up to Lingling. Since these 3 large rural estates have their own international cruises, they become the ideal route for Salon to flee abroad. As for the identity verification, what Salon's true identity is, or how many identities she possesses, is something impossible to track. As soon as she arrived here, she would basically manage to escape. The channels of the rich are varied. Mo Fan believes that smuggling someone abroad through here would certainly not be difficult. That being the case, these 3 estates become the biggest suspects. Lingling, while eating a piece of fruit, analyzed for Mo Fan in a low voice the true reason why Salon would manage to flee through here. It could be that there's an internal problem in the judgment court. Mo Fan and Mooning Shue were left agape, unable to believe it for a moment. But Lingling's analysis made perfect sense. This makes it so that the emergence of doubt cannot be avoided. While the 3 were talking in a low voice, Zhao Pinlin brought some cups of black tea for them. At that moment, the woman named Callie also approached, presenting the tea with a smile, and emphasized that everyone could stroll freely, while they needed to go receive another group of guests. After giving the instructions, Callie and the vice butler went to another reception room, where about 10 people were already seated. They were members of the City Hunter team, since someone had died mysteriously poisoned there before, and the case was not reported. They came to investigate, since the butler did not intend to tell the truth. The man leading the group immediately declared, "In order to operate normally, you covered up everything that happened. Tell your boss that. I will return tomorrow. It's better to prepare the information we requested. Otherwise, in the name of public danger, we will make you suspend activities. Don't think that money solves everything. If I find out that this was caused by a deliberate concealment on your part, you will suffer the consequences. Let's go." Observing that group depart, the vice butler's face grew stiff, not knowing how to respond. In the room, Lingling put away the listening device, walked quickly back to her place with a worried expression. Mu Ningxiu asked, confused, "What happened?" Lingling said, irritated, "How annoying. The City Hunter team just arrived. That idiot captain calling his people right now. Does he want to alert the enemy? This will hinder our mission." Mo Fan said, surprised. "Why would the City Hunter team come here? Could it be they also received information and came to investigate? This is a major obstacle. The Hunter team is linked to the Hunters Union, but is subordinate to the Judgment Court Department of the Magic Association. If they appear here, everyone from the Black Church will certainly be on high alert and will hide their intentions even more." Lingling was furious, wanted to call her sister immediately to ask her to withdraw those people. And Mo Fan, however, shook his head. "Don't do that. We have no idea what the Black Church possesses. And if we send someone to withdraw the City Hunter team now in a rash manner, they will become even more suspicious. Didn't you say they came to investigate another case? Maybe they will leave as soon as they finish the investigation. Since we've entered the lion's den, even if we can't complete the mission, we need to ensure that we can leave safely. Let the Hunter team appear. This might, in fact, help the three of us maintain our cover, as the Black Church's attention should fall immediately upon the Hunter team." Mo Fan said, "Let's just keep eating and having fun." After discussing for a bit, the three soon returned to the group. There are many leisure options here, spread across different places, so they don't need to worry about not finding anything. After playing all day, Mo Fan realized there were many other people there, several families spending their holidays, besides some social group gatherings. By the calculations, the three connected rural estates must house more than 1,000 people. If we include the service staff, the estimate is about 2,000 people. At nightfall, Mo Fan, after dinner, saw the girl named Guo Wenny and immediately had an idea, calling her at that same moment. Mo Fan took the girl for a walk in the woods, but she said that place ahead was too scary and that she didn't have the courage to proceed. Mo Fan soon began with a motivational speech. "Listen, actually, the more we fear something, the more it haunts us. You need to face your inner fear. If you have the courage to walk the path again today, you will see that this trauma will disappear completely." With Mo Fan's smooth talking, the girl ended up being swayed. After a while, she nodded and bit her lip with an expression of someone about to face a challenge. Mo Fan, seeing that she really gathered the courage to go there, couldn't help but admire his own silver tongue. If he weren't a mage, he would be a badass master at motivating people and resolving emotional dramas. Mo Fan walked in front, while Guo Wenny followed him with her heart in her hand. In a short time, the two arrived at the place where the incident of the man devouring the horse had previously occurred. Mo Fan saw a messy thicket ahead, went straight there and asked, "Is it here?" Guo Wenny panicked, asking Mo Fan not to get closer. She could even recognize that small, twisted tree nearby. Mo Fan didn't care at all, even if those things hadn't been there for years. Even if they were, he would deal with those creatures. Upon pushing aside the brush, Mo Fan noticed there was nothing, which makes sense, because if something had happened here, the Black Church people probably would have cleaned everything up quickly. How would they leave any trace? Suddenly, Mo Fan seemed to notice something and let out a, "Holy shit." This shout gave Guo Winnie a fright, and she almost ran away in fear. Mo Fan didn't even pay attention. He rummaged through the grass and found a piece of bone buried in the mud, almost fused with the earth and roots. Mo Fan thought the traces would have been eliminated, but fate didn't follow the expected script. With a quick search, he found evidence from that day. It was definitely a horse tooth, from a part near the mouth and face. The shape was quite obvious. If what Guo Winnie saw back then was a dark beast, and the black church people didn't seem to know that one of their disobedient monsters had devoured a horse there. Mo Fan continued searching. I wanted to see what else was around. Quickly, he noticed that in that area of dense brush, there was a patch of about 100 square meters, where the ground was completely bare. Clearly the surroundings were lush and dense. So why on earth was this spot bald? A smile appeared on Mo Fan's face. It seems it was the dark beasts and cursed beasts. The saliva of these filthy creatures is corrosive and, upon falling on the ground, can prevent anything from growing for years. Finally, a solid clue. They had suspicions, but no clear evidence, which was not good. Now Mo Fan would take some of this soil for Lingling to analyze. The truth would be clear at a glance. Guo Winnie's voice sounded behind Mo Fan. Are you okay? Mo Fan put the soil in his pocket and stood up slowly. He was surprised that Guo Winnie had returned, even though she was scared. It seems this girl is quite kind-hearted. Mo Fan smiled and said, I checked. There is nothing here. Not even the soil had a blood reaction. Hey, I'm from the police academy, so you could trust me. There's no mistake. Guo Winnie seemed a bit tense and excited. Really? Mo Fan comforted her. Really? You must have been mistaken that day. Think about it. It was all dark. Maybe there was a horse fallen here, and a boy was stopping its bleeding, getting his face and hands dirty with blood, which made you think he was eating it. Guo Winnie thought carefully for a moment and felt that what Mo Fan said made a lot of sense. Guo Winnie said softly, Actually, thank you. Mo Fan was about to say they should head back, when suddenly he heard some strange noises coming from the woods. Guo Winnie asked, Oh, what was that? Mo Fan smiled and said, Nothing. Can you make it back alone? I want to take a walk nearby. Guo Winnie thought that, to overcome her fear, she would need to be able to do this. She should walk this path alone once more. After hearing what Mo Fan said, she wasn't so afraid anymore. Guo Winnie nodded, showing a bit of determination on her face. After dismissing Guo Winnie, Mo Fan was preparing to investigate further, when suddenly Mu Ningxue, wearing black stockings, appeared from the other side of a tree and calmly asked if he had discovered anything. Mo Fan fixed his eyes on her sexy black stockings for a long time, fascinated by that pair of legs, full and curvaceous, which under the black stockings seemed even more attractive, in the most literal sense of the word. Mu Ningxue said a bit irritated, I am asking you if you discovered anything. Montauk Fan replied, Ah yes. What Guo Winnie saw eating the horse was basically a dark beast. I took some soil. I'm going to take it to Lingling to analyze. One can notice there is some movement in the woods. I was about to check it out when you appeared. Mu Ningxue said they should act together then, and with light and graceful steps, she walked slowly toward the woods. Mo Fan followed her, continuing to appreciate the long legs and black stockings, with his head full of certain thoughts. If Mu Ningxue knew that Mo Fan's mind was full of obscene things, she would probably cast an ice chain on him. Soon the two reached the other side of the woods, but the scene before them immediately left both red with embarrassment. In the woods, a series of moans could be heard. Mu Ningxue, upon hearing the sounds, thought someone was injured. Mo Fan arched his eyebrow and said, In my experience, it's not quite that, Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan craned his neck to look toward the distant woods. Through the darkness, one could clearly see under a tree, thick and sturdy, two blurred, overlapping shadows. They were in an intimate moment, amid strange cries and rustling noises. Mu Ningxue looked at it, not knowing what to do. The screams of that woman made Mu Ningxue's cheeks, white as ice, instantly turn red. And, at the same time, Mu Ningxue felt a warm breath behind her. Sensitive as she was, she couldn't help but flinch. Mo Fan's eyes were wide open, and he said in a low voice, "My God, these city people really know how to have fun." You couldn't see the man's face, but the woman's, yes. Flushed face, sweat dripping down. It was exactly the beautiful housekeeper Callie. The lustful look she emanated contrasted strongly with her professional, solemn, and rigorous posture during the day, creating a great visual impact. Mo Fan felt his nose heating up and involuntarily moved closer to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue didn't dare utter a peep, but she also couldn't let this scoundrel Mo Fan take advantage. She was about to react when she heard the housekeeper Callie speak. It seems I heard some noise." The man on top of her said, "You heard wrong. I am a mage and I didn't hear anything. The wind blowing. I know we have some small problems here, but we're going to take care of it. So, tomorrow, go take a walk in the square. Rest assured. See, since you agreed to have fun with me here, I certainly won't go hard on you." After an intense moment, the two remained motionless, resting. Callie now spoke with much more breath and continued, "Who sent you to patrol here this time?" The man didn't care about being in the open air and said, laughing, "No one. It was my idea. I already had my eye on you, you naughty girl. Coincidentally, there's some trouble happening here, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought you'd be so cooperative? You sought me out even before finishing dinner." Callie confirmed seriously. "In other words, this was entirely your idea, and there is nothing to investigate." The man replied, "The problems here are real. As the captain of the City Hunter team, naturally I must fulfill my duty." Callie gave a sigh of relief. "Oh, what a scare for nothing." Feng said, "What? Do you happen to have other If you go with me to the hillside this weekend, none of your problems will be a problem." "Huh," Callie said in a soft voice. "We do, yes. So please, I beg of you, help us keep the record of this place clean. You know we deal with rich people. If the rich hear something bad, they stop coming. In truth, an accident happened here. Nothing more than a poisoning incident. We cleaned everything up quickly. It's a small thing. Until tomorrow night." Until tomorrow night. Munyingsu mermerd coldly. "Scum." Mo Fan, with the same indignation, said, "Yeah, what scum? How can the City Hunter team have such trash? It's disappointing. It's because of people like that who ignore the law that the judgment court doesn't receive accurate information. The worst part is that it hinders important things." Mu Ningxue was so angry she looked ready to kill someone. She turned around and said deliberately, "I was talking about you." Mu Ningxue was going to move away from Mo Fan, but she immediately felt a mental scan approaching. Mu Ningxue didn't have concealment skills, so Mo Fan moved closer in time, using shadow magic to cover them. Otherwise, they really could have been discovered by the team captain. But for the shadow concealment to work, the two needed to stay very close. Mo Fan ended up hugging her from behind. Mu Ningxue's face was already burning because of those unbearable scenes from before. And now this scoundrel, Mo Fan the animal, this deplorable guy, was still rubbing against her. Mo Fan hurried to apologize. "Hey, don't be mad. I couldn't help it, you know. There are things a man can't control." This apology had no sincerity at all. He looked like a petty thief who had just stolen a candy. Mu Ningxue, faced with someone so shameless, there was nothing she could do. She only said with a cold face, "If there's a next time." A trail of ice flew toward Mo Fan's side, and a small, protruding wooden branch was instantly frozen. Mo Fan felt a sudden chill in a certain part of his body. Before he could react, a gust of wind came, and the frozen branch shattered completely. This made Mo Fan take a deep breath in shock. Mo Fan was extremely awkward and tried to regain his composure. Seriously though, seriously. It seems this property has had problems before. Callie really wants to cover everything up. We need Lingling to investigate this first. Munyingsu nodded. Mo Fan asked, do you think this Callie is suspicious? Mu Ningxue snorted coldly. In your head. Only think of her without clothes? Mo Fan said with all seriousness. Of course not. How can you think that of me? With you by my side, no other woman enters my sight. Mu Ningxue didn't believe a word of that nonsense. She immediately declared, the one who noticed our presence first. Wasn't that Captain? Callie is a mage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a perception. So much sharper than the Captain's. Can't you understand such simple logic? Montauk Fan praised. Ah, my Shue is truly brilliant. Mu Ningxue showed no emotion or anger. Her face simply said, get lost. Upon returning to the main building, Mo Fan handed the soil to Lingling. Lingling soon entered the room and began using some simple equipment to extract the components. It probably wouldn't take long to have a result. Mu Ningxue went back to her room, witnessing that in the woods wasn't the problem, but her favorite black stockings, which she had just bought, would have to be thrown away. After being brushed against by that degenerate, she didn't want to wear them anymore. How can he be so shameless? How can someone this shameless even exist? Mu Ningxue changed clothes and wanted to take a shower, but someone knocked on the bedroom door. Upon opening it, she saw it was Zhao Pinlin. Mu Ningxue said impatiently, what do you want? Zhao Pinlin was looking at Mu Ningxue with ulterior motives and invited her to watch the stars together. Mu Ningxue became furious instantly. She had just been pestered by Mo Fan, and now this fellow was coming to harass her too, with her face showing total displeasure. She slammed the door shut and said she was going to sleep. Outside, Zhao Pinlin's nose almost hit the door. Looking at the closed door, a wave of irritation struck his pride. He turned around and, in a terrible mood, walked toward the lounge. The waitress in the bow tie asked, Mr. Zhao, what would you like? Zhao Pinlin ordered any drink and started drinking. Then he ordered the waitress to go to the second floor to call the woman, named Wang Xiu. The waitress nodded and, as she was about to leave, Zhao Pinlin stood up and said never mind, that he would go himself. Help me prepare this place. Make it look more romantic. That said, Zhao Pinlin went straight to the second floor. Upon arriving in front of the door, he was about to reach out to knock on Wang Xiu's room. But at that exact moment, the door opened. He came face to face with a familiar man's face. Rong Sheng, with a naive smile, said, Hey Zhao Pinlin, are you looking for Wang Xiu? Zhao Pinlin was completely stunned. What are you doing in her room? Did she let you in? Zhao Pinlin immediately noticed Rong Sheng's collar and buttons were misaligned, and considering the time at which he was leaving Wang Xiu's room, Zhao Pinlin, no matter how stupid he was, couldn't help but imagine what had just happened. Zhao Pinlin's eyes overflowed with fury. He never imagined that the seduction plan he prepared so carefully would end up helping that idiot Rong Sheng succeed. And on top of that, with his initial target, Wang Xiu. In his view, someone like Rong Sheng, at most could only end up with someone like Guo Wenyi. This blow left Zhao Pinlin on the verge of going crazy. He gave Rong Sheng a violent shove, turned his back, and ran to that lounge from before. Zhao Pinlin was about to explode. He couldn't get someone of Mu Ningxue's level, and he even ended up losing a beauty like Wang Xiu. He spent a fortune to organize this class reunion, pulled so many strings, and it all ended like this. Zhao Pinlin drank frantically, downing one glass after another. He was alone in the lounge. Anyone could see inside him the fury and restlessness. That waitress with the bow tie saw the scene. A malicious smile flashed across her face, and she walked slowly toward him, saying, I'll keep you company. The waitress let down her tied hair, undid the knot of her tie, and her wavy brown hair fell over her shoulders. This made her previously ordinary face suddenly look much more attractive and radiant, added to the 3 open buttons on her chest, subtly revealing her curves. She didn't seem vulgar nor conservative. Zhao Pinlin was impatient at first. He didn't think his level was so low as to hook up with the employees there. But upon seeing the woman's transformation, his gaze became fixed. The waitress smiled seductively and somewhat wickedly. I know you. You come here often. You are a very interesting man. But it seems things are not going as you wish. We can talk further. Perhaps I can help you achieve everything. If you have already heard about certain things here, about worlds where dreams come true. Following the waitress, he went to another area of the estate. Zhao Pinlin felt doubt at the same time that a new expectation arose. The light here was quite dim, due to the waitress crossing those side corridors and passing through a locked door. It is likely that no one comes through here, under the soft light of the lamps. Observing the woman's wavy brown hair and the sway of her waist, Zhao Pinlin's previous fury suddenly transformed into a burning desire. At a corner, Zhao Pinlin pushed the woman forward, pressing her hard against the wall, and his hot body moved close to her. The waitress let out a soft sigh, turned to face the visibly irritated Zhao Pinlin, and, with a seductive smile, said, "Don't be in a hurry. If you just want to use me to vent your emotions from today, I don't mind, but I think you have targets you desire much more." Zhao Pinlin was in no mood to listen to her, and began to kiss her intensely. In the dark corner of the passage, 2 heavy breaths could be heard, the sound of clothes being opened, and, finally, rhythmic moans. The dim light lengthened the shadows of the two, reflecting them on the small glass pane nearby. From the silhouette, it was possible to identify an act of intense physical intimacy. Once the passion passed, the fire in Zhao Pinlin's heart diminished greatly. But thinking that, even Wang Shushu was possessed by that idiot Rong Sheng, he felt an unbearable humiliation, as if he had been betrayed. In appearance, in family, in intelligence, he was far superior to Rong Sheng. Was that Wang Shushu blind? The waitress dressed slowly, although some of the clothes were basically unusable. The waitress smiled and said, "Feeling better? But with your intelligence, you must know that this was just the appetizer." Zhao Pinlin also flashed a smile. Is that so? It seems you can make it so my night isn't boring." The two arrived at an empty room. The woman closed the door slowly and handed a potion vial to Zhao Pinlin. "First, experience the sensation of having your dreams come true." Zhao Pinlin said he has no interest in drugs. The woman explained, "Rest assured, this isn't the kind of thing that only gives mental pleasure." Zhao Pinlin asked, "What is your name?" "Sufangli." After saying this, the woman set the potion aside, sat down, and said nothing more. She just kept watching Zhao Pinlin with a look full of provocation, as if saying, "Do you have the courage to drink?" Zhao Pinlin could not stand being challenged by women. It made him remember Mu Ningxue's gaze, that cold look of contempt. Zhao Pinlin tilted his head back and down the potion all at once. The instant the liquid went down his throat, he felt intense dizziness and vertigo. It seemed as if the entire dark hall was undergoing a spatial distortion. He shook his head sharply, regaining a bit of consciousness, and realized he was no longer in that hall. The woman named Su Fengli had also vanished. He was standing in a room that looked identical to the room where he was staying, with no apparent difference. But there was someone sitting on the bed in the room. It was Wang Shushu. She was exchanging messages on WeChat with someone, sometimes by audio, sometimes typing, unable to stop laughing. Su Fengli's voice echoed, "This is a dream. You can do whatever you want, however you want." As soon as Zhao Pinlin saw Wang Shushu, that feeling of humiliation surfaced instantly. Hearing Su Fengli's seductive voice again, Zhao Pinlin's burning desire, which had just subsided, rose again with full force, like a beast that had completely lost its reason. He lunged at Wang Shushu. Su Fengli, Siting Nurbai, saw Zhao Pinlin while he shouted the name of another woman, throwing himself onto her, and could not help but laugh. She knew exactly what frustrated this man the most, so she was very cooperative. It's a pity he was a bit too fast. Su Fengli didn't even have time to enjoy the moment after the work, and he had already finished, satisfied. It doesn't matter. I believe he is already so involved that he can no longer get out. The next step is the actual execution. Zhao Pinlin woke up slowly, all covered in sweat, but with an animalistic smile on his face. That environment made him feel very good. Su Fengli said, "This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. What I promised you is to make your dreams come true, not just stay immersed in a familiar illusion. Don't you want to take revenge on that pair of traitors? I can help you, and turn the scenes you just imagined into reality." Zhao Pinlin was a bit incredulous. He thought she was playing with him. Su Fengli, however, said, "Do you think this looks like a joke? As a gift. Very soon you will be able to put this into practice. That woman who has no influence at all, and doesn't even know how to protect herself, has already been prepared for you. Of course, if you have greater ambitions, such as, for example, the other one, that silver-haired woman who doesn't even bother to look at you, then you will need to become faithful to one person." Zhao Pinlin was confused. Faithful to one person? Su Fengli said mysteriously, "When you take the first step, we will continue our conversation." Zhao Pinlin didn't want to go too far. He was about to refuse, but Su Fengli's provocative voice echoed again. "It's not that you don't want to. You're just afraid of the consequences. Rest assured, nothing will happen to you. Of course, if you are content with this kind of substitute relief, take some medicine and leave. Consider that I wasted my time tonight." Zhao Pinlin probably couldn't stand to hear that. Thinking back to that chaotic and stimulating dream just now, he couldn't help but feel his desires grow. If that could really happen, how perfect would it be? Early in the morning, interns dressed as maids were already knocking on everyone's bedroom doors, calling everyone for breakfast. Mo Fan sat down next to Rong Sheng, slapped his shoulder and smiled. "Rong Sheng, why can't you stop smiling like a fool? Did something wonderful happen last night?" Rong Sheng and Mo Fan got along very well. The two talked openly. Rong Sheng leaned into Mo Fan's ear and whispered, "Brother, don't go spreading this around yet. But Wang Xiu and I made our relationship official. Last night, I went to her room, and we did that." Mo Fan got excited. "Wow, congratulations, congratulations." Rong Sheng gave a little chuckle, preparing to give more details. But exactly at that moment, at the restaurant door, two figures appeared, almost glued to each other in an intimate way. Rong Sheng still wore that smile of happiness, but when he saw who was entering, the smile on his face froze instantly. Mo Fan was also perplexed. Zhao Pinlin walked in parading, with his arm around Wang Xiu's waist. He held her very tightly. By the level of intimacy between the two, it seemed they had already been together for a long time, and that they had shared a deep connection. The confident and arrogant smile on Zhao Pinlin's face seemed to announce to everyone, "This woman by my side is mine." Mo Fan looked at Rong Sheng, then at Zhao Pinlin, and then at the extremely uncomfortable expression of Wang Xiu. What the fuck is this? What's going on? His own girlfriend in the arms of another. Rong Sheng was completely stunned. He stood up and asked, "Xiu, why? Last night we clearly did that. Why are you with him today?" Upon hearing what Rong Sheng said, everyone began to gossip. Who could have imagined there would be such a twist? Wang Xiu said softly to Rong Sheng, "Rong Sheng, can we talk about this later?" Zhao Pinlin, for his part, began to laugh, completely ignoring the feelings of the two. "Rong Sheng, she was just playing with you. Xiu, isn't that right?" Rong Sheng roared furiously. "Playing? How could that be a joke?" Wang Xiu felt pity seeing Rong Sheng like that, but seeing Zhao Pinlin's gaze, she was forced to say, "Rong Sheng, it's like this. Last night you suddenly confessed, and I saw that you were sincere. I didn't want to hurt you, so I didn't refuse you bluntly. Who would have thought you'd misunderstand? I didn't want you to be too sad, so I just gave you some attention. Regarding me and Zhao Pinlin, you should understand." Rong Sheng was completely stunned. Hearing these words from Wang Xiu's mouth was far too painful. Giving attention? Last night was just giving attention. The colleagues nearby tried to console him. Rong Sheng. Did you drink last night? Listen to what I say. Don't be impulsive. Why are you taking this so seriously? It's true, it's true. We are all classmates. It's normal to like each other. Sit down. Let's have breakfast. Rong Sheng sat in his place. And seeing his desolate state, Zhao Pinlin showed a smile of satisfaction. Everyone ate quickly. Most people followed Zhao Pinlin to test out other facilities. Rong Sheng went back to his room and locked himself in a cry. Mo Fan was heading to Ling Ling's room. But at that moment, Guowini called him, telling Montauk Fen about Wang Xiuxiu's strange behavior. Mo Fan also noticed the girl wasn't normal, so he kept that information. Afterward, he went to Ling Ling's room to ask about the situation. Ling Ling said the soil was analyzed, but it wasn't from a dark beast, nor from a cursed beast. Mo Fan was confused, and then he told her about what happened with Rong Sheng, Wang Xiuxiu, Zhao Pinlin, and what Guowini had said. All at once, Ling Ling reflected for a moment, shook her head again, and thought that none of this should have any connection to the Black Church. Mo Fan also thought that, even if there were a problem, it was probably Zhao Pinlin, using improper means, to force the girl to yield. This was a matter for the police. 2 more days passed, and besides the lecture by a man named Master Min, nothing else was discovered. However, due to the enormous influence of this Master Min, Mo Fan and Ling Ling labeled him as one of the primary suspects. After all, the level of indoctrination by the Black Church is terrifying. In the bar, Zhao Pinlin was drinking, with an irritated expression. His mind now only thought about how to possess Mu Ningxue, Su Fan Yilingding, and said seductively, "That woman is different. If you want to possess her, you will have to join us. We will make you control a creature whose power is not inferior to that of a mage. It possesses special abilities for concealment, assassination, and theft, and can solve many problems for you." Zhao Pinlin asked in surprise, "Control a creature? Wouldn't that be like a summoning mage?" Su Fangli Nadif. "Yes, almost like that. The condition is that you provide us with a body. To prove your sincerity, I suggest that you hand over to us the woman you just got tired of. She will become a slave tailor-made for you, under your command, suffering all kinds of pain and torture." Zhao Pinlin hesitated for a moment. He admitted to being fed up with Wang Xiuxiu. In the beginning, when he possessed her, he still felt the pleasure of revenge. But later, seeing her cornered way, always begging him and crying, Zhao Pinlin became extremely irritated. Now he no longer had any interest in Wang Xiuxiu. But that doesn't mean I should sacrifice this woman. Seeing Zhao Pinlin's hesitation, Su Fangli continued with the temptation. Zhao Pinlin ended up not resisting and agreed. Upon seeing Zhao Pinlin nod, a gentle smile appeared on the face of Su Fangli. "Very well. You yourself will make the offering. If you had refused, tonight you would have become my servant. I love transforming men who have touched me into slaves that I can use every day." Ha ha. The gentle smile became a wicked and seductive laugh. Zhao Pinlin felt a chill throughout his entire body. He asked in a low voice, "Your rank. Is your rank high?" Su Fangli smiled slightly. "Join first. I will tell you that I have great expectations for you. An ambitious and insatiable man." The woman sat in a black chair, with her legs crossed. The man knelt before the woman's short skirt, kissing the heels of her shoes. Beside them, Wang Xiuxiu watched the scene with dread. There was no pleasure of adult games there. It was pure and absolute sickly devotion, which brought an inexplicable restlessness to Wang Xiuxiu. Su Fangli smiled. "You have already kissed the feet of death. The Lord will accept your sincerity. Now, everything depends on your actions." A flash of uncontrollable excitement passed through Zhao Pinlin's eyes. "The Lord you mentioned, would it be the one from the ancient city?" If it were a week ago, Zhao Pinlin would have refused upon hearing the title of this Lord. But now he felt as if he were treading a path toward infinite power and strength. a leader. They have someone who can act with such freedom in the real world. So, would he still need to worry about not fulfilling his little desires? Zhao Pinlin said, "Please tell the Lord that I will make even greater contributions to the order." Wang Shushu witnessed everything from the side, her face full of incredulity. Black Church. Wang Shushu finally understood. Wang Shushu was about to suffer a terrible fate. Why in just a few days? Did Zhao Pinlin's personality change so much? It turns out he got involved with the people of the Black Church. What kind of method did this woman in high heels use to transform an exemplary student into this figure? He seemed totally possessed by a demon, with nothing but greed in his soul. More than 20 years of education and humanity were torn away in an instant. Zhao Pinlin, with words laden with cruelty, slowly approached. Wang Shushu, you no longer have any value to me. So, become the stepping stone for me to achieve greater goals. Wang Shushu felt her life in danger and tried to calm down to persuade him. But Zhao Pinlin was not even swayed. In fact, in his view, someone capable of leaving the entire country of Greater China helpless must be incredibly badass. Can walking with this kind of people go wrong? Su Fangli laughed, with a tone of unshakable arrogance, while fixing her gaze on Wang Shushu. Zhao Pinlin's background and talent made him just a servant a bit richer than common people, but his ambition and capacity for action make him a rare talent, even for me. What he lacked was just an opportunity like this, to surrender his soul to the true God of death. There is only one God, and it is the God of death. In this world, no one can escape the clutches of death, including the gods themselves, and the realm of the dead is the human paradise, the true place of eternal life. While you are alive, contributing more to the incarnation of death on earth is what will guarantee your position of superiority upon arriving in the eternal realm of death. Otherwise, after a short human life, when arriving in the realm of death, you will continue to be a slave like the dark beasts. Wang Shushu looked at the fanatical Su Fangli, suddenly became speechless. Su Fangli began to laugh, with an expression of total depravity. It depends on you. The moment you push her, you will be our order instructor. Given our special, intimate relationship, you will answer directly to me. No black-clad member will have the right to give you orders. You will become my best student. Zhao Pinlin nodded, and without any mercy, used brute force to drag Wang Shushu to those disgusting black rocks, and pushed her in at once. Su Fangli said she needs to stay immersed for a while, to wash the breath of life from her body. Then I will teach you how to conjure the curse. Zhao Pinlin nodded with expectation. Mastering power was something he had always desired. Unfortunately, he could not become a mage, and he didn't imagine that at 20 years old, he would still have a chance. This was truly a divine opportunity. When Su Fangli was about to start teaching the evil art, the earring she wore emitted a sound. Su Fangli said impatiently, "If it's not something important, don't interrupt me. I am guiding my student." A man's voice came from the other side. Infiltrators with suspicious identities pose a threat. Su Fangli frowned. "Have you found out who they are yet?" The person replied, "For now it's impossible to identify. There are many people coming and going at the estate lately." Su Fangli asked, "Are they from the judgment court?" The man replied, "No. We are keeping an eye on the judgment court all the time. Not even one of their interns has entered the island." Su Fangli snorted in irritation. "Then who are these idiots who don't value their lives? Investigate thoroughly and list all suspicious names." Su Fangli turned off the communicator, and her cold gaze fell upon the tubware. Wang Shushu struggled desperately. After Wang Sugzu fell into the water, her feet were grabbed by something mysterious. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't come up. Zhao Pinlin asked, "Hey, let's continue." Su Fangli said, "First let's deal with the incident. Urgent metteurs. It seems this branch of ours has been exposed. Are those people you brought all your classmates? Why is there a girl who is a mage?" Zhao Pinlin immediately described what happened on the bus. and stated that there should be no problems with them. Su Fongli said, identities can be forged, although we perform deeper checks. Verifying one by one would be a waste of time. Since you are now an intern disciple, go probe the truth about those people for me. I will lend you a cursed beast for you to command. Remember, it is better to gain nothing than to expose your identity. And if the identity is exposed, you know what to do, don't you? Zhao Pinlin hesitated for a moment. Received from Su Fangli. A reddish-green pill. Zhao Pinlin nodded firmly. Death here is the beginning of paradise. I know what to do. 17,476 mages acted at the same time, but ended up arresting only a few prostitutes. Captain Panjin stood there, sweeping his gaze over that group of girls, with a terrible expression on his face. No matter how seductive or beautiful they were, or how attractive their bodies were, he felt like throwing himself into the Huangpu River and just ending it all. Mo Fan has very good hearing. Even from afar, he heard the voice of Captain Pan Yin. Mo Fan asked in surprise, prostitutes? Lingling said, yes. This Callie is the madam of this property, providing entertainment services for the rich, who can have fun here. She has a contact list, which includes some college girls who moonlight here, receptionists and escorts. And so, this was deliberately camouflaged in a sophisticated way, making it seem to some that it is a mysterious organization, like the Black Church, for example. Mooning Shua said, but this Callie is a mage. That means that she is a smoke screen deliberately created by the Black Church. Lingling said, yes. The Jinzai Hunter Group, after rigorous planning, used more than 1,000 mages, used Masterman's name, utilized a ceiling barrier that cost over 100 million, and then arrested a bunch of prostitutes. I don't know what the expression is on the face of their leader right now. It's bizarre. With so many people in the group, does none of them have a brain? It seems they will be in the headlines again tomorrow. At that moment, a chubby official appeared, and, pointing at Panjin with a leadership pose, criticized, even for arresting these people. It shouldn't be a matter for you mages. Do you respect the police? This is absurd. Nowadays, hunters use their status to mess up the social order. Jinzai Hunter Group, right? I will speak with your superiors. Panjin said reluctantly. We had authorization, using a luxury property as a facade, to perform such shameful acts. Take them all away. Take them. Pan Yin, upon saying these words, felt like slapping his own face. The leader of the Jinzai Hunter Group, Guming, could only follow through with the mistake now. Take this group and hand them over to the police. Speak with the judgment court, so they can perform a verification. But just by looking at those girls, one could tell that they really weren't members of the Black Church. From the top of an attic with a window, a pair of astute eyes watched this farce from above. On the purplish lips, there was already a smile of contempt. Zhao Pinlin was at the side, saying to Su Fongli with humility, the Jinzai group is a first or second tier hunter mage group. In the Hunter Union, it has a great reputation, and you made fools of them completely. Gao Min Su Fongli said. They were somewhat clever. They used Master Min's name to enter, before we were fully prepared. Zhao Pinlin said, after this failure of theirs, wouldn't this property be even safer? Su Fongli was about to respond, but a hum sounded in her ear. The fox-like cunning and pride on Su Fongli's face changed immediately. She looked at Zhao Pinlin beside her and signaled for him to move away. Zhao Pinlin heard some sounds coming from the communicator in Su Fongli's earring. He found it strange. Why did just hearing a voice make Su Fongli's expression change so much? Unsurprisingly, Su Fongli was the true authority of this property. Zhao Pinlin withdrew discreetly. Su Fongli waited for him to leave to answer the signal. Su Fongli, facing the window, upon hearing that slightly disdainful tone, knelt involuntarily, with her head bowed. Master. From the other side came a voice of undefined gender. You handle this well, Su Fongli said. Compared to you, Lord, these are just mediocre tricks. Experienced hunters have already tracked this place, which indicates that the judgment court may be watching us. My suggestion is that, after this incident, everyone should blend in with the civilians and make the transfer. If traces of the Black Church are found on the property, we won't be able to stay here for long. Transfer is not our style. Master, then what do you mean? My departure made many who were hiding like cowards appear, raising the banner of divine justice to sweep us away. Upon discovering a single intern disciple, they already want to pose as hero saviors of the world. A bunch of ridiculous and stupid people who only deserve to live like inferior rats in the cracks. Take this Jinzai Hunter group as an example. Make them understand one thing. Even if I, Salon, am not present, I still rule over their life and death. Even being just a voice through the communicator, Su Fengli could feel the killing intent. The person is not here, but the fear remains hovering. This is the true death, the divinity of death. Su Fengli could not help her enthusiasm and fanaticism. She had hidden for too long lately, making the world almost forget how they were, implacable and cruel, and how they were inviolable. Su Fengli said, I understand. The voice said, hide your identity well. I need intelligent people who, no matter the size of the storm they cause, manage to come out unscathed in the end. Killer Whale used to do this very well, but disappointed me greatly at the final festival. Communication ended. Su Fengli bowed slowly in the direction. She was paying reverence. With her body and head pressed to the floor, she remained like that for 5 whole minutes. Only then did Su Fengli stand up slowly, with eyes sharp as blades. Su Fengli called out coldly, Zhao Pinlin. Zhao Pinlin walked to her side. Su Fengli said, smiling, You are lucky. You just joined the order and will already see a solemn ceremony. Come enjoy with me this night. Of miserable screams, she laughed slowly, from self-confidence to arrogance, from arrogance to madness. The famous Jinzai Hunter group was now being called the Vice Squad. Pan Jin, upon hearing this sarcasm, became completely furious. In all his life, he had never gone through something as humiliating as this. He said impatiently, Da Tong, what are you still doing there? Take them out of here. Da Tong knew the captain was exploding with rage and did not dare say anything else. But the moment he was going to obey the captain, suddenly a sharp pain came from his throat. Next, a large amount of fresh blood gushed from his mouth. Before they could react, several companions nearby also began to vomit black blood and fell to the ground lifeless. As for the mages, they tried everything to save the people, but all effort was in vain. In the end, they just shook their heads, indicating they were helpless before it. In a short time, dozens of people, before everyone's eyes, transformed into dried-up corpses. Pan Jin watched the scene, with tears flowing endlessly, feeling sadness, pain, and dread. He really couldn't understand. It was supposed to be a minutely planned operation, to hunt the Black Church, but suddenly it turned into a collective fall into a nest of demons. Mo Fan saw all this with his own eyes, and it must be said, he felt fear at that moment. Every breath was taken with extreme caution, not knowing if he would be the next to vomit black blood. Lingling quickly entered some data into the computer and analyzed all around. The probability of what happened today in the Hunter group is relatively high over there. We must be lucky for there being over 1,000 people. For the 17 dead, the chance of it falling on us is about 1%. Mu Ningxue looked at Lingling and suddenly felt that little girl was a freak. She could hardly believe that Lingling, in such a situation, could still speak in that tone. Looking at the older adults around, there were quite a few who were wetting their pants in dread. Lingling, however, seemed oblivious to everything, calmly observing the events. Mo Fan gave a bitter smile. A 1% chance. He shouldn't have such bad luck. While everyone agonized over the poisonous mutation, Guo Winnie suddenly entered, saying that Wang Xiuxiu had disappeared. and begging for Mo Fan's help to find her. Mo Fan did not want to get involved. After all, the situation with the Black Church is still in chaos. But Mooning Xue at the side stood up. Come on, let's go look for Wang Xiuxiu. Then she said to Mo Fan, sitting here won't give us any clues. Mo Fan thought for a moment. That's true. Instead of staying aimless, it's better to take a walk around and take the chance to find the missing Wang Xiuxiu. Save one more person if possible. Guo Winnie was moved. Thank you. Thank you both so much. Rongsheng's eyes were also full of gratitude. Among all the classmates, when trouble arose, each one cowered in this hall, without the courage to take a step outside, completely ignoring whether Wang Xiuxiu was alive or dead. They didn't expect that. These two people they had known for less than a week would be willing to take this risk. For people. First they searched Wang Xiuxiu's room, but found nothing. Next, Mo Fan used the shadow element alone to infiltrate Zhao Pinlin's room, and his room was completely empty. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth rose. This guy just said he was going back to his room, but now there's no one here. Besides, being a civilian and with the poison out there, he still dares to go running around. It seems this fellow really has problems. Mo Fan immediately summoned the swift star wolf, asking it to use its sense of smell to see if it could find any clues. On the imposing face of the swift star wolf, a great sense of superiority was written, as if saying, I am a wolf, not a dog. However, under Mo Fan's pressure, the swift star wolf began the work. Quickly, the wolf dragged out from under the bed a half-closed box. Inside the box, there were several adult items that made Mo Fan feel embarrassed. Montauk Fan cursed. I knew you weren't a decent wolf. The wolf howled, feeling wronged. Mo Fan picked up a leather whip. I saw that there were very faint bloodstains on it. I immediately put my hand to my chin, pensively. It seems that this was left while playing some kind of exciting game. He hit far too hard. Even if it were a game, it didn't need to reach the point of drawing blood from the person. This Zhao Pinlin, he seems so polite on the outside, but deep down he is a maniac. Adult games, Mo Fan naturally understood. But even in a whip game, it's only meant to cause that sensation of pain, mixed with pleasure. This here even has blood stuck to it. It is pure and simple abuse. This Zhao Pinlin is becoming more and more suspicious. Under the guidance of the swift star wolf, Mo Fan finally discovered the trail of the Black Church and managed to rescue Wang Xiuxiu from the hands of a gray-robed subordinate. In order not to alert the enemy, Mo Fan used space element magic to create a vacuum field around Wang Xiuxiu, preventing that cursed water from touching her body again. Then he gave some water to Wang Xiuxiu, so she could hold on a bit longer, saying he would come back for her once he settled things outside. Wang Xiuxiu's eyes were full of supplication. You won't abandon me, will you? Montauk Fan nodded. Now the biggest problem was still the poisonous mutation. Without solving that, no one would be able to leave safely. Closing the door to that room, Mo Fan began to make his way back. At the same time, on Mu Ningxue's side, she was surrounded by a group of dark beasts. A gray-robed man appeared slowly. More intruders, kill them at once. Zhao Pinlin smiled. Leave these people to me. After all, I know them. The gray-robed instructor began to laugh. As you wish, but do not delay our withdrawal. We still have work to do. The new mutation has already been prepared, and we will need manpower. The best is to finish before the people from the Judgment Court arrive, and make them vomit everything all over again. Ha! That order instructor was clearly more interested in the slaughter, with eyes full of a bizarre fanaticism. Zhao Pinlin walked to the front of the three people, with malicious eyes examining Mu Ningxue. If it weren't for that rejection, Zhao Pinlin might still maintain that mentality of admiration from before. But after these last few days, as his ambition grew, he became increasingly obsessed with Mu Ningxue's silver hair, obsessed with that noble and cold face that seemed unreachable. He thought that to fulfill his desire, he would still need to do a lot for the Black Church. After all, she is a mage. Who would have thought this woman would deliver herself on a silver platter? As Zhao Pinlin's eyes fixed on Mu Ningxiu, it was as if he had already stripped everything from her and humiliated her countless times. Mu Ningxiu finally understood why she had always been on alert against Zhao Pinlin. Whenever this man observed her, he seemed like a hungry beast who had nothing anymore. Rongsheng was furious upon seeing Zhao Pinlin and lunged straight to grab him by the neck. Zhao Pinlin, you scoundrel, tell me right now where you put Wang Xiuxiu. Zhao Pinlin stood there, motionless, as if looking at a weak and inferior life. The cursed beast beside him launched the attack, striking out at Rongsheng. The sharp claws were like knives cutting through tofu, easily tearing through Rongsheng's strong body. Fortunately, Mu Ningxiu pulled Rongsheng back in time. Otherwise, those claws would likely have ripped out Rongsheng's organs along with it, instead of causing just this superficial wound. Mu Ningxiu said quickly, Rongsheng, don't be impulsive. Rongsheng clutched the wound, looking at Zhao Pinlin with fury. Zhao Pinlin gave a mocking laugh. For that cursed beast, by his side, dealing with mages was easy, let alone an ordinary human like Rongsheng. Zhao Pinlin said, are you still thinking about her? I can guarantee that if you saw her now, you will certainly want to distance yourself from her. Ha ha ha. If you three are smart, come with me to the dungeon without resisting. I will be generous and spare your lives. If you do not obey, Humph, I will have him dismember you right here. Mu Ningxiu did not react. She could feel that, besides Zhao Pinlin, there were many Black Church members nearby. If she attacked, solving the problem with Zhao Pinlin would not be difficult, but being surrounded by the Black Church would be a major problem. Clearly, Zhao Pinlin did not intend to kill them yet. This was perfect so that she could move freely through their hideout because of him. Zhao Pinlin also did not use ropes or handcuffs on the three. To them, the fact that the cursed beast was watching the three was already the best restraint. The three were taken to the first basement level. This must be the true lair of the Black Church. Every few steps it was possible to see disciples dressed in black, along with dark beasts patrolling, with chains on their necks as if they were hunting dogs. The gray-robed man, Lu Geng, took a quick look and asked coldly, who are these three? Zhao Pinlin replied, my servants. Lu Geng questioned, why are they not restrained? Zhao Pinlin replied, they are all ordinary people. I didn't think it was necessary. The gray-robed instructor, Lu Geng, said, throw them in the dungeon and come immediately to the mutation site. Mu Ningxiu heard everything, thinking to herself what that mutation site could be. Could it be that the poisonous mutation came from there? In any case, that must be a very important place for the Black Church. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Mu Ningxiu realized that, although there were some restrictions in the cell, they were not strong. If she used all her power, she could break them easily. Zhao Pinlin apparently considered them only ordinary people, as he did not lock them in a room with more powerful restriction effects. This made Mu Ningxiu breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, she did not have good concealment skills. Walking alone through this underground hideout of the Black Church could easily cause a major problem. Mo Fan couldn't help but be a little worried when Mu Ningxiu was taken by the Black Church. However, upon seeing a small crystal of pure white ice in a corner, Mo Fan's nervousness slowly calmed down. This was the signal agreed upon between Mo Fan and Mu Ningxiu. If there were real danger, nothing would be left there, indicating that she would need immediate rescue. Lingling's voice came through the communicator. Mo Fan. Mo Fan asked, what happened? Lingling said, there was another poisonous mutation here. Dozens of people have died, and the number continues to increase suddenly. There are already some people who have lost their minds and started running everywhere. Mo Fan stood before the window, looking through the glass at the lit main building in the distance. He vaguely heard some screams and shouts, and could see small, blurred figures, running frantically across the dark pasture. But while they were running, those figures suddenly disappeared. Mo Fan knew that they must have fallen into some bushes, with black blood gushing out, and the body beginning to blacken and dry up. The captain of the Jinzai hunter group, Pan Jin, sat on the steps of the main entrance, with red eyes, looking down the stairs, at the more than 10 already blackened corpses. This feeling was truly a torture. All of his cultivation was useless. In this war, without the smoke of magic, his companions were dying one after another. Tonight, it seemed the Jinzai hunter group would be totally annihilated. Pan Jin raised his head, looking at leader Guming with eyes full of tears. "Leader, I don't want to stay here waiting for death." Guming said helplessly, "I don't want to either. We really underestimated the Black Church. Now we can only rely on hope." "Wait for what?" Guming's eyes widened. He tried hard to make a sound, but realized he could not produce any voice at all. In the next second, Guming vomited a gust of black blood. Everyone was horrified. The leader is a super-level mage, and even he was hit. It seems they're all truly going to die here. At the mutation site in the tower, Su Fongli was present, sitting in a blood-red chair. At her feet knelt a row of gray-robed instructors. Su Fongli brought her finger to her red lips. A long sapphire-blue robe covered her body. It seemed that besides that coat, she wore nothing underneath. Her seductive curves appeared beneath the clothing. Su Fongli said smilingly, "How are things at the Judgment Court?" Order Instructor Lu Gong said, "Shun Wenhui has already entered the island, and won't take long to arrive here. The one leading the team should be Night Nightingale. That Judge Hu in the Shanghai region swept away all of our companions." Su Fongli gave a strange laugh. "Ha, is that so? I miss him. When he arrives, I will give a great gift to him." Ha ha. Upon hearing this laugh, the other 10 instructors laughed along, but the black-robed disciples obviously did not know what the next plan was. Even if confused, they could only follow the laughter. A great gift for the people of the Judgment Court. On the other side, Mo Fan followed Mu Ningxue's signals, and soon found the dungeon. Mo Fan discovered with surprise that there was almost no one guarding it. Even entering blatantly, there would be no problem at all. Mu Ningxu, Ron Sheng, and Guo Wenyi were all trapped in a cell. That was very ordinary. A cell of this level. Mu Ningxue could leave at any time. This made Mo Fan find it a bit amusing. Within the Black Church, there are also people this careless. Mo Fan asked, "Is everything okay here?" Mu Ningxue said yes. "Thanks to Zhao Pinlin for bringing us to their lair." Mo Fan said, "I walked through almost everything. There are many Black Church people here. The two of us might not be able to handle everything." Mu Ningxue began to say, "Lingling has." Mo Fan asked without understanding, "Has what?" Mu Ningxue did not answer. Her lips drew closer. She kept trying to speak, but realized she could not produce any sound. Mo Fan looked at her, at first thinking her throat was just dry, and she couldn't speak properly. But when he saw a trail of black blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Mo Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Black blood takes life. Mo Fan looked at her, feeling like his head was going to explode. He immediately used shadow to enter the cell, held Mu Ningxue's shoulders, to see clearly what kind of black blood that was. No matter how much Mo Fan refused to believe it, the black blood continued to trickle, slowly down her lips. Guo Wenyi and Rong Shang began to scream. "Black blood! She is vomiting blood! Quick, quick, save her! Think of something to save her." He had already seen the scene of the deadly black blood several times. That terrible and rapid mutation caused life to be snatched away even before. Fear took hold of the heart. Now, this terrible situation was happening to Mu Ningxue, right there in front of him. Rome. Sheng and Guo Wenyi's minds went blank. Mo Fan's head was in absolute chaos. Seeing this happen to her was 100 times worse than if it were to himself. Why did it have to be her? Mu Ningxue is gravely poisoned and in mortal danger. Mo Fan is going mad with despair. His mind only thinks about activating the demon form to wipe out the Black Church and kill all these scoundrels. Mu Ningxue shakes her head frantically, signaling Mo Fan not to be impulsive, and begins to release cold air to freeze herself. This was the only method Mu Ningxue found, using ice to slow down her own blood circulation. Doing this can postpone the moment of death. After a while, Mu Ningxue turned into an ice statue, but her eyes still moved, as if she had something very important to say. Rong Sheng and Guo Winnie, standing beside them, could clearly feel that what Mu Ningxue wanted to say had been kept in her heart for a long time. When Mu Ningxue was going to try to speak, Mo Fan suddenly stepped forward and pressed his lips firmly against Mu Ningxue's. Those lips were turning purple. Over the cold lips, Mo Fan had already imagined how soft, fragrant, moist, and smooth her lips would be, but now the sensation was of glacial cold, dryness, and rigidity, as if he were kissing a beauty carved in ice. Without any sign of life, Mo Fan looked intently at Mu Ningxue and said firmly, "If you have something really important to tell me, say it when you wake up. Whether it's to say you love me or that you hate me, I will listen with all my attention." Mu Ningxue ended up saying nothing. She froze her own throat. At this moment, the only bodily function that remained were those bright and sincere eyes. A dark and somber glow began to slowly appear on Mo Fan. Mo Fan's brown pupils gradually became cold and icy. Even Mu Ningxue, looking at him, felt that Mo Fan's body was wrapped in a completely unknown aura. Suddenly, Lingling's voice came through the communicator. "Mo Fan, what are you doing?" Mo Fan said coldly, "Mu Ningxue has been infected. I don't have time to waste with these animals." Lingling rebuked him severely. "Hey, don't do something stupid with the temperament of the Black Church. If they find out, they won't give you the antidote, and the situation will get even worse. Besides, even if you find the antidote, you yourself will be beyond saving. This isn't Lake Dongting, nor the kingdom of the dead. There is nothing for you to slaughter unscrupulously and absorb those immense souls. On this island, there are only 700,000 living people. Can you really guarantee that when the demon possesses your heart, you won't lose your mind and slaughter them all?" Mo Fan heard Lingling's words, and his eyes, which were already scarlet and somber, cleared instantly. Yes, this isn't a monster tribe, nor a den of beasts. There are only hundreds of thousands of sick residents. The price of demonization is not just the regression of your cultivation, but also the use of countless living sacrifices to feed the demon's soul. If you lose control, besides not saving Mu Ningxue, you will cause an even greater disaster. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan forced his demon element nebula to calm down. If all problems had to be solved by the demon form, he would truly fall into decay and become a complete demon. Lingling said quickly, "The mutation in other people is more dangerous, but her case isn't as terrible as it seems. As long as she uses the ice heart domain to freeze herself and stop the blood in her body." Mo Fan replied, "She already did that." Lingling said, "Great. She is much more level-headed than you. You are also a hunter-master, after all. Don't be so impulsive when facing problems." Mo Fan listened to Lingling's lecture. He was suddenly left speechless. He was being scolded by a little girl of 10 years old. Mo Fan asked, "Have you finally found a way to resolve this mutation?" Lingling said she had a very important discovery. Through analysis, the poison here is very similar to the Medusa poison that Mo Fan had killed previously. After some explanations, Mo Fan finally understood. "You mean that if we find the alpha female and kill it, all the poisonous parasites hidden in people's bodies will die along with it?" Lingling nodded and said with a grave voice, "Yes, the alpha female is the key. Furthermore, this thing must have subsequent terrifying abilities." Mo Fan was flabbergasted. "Are you saying that the deadly black blood is still not the worst?" Lingling held the computer and jumped from the chair. walked quickly to the window, and opened it. The view there was very wide. It was possible to see the entrance of the rural property at a glance. In that stretch, the ground was covered with blackened and grayish corpses. Under the property's lighting, the scene looked especially sinister. Mu Ningxue used ice to freeze herself, but that wouldn't last for long. To find the antidote, Mo Fan went alone to the Black Church headquarters. Unfortunately, after taking just a few steps out of the cell, Mo Fan ran straight into Zhao Pinlin. Zhao Pinlin hesitated for a moment, for he could not understand how this kid appeared in their headquarters. Then he began to laugh. Heaven has a path, yet you do not follow it. Hell has no gate, yet you have barged in. Since you entered here and saw all this, don't think about leaving alive tonight. Mo Fan raised his gaze, while observing an insignificant figure. Like Zhao Pinlin, that contempt and sharpness suddenly transformed into a sword intent that pierced the weak Zhao Pinlin. To say that I invaded is a bit much. I came following the scent of the prey. By the way, I'm a full-time student. It's true, but I'm also a hunter. In my spare time, specialized in hunting scum like you, who are worse than demons. Zhao Pinlin's laughter became even more frantic. He waved and summoned the dark beast behind him. It was a dark beast covered in ancestral cursed tattoos all over its body. Its glowing green eyes, in this dark dungeon, emitted a light capable of paralyzing the soul. Guo Winnie and Rong Sheng, being ordinary people, fell to the floor, sitting down, dying of fear, upon seeing the cursed beast advance through the dungeon corridor, slowly approaching Mo Fan's position. Zhao Pinlin laughed once more. This is an ancestral cursed beast. It is not an inferior creature like a common dark beast. Its strength reaches the commander level. Someone like you. Ha ha. While Zhao Pinlin was still speaking, Mo Fan's eyes already shone with a silver glow. Next, Mo Fan's palm closed in the air, using the transmission of thought power to, with absolute precision, grab the neck of that cursed beast. This mental power was overwhelming. The cursed beast writhed desperately, but could not shake Mo Fan's space element. The mental grip lifted it as if it were a chicken. The cursed beast was suspended in the air by Mo Fan, without the slightest effort. Mo Fan also smiled. Commander level, you said? Mo Fan closed his hand tightly. Instantly, countless lightning bolts shot between his fingers. The cursed beast gave 2 screeches and died on the spot. After reaching the advanced level of the lightning element, Mo Fan's control over lightning increased drastically. The intermediate level magic he used was no longer limited to the form of falling from the sky. Now he could perform various changes, according to the strength of his control. Of course, even without considering control, Mo Fan was already capable of instant killing small commander-level creatures. That horizontal lightning was truly brief, so brief that the proud words of Zhao Pinlin were still in his mouth. Zhao Pinlin looked at the corpse of the cursed beast, doubting for a moment if Su Fengli had deceived him. A commander-level creature should kill 100 things like Mo Fan with extreme ease. How could it be annihilated in the blink of an eye? Mo Fan looked at Zhao Pinlin with a mocking smile. Did you really think that by having the protection of the Black Church, you would be invincible in the world? In the eyes of us mages, you are still trash. Although the term human scum suits you better. Another lightning bolt fell without warning upon the head of Zhao Pinlin. The thunder light, imposing and domineering, illuminated the entire dungeon. Amidst the glow, Zhao Pinlin was directly struck by the lightning. It was possible to see clearly, the dark purple lightning acting like a sword or an axe, splitting Zhao Pinlin's body in half. And those 2 halves of the body, under the powerful electric discharge, disintegrated into countless clots and drops of blood. Zhao Pinlin was torn apart as much as possible, becoming, in the literal sense used by Mo Fan, trash. Guo Winnie and Rong Sheng, the 2 people had faces full of shock upon seeing Mo Fan become so powerful. The concept they had about mages probably stopped at what Zhao Pinlin said about hiring them to be simple bodyguards. They had never seen a powerful mage like Mo Fan, who with a gesture can easily kill and annihilate his enemies. 17,889. Mo Fan turned to the two stupefied people and reminded them to take good care of Mu Ningxue for him. Roan Sheng nodded hastily, instantly coming to admire Mo Fan to the extreme. Mo Fan left the cell. Before him was the army of the Black Church. One of the black-robed instructors spotted Mo Fan and shouted with authority, "Who are you?" Several other black-robed instructors surrounded him immediately. 7 or 8 dark beasts followed at the side, surrounding Mo Fan, the intruder. At this corridor exit, Mo Fan stood there still. Those members of the Black Church did not realize that his right hand was already burning with scalding flames. Mu Ningxue did not have much time left. Mo Fan continued clearing the way with fire and lightning, first eliminating Zhao Pinlin in one blow, and then using a fiery fist to annihilate a band of reckless black-robed instructors, continuing to advance. Not long after, he encountered a group of instructors in a room who seemed to be worshipping something. Mo Fan curved the corner of his mouth. Gathered together? How nice. This way I don't need to search for you one by one. Before the black-robed bunch understood what was happening, they were transformed into heaps of charcoal by Mo Fan's sky-burning flame. 4 gray-robed instructors used earth element defense magic and their magical equipment to escape this disaster. With their bodies severely burned, they fled toward the other side of the altar. They ran very fast. Mo Fan's eyes fixed on the instructor leading the escape. 900, 1,800, 2,700, 3,600,000. Run. What do you think you're going to flee from me? Swift shadow. After crossing the sea of fire, Mo Fan immediately conjured shadow magic. In his hands, between his fingers, he held giant spikes sharp as swords, which he launched through the air. The shadow nail emerged, one on the left and another on the right, piercing the legs of the instructor, who was running the slowest. With his legs pinned, the instructor fell face first onto the ground, striking his face hard against the corner of the wall. He probably even broke his front teeth. The instructor, in a panic, hurriedly gathered his bloody teeth. He tried to continue running, but his lower body basically stopped. Obeying, his shadow was pinned to the wall, motionless. He himself was immediately and firmly immobilized by the power of darkness, unless he could release an enormous force. This gray-robed instructor forcibly twisted his body, and, defying death, pointed at Mo Fan, shouting, "Who are you to dare invade our church? You will be tortured by the dead." Mo Fan heard that instructor, who was already speaking, in a confused manner, bellowing like that, and couldn't help but pick at his ear. "What you say is a joke. What death god crap? He's nothing but a severe psychopath who kills nonstop." This instructor obviously had a very strong faith. Upon hearing Mo Fan call his Lord Salon a psychopath, he tried to conjure magic to fight Mo Fan, but struck by Mo Fan's shadow nail. How could he cast any spell? This instructor, without his front teeth, had a cultivation clearly inferior to Mo Fan's. Soon he realized that he couldn't even form a star path, so he began to growl and gesture wildly. Mo Fan, while speaking, lightly closed his left hand. "Don't think that your state would make me ignore that cursed beast on the wall trying to ambush me. I know these little pets of the Black Church very well." The surrounding air mysteriously crackled with countless electric arcs. All these arcs obeyed Mo Fan's command, concentrating in his left hand until they formed an extremely strong lightning whip. With a crack, the cursed beast that was preparing to attack Mo Fan, still leaping in the air, was hit squarely by a precise strike from Mo Fan's whip. The electric whip transformed entirely into arcs that penetrated the body of the cursed beast. That creature sent by its master for the ambush did not even regain the capacity to act before feeling two invisible forces grabbing its body. Mo Fan muttered to himself, "This commander-level little body should hold up, shouldn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Fan's silver hands pulled violently in opposite directions. The resulting spatial mental force was transmitted instantly to the monster's body. Mo Fan's physical strength was nothing special, but with the added control of the space element, the result was completely different. The cursed beast, whose body rigidity was already mediocre for a commander level, at that moment, could not withstand such overwhelming mental power. With a brutal tearing sound, the cursed beast had no chance to resist. It was literally split in half by Mo Fan's mental power, tearing a monster apart with bare hands. The gray-robed instructor who was trapped there nearly saw his eyes pop out of their sockets. Is this even a mage? So many dark beasts. Mo Fan, accompanied by the Swiftstar Wolf, acted like a machine, eliminating everyone quickly. Even the concentrated attacks from the Black Church instructors were all blocked by his spatial magic. The Black Church personnel were stunned. Damn, how many elements does this kid have? Fire, summoning, space, shadow, and even lightning? He seems to have. The butler shouted furiously. Did I give you permission to speak? Attack now. Panjin was also there, gesturing along with the butler. Quick, summon everything you can summon, a gray-robed instructor said helplessly. Sir, our dark beasts are almost all dead. The butler pointed to the bridge. Liar, aren't there a ton of them right there? At the same time, the butler looked over there and suddenly realized that a crimson whirlwind had appeared on the bridge. This bizarre force, like wind sweeping away clouds, massacred entire hordes of his dark beasts. The butler, for a moment, did not understand what was happening. His face was full of terror. Only when that crimson whirlwind reached the side of the bridge, he finally managed to see clearly. It was a slender woman wearing a red overcoat. The woman fought her way, killing up to Mo Fan's position. Those dark beasts before her were like insects crushed casually. The corpses covered the places through which she passed. Mo Fan turned around, and amidst the alternating movement of three cursed beasts, he saw the face of a lonely and beautiful woman. She shook her overcoat, and a red mist enveloped her. In the next second, Mo Fan saw a vibrant red little bat. It passed with extreme agility through those filthy dark beasts, emerged from the middle of the horde, and flew to Mo Fan. Even before touching the ground, Mo Fan saw the mist become dense. Soon after, Perfect Legs emerged first from a mist. Then, the red overcoat enveloped them fluidly, and a beauty appeared mystically. Inside the robes, the speed of the transformation was truly fast. But for a brief instant, Mo Fan felt he had caught a glimpse of a snow-white body. Slender, graceful, and at the same time voluptuous and sexy. The woman smiled with a touch of mystery, and softly called Mo Fan's name. Upon fixing his gaze, he realized it was Lu Ru. Mo Fan was startled. In such a long time, Lu Ru seemed to have been reborn. She was almost unrecognizable. Looking behind Lu Ru, the filthy bodies of the dark beasts formed a path of flesh. What left Mo Fan even more incredulous was knowing that this was solely the work of Lu Ru. Mo Fan really couldn't find any adjectives. Looking at Lu Ru, he commented, "You have really changed too much." Lu Ru became very happy, with an expression of joy. Really? And then, even in this state, Lu Ru launched a casual attack to the side. Blood claws opened a long rift, like 5 sharp swords striking in unison, instantly slicing into pieces 5 dark beasts that were attempting an ambush. Mo Fan felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth, not knowing how to describe this strange sensation. It was like a young and delicate girl who, while saying sweet and gentle words, delivered a spinning kick, and sent a creep flying away. Lingling's voice came through the communicator. "Mo Fan. Mo Fan. Finish off the poisonous alpha female quickly. It looks like she is about to enter the next phase. If that happens, the mutation will spread outside the property." Mo Fan had no time to chat with Lu Ru. By the way she massacred the enemies just now, Lu Ru must have undergone a complete transformation, becoming an even more powerful vampire. She really arrived at the right time. Alone, it might not have been so easy to invade the mutation site. Mo Fan said to Lu Ru, "I will attack from the front. You must make sure to find the alpha female. Otherwise, something terrible will happen." Lu Ru also knew the urgency of the situation and did not prolong the conversation. She saw that, around there, the cursed beasts and the dark beasts had already been almost all eliminated. She simply shook her overcoat again, suddenly disappearing into a rosy mist, as if flapping chubby wings. She flew nimbly toward the mutation site, beginning to search for the alpha female according to Lingling's instructions. The remaining members of the Black Church were already en route, beginning to flee into the underground palace. Mo Fan advanced imposingly, blasting open the heavy doors of the site. The mutation site was an underground palace. Entering by breaking down the door, Mo Fan immediately saw, right in the center, a woman in high heels and brown hair sitting down. There were traces of blood on her heels. Her appearance seemed ordinary, but she exuded a malignant charm. She was cold, arrogant, and dressed provocatively. Her left hand was on her thigh, and her right hand was being licked nonstop by a man with demonic features. Would this be the great final confrontation? Many people died outside the palace, but she remained indifferent. Only upon seeing Mo Fan invade the place, a seductive smile appeared on her face. Montauk Fan unexpectedly tore the dark beast in half with his bare hands. The gray-robed instructor at the side almost peed himself with fear. Is this even a human? Mo Fan did not waste time with this gray-robed instructor. He continued chasing forward. The gray-robed instructor, seeing that the other had not killed him, allowed a long sigh of relief. However, in the next second, a great blaze invaded the place. The toothless instructor was completely paralyzed with dread. All of them were burned at once. What a sin! Mo Fan pursued until he was in front of a great hall. An instructor, who was extremely fat, shouted with arrogance at Mo Fan, "Do you have any idea what your end will be for having offended the Black Church?" Mo Fan said with impatience, "I've heard that line more than 100 times. And in the end, I'm still here standing strong." He was fed up. These black disciples are like NPCs. Their threatening lines seem programmed. It's always the same phrase over and over again. Offending Montauk Fan means following the principle of wiping them all out at once. Mo Fan activated his shadow and teleported in front of the fat instructor. Upon launching a fireball, the instructor was instantly hit by the explosion and thrown far away. As soon as the fat instructor hit the ground, even before he could get up, he saw countless flows of magma rising from beneath the earth. The incandescent liquid exploded violently beneath him, transforming into a dazzling and brilliant flower of death. The earth flames consumed without mercy. The gray-robed instructor stood there, his body burning intensely, raising his head and letting out a high-pitched squeal like a pig at slaughter. Mo Fan said coldly, "You were one of those who died the fastest," walking before this gray-robed instructor, who now lay stretched out on the ground. His char body looked like those killed by the mutation. All the fat on his body had been burned, until almost nothing was left. There were still 2 left, just those 2. However, while Mo Fan was killing the others, these 2 instructors had already fled somewhere. Mo Fan fixed his gaze on the intersection ahead, feeling a bit lost for a moment. His objective was the mutation site. From Mu Ningxue's description and Lingling's tracking, The poisonous alpha female would surely be there. He didn't know how far he was from that place. Mo Fan opened a moon-colored rift and summoned the swift star wolf before him. As soon as the swift star wolf appeared, Mo Fan immediately jumped onto its back. The beast sniffed the air and quickly caught the burnt smell coming from the two instructors, who had fled. With a howl, it dashed toward them. In about less than 5 minutes, Mo Fan could already see the back of one of the instructors. It was a female instructor. Since her eyes were covered, Mo Fan could not see her face clearly. The instructor continued running, but upon turning her head, she suddenly noticed a wolf pouncing toward her. Terrified, she fell to the ground and began to beg for mercy. "Lord Judge, have mercy. I didn't do anything. I was forced by them." Montauk Fan smiled, observing that reasonable-looking instructor. "So you mean you are a kind and innocent woman?" She didn't dare answer, but Mo Fan noticed the woman's small, discreet movement, trying to conjure a spell. Seeing that she still fantasized about attacking him, Mo Fan shook his head hopelessly and said, "Swift Star Wolf, this woman seems to have very soft skin. She is yours." Even before Mo Fan finished, the Swift Star Wolf pounced on her. The two heavy front paws crushed the instructor against the ground. The instructor became dizzy from the impact. Soon, a terrible pain came from her neck. Amidst her blurred vision, she realized that her neck had been torn apart by the wolf. The Swift Star Wolf took a few bites, but thought the woman was not as tasty as he imagined. So, he picked her up with his mouth and threw her aside like discarded rotten meat. Mo Fan asked, "There is still one left. Can you sniff out where he is?" The Swift Star Wolf nodded and pointed his snout toward the door on the left. In the temple, a man tall as bamboo, with sickly white skin, said with hatred, "I, Zhou Xian, will make the Zhou family pay the price. Lord Salon, I know you will help me achieve this. In this filthy world, I am willing to follow you until death." The man knelt in worship. By bad luck, a gray-robed man from the black church rushed in from behind, stumbling over everything. Zhou Xian turned his head and looked coldly at the reckless instructor. "Do you know who I was speaking to? Get out." The gray instructor was terrified. "There is an intruder. Sir, there is an intruder. He killed many of our brothers." Zhou Xian cursed. "Are you all useless? How did you let someone in here?" The instructor said, "The opponent is very strong. He is a hunter. Should we notify Lord Han Fong?" Zhou Xian's pale face showed arrogance. "Are you suggesting that I cannot handle a simple hunter? The entire Jinzai hunter group was slaughtered by us like cattle. He's nothing but a mad hunter with no way out. No need to bother him." The subordinate flattered, "Yes, he must be right behind, together with Lord Zhou Xian." Zhou Xian said, "I don't need you to get in the way. Get out of the way. Afterward, come and collect that brat's body. Don't let him die too comfortably." In this branch, Zhou Xian's strength is one of the best. Li Kai, who is fleeing desperately, did not expect to run right into Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian was still only a deacon, he was difficult to face, but his strength was certainly enough. That young hunter could only be arrogant before these gray-robed instructors. Upon encountering someone of Zhou Xian's level, he would surely be slaughtered pitilessly. Li Kai immediately hid to the side, looking out the door. Footsteps could already be heard coming from outside. To Li Kai's surprise, the one who entered first was a sky blue wolf with its face covered in blood. The person riding on its back was exactly that hunter who killed without hesitation. Li Kai pointed at Mo Fan and shouted, "It's him! It's him! Lord Zhou Xian!" Zhou Xian sneered, "Humph! Just a summoning mage." This blue-robed deacon of the Black Church didn't even pay Mo Fan any mind. He turned slowly and said with extreme reverence to the statue, "I will eliminate this intruder quickly. In 3 minutes. No, in 1 minute. Please continue listening to my prayer." After this bizarre behavior, he finally turned around, looking at Mo Fan with contempt. "I won't let you die too quickly. Because you interrupted my most important moment. Mo Fan looked at Zhou Xian and, from beginning to end, only had 4 words for him. You are retarded. The people of the Black Church are truly a group of psychopaths who cannot be understood by human logic. Clearly, they're a bunch of trash worse than animals. Yet they still strike this pose of the world is filthy. And only I'm noble. Mo Fan was fed up with this kind of idiot. He concentrated a fireball in the palm of his hand and launched it casually forward. Zhou Xian was about to dodge, but realized that the trajectory of that fireball was way too high. It flew past at about 2 meters above his head. Without hitting him at all, Zhou Xian laughed. How did a useless mage like this manage to get all the way here? But in the next second, Zhou Xian realized something was wrong. He turned his head sharply and discovered in horror that the fireball fell exactly on the red sacred statue. With a crash, the flames exploded, reducing that unique 3-sided statue of Salon to dust. 18,871. The fragments fell at Zhou Xian's feet. Zhou Xian, whose expression previously despised everything, changed instantly. His face became extremely ghastly. Mo Fan provoked him even further. Haha, good aim. Blowing this up is much more fun than the school targets. Zhou Xian went completely mad. He summoned a howling gale and charged at Mo Fan. Mo Fan remained calm. His eyes shone with a silver glow, concentrating a force of mental power that collided with the approaching orange whirlwind. The whirlwind seemed fierce, but in truth it was fragile, being dissipated directly by Mo Fan's spatial mental power. What remained of the cutting force only swayed Mo Fan's robes. Zhou Xian was furious to the extreme. He even went as far as summoning an arrow to attack. Go to hell. The light element magical equipment was golden and scissor-shaped, with a thought from Zhou Xian. That point of golden light surged toward Mo Fan's neck. Mo Fan leaned backward, dodging the sharp cut. He intended to use the shadow to change position, but realized that the light element equipment had a certain dispersal effect on shadows. Shadow element spells could not be used, but that didn't make much difference. Mo Fan was more furious than anyone. His woman was poisoned. He had no time to spare his strength. He summoned Little Flame to use the fire element. Little Flame was already ready, instantly activating the powerful small universe in her body, transforming the flames into fire feathers. The fire feathers appeared on Mo Fan's back, suddenly illuminating the entire temple hall with an intense red. When those long wings opened completely, they hit the walls on both sides. Montauk Fan shouted, "Explode!" Suddenly, amidst the 1,000 layers of fire rain, a series of flaming explosions emerged. This explosive force propelled Mo Fan forward. The flow of fire was dazzling, leaving a trail of fire feathers along the way. Mo Fan, as a whole, looked like an explosive missile flying at high speed. Upon arriving before Zhou Xian, he discharged all his power without hesitation. A deafening crash was heard, and in the next second, the entire temple hall was leveled to the ground. Li Kai, hiding to the side, saw the hall disappear instantly, and stood paralyzed with horror. A mage so young, having a strength at the peak of the intermediate level, would already be something out of the ordinary. After all, from what is known, the national team members are only between the peak of intermediate and the advanced level. Where did this bizarre monster come from? Mo Fan's attack had not yet ended. He forcibly dissipated the fire power of the fire rain and moved on to use the power of lightning. Purple and black lightning began to spark crazily around Mo Fan. Suddenly, a huge and thick lightning bolt was fired directly at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian could not dodge and was turned into charcoal. Hidden among the debris, Li Kai, seeing Zhou Xian's deplorable state, was completely stunned. He had placed his hopes on that difficult-to-face blue-robed deacon. But the result was that, even before casting an advanced-level spell, He was annihilated by this hunter. Mo Fan stepped out from the middle of those brilliant lightning bolts and said with an arrogant attitude to the gray-robed instructor, "Even those in blue robes can be trash like this, huh? Unbelievable. Just end your own life already. If I have to act, your death will be much less dignified." Li Kai heard this, and his face would not stop trembling. This guy was deliberately insulting them. Li Kai took a red pill, feigning a posture of solemn sacrifice for the sect. God is dead. A whole life without God. Before he finished speaking, Mo Fan slapped him. "Got my foot. I, Mo Fan, am also immortal." Rarely did he have the kindness to give a chance for a quick death. And the guy was going to take that typical movie villain poison pill. To die for good. Yeah, but he had to come with this God is dead talk. A whole life and all that, without caring if others could stand to hear it. Mo Fan gave him another slap. "Let me help you fix that." Space oscillated, and an even greater force hit the face of the instructor, in gray robes who had a crooked jaw, violently displacing his jaw. To the other side, even further. Mo Fan apologized with all sincerity. "Oops, I overdid it. Let me try again. This time it will be straight." Li Kai was about to truly go insane. This was worse than death. This woman, who a second ago was trying to seduce Mo Fan in a vulgar way, in the next second transformed into an extremely terrifying monster. She grabbed the gray-robed instructor at the side and began to devour him frantically. Luru noticed something wrong and immediately leaped into combat. However, Luru's claws, capable of instantly killing commander-level creatures, left only a few superficial scratches on the monster. The poisonous alpha female let out a bizarre roar, suddenly raised her arm and struck it against Luru. With a crash, the earth shook violently. One could see that. The entire area where Luru was turned to dust. Fortunately, Luru was agile enough and quickly retreated 50 meters away. Mo Fan also approached at that moment. The two flanked from the left and right sides. Mo Fan transformed into lightning, creating an electric field, while Luru used her own blood to form a sword, trying to use her sharp eyes to capture the weak points of this monster. However, the lightning could not pierce that defense, and Luru also found. Instead, the two were struck by the toxic wind, emanating from the body of the poisonous alpha female, and were thrown far away, enveloped by the toxic wind. Mo Fan suddenly felt difficulty breathing, as if his throat were full of phlegm. Mo Fan thought the situation was bad. Could it be that he would also undergo mutation? Fortunately, after a short moment, that uncomfortable sensation disappeared, and his breathing returned to normal. It seems Ling Ling was right. The alpha female's toxicity has no effect on someone with demon blood like him, and Luru, as a successor of the demon blood, was also immune to that toxicity. Even if the poison filled the entire place, it would not have much effect. The poison the transformed creature took pride in unexpectedly failed. Furious, she charged with everything, displaying a posture of ravenous flames, wanting to swallow Mo Fan all at once. Mo Fan dived into the shadows and split in two. The alpha female had sharp reflexes and instantly identified which one was the real Mo Fan. With a sharp turn, she pursued him. Mo Fan perceived the danger and moved quickly to a high place via a pillar. However, the alpha female gave a leap, and on the palms of her hands, dense poisonous fangs grew. With a violent strike, it was almost like a bite on an enlarged scale. Mo Fan was startled and quickly summoned the black crystal armor. The black crystal armor protected Mo Fan, but Mo Fan was bitten hard by the poisonous fangs on the opponent's arms and could not move. Seeing this, Mo Fan discharged electricity through his entire body, launching countless lightning bolts and thunders continuously against the alpha female. The powerful thunder effect had some impact. Mo Fan's gaze flashed, and using the power of the space element, he forced open those arms with fangs, Mo Fan fell to the ground. Lu Ru attacked at the right moment, grabbed Mo Fan, and made several consecutive leaps, quickly distancing herself from the monster. Mo Fan looked down and noticed that there were bloody holes in his totem serpent armor. He was suddenly alarmed. One must know that the level of the totem serpent armor is such that not even sovereign-level creatures can easily pierce it. That poisonous bite left deep holes in it, which shows that the fangs are extremely abnormal. Next, the creature attacked again. Mo Fan asked Lu Ru to hold her for a moment, while he prepared a final blow. Yu E-U trusted Montauk Fen, so her body floated lightly toward the alpha female. Lu Ru's movement technique was also impeccable. She lured the alpha female in a way that left her completely out of patience. At the side, Mo Fan took the Book of Constellations and began to build the star diagram. As the glow of Mo Fan's constellation reached its peak, suddenly all the lightning became a single beam. Indeed, it fired against the alpha female, who didn't even have time to react, before having her body pierced through. Toxic black blood splattered all over the ground. Lu Ru looked at Mo Fan with surprise. Mo Fan was extremely excited. The power of the advanced level is truly domineering. This was the first time Mo Fan used advanced lightning element magic after his evolution. The effect of a single lightning crash was clean and decisive, much like the previous one. This swift lightning beam simply ignored the thickness of the enemy's armor and pierced directly through it. The poisonous alpha female stood up and lowered her head slightly, looking at her body. There was a hole caused by the lightning. She seemed unable to believe what she saw. That heavy blow had an immediate effect. The alpha female's face regressed instantly, revealing Feng Shaoli's own face. Her expression showed a certain dread. She never would have imagined that her body, transformed by mutation, would be pierced so easily by the opponent. Lu Ru saw the opportunity and advanced to finish her off. Mo Fan didn't stand still either, and immediately invoked the fiery funeral, trying to defeat the monster once and for all. However, the monster was too resilient. The two attacked frantically, but could not kill it. Mo Fan became anxious and planned to use another Book of Constellations to end it, but someone needed to restrain it first. Mo Fan looked at Lu Ru, but she indicated that she possessed no control skills. At that moment, coming from outside the ruined palace, a clear and cold voice was heard. "Extinguish your flames." "I will try." Mo Fan and Lu Ru, neither of them could stop the monster in front of them. At the critical moment, Mu Ningxue returned. She directly launched the ice domain. Under the domain, her ice power was not inferior to Mo Fan's advanced fire magic. Furthermore, once bodily functions are invaded by this power, any resilient body or armor becomes useless. Feng Shaoli felt the threat coming from Mu Ningxue. She immediately gave up on the idea of killing Mo Fan and turned to attack Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue was already prepared for Feng Shaoli's attack. She used a wind current to float away. Then, she said to Mo Fan with great confidence, "In 10 seconds, I will be able to freeze her, but I won't be able to hold it for long." Mo Fan asked loudly, "Lingling, will hitting her head work?" Lingling from afar shouted, "I don't know. Just try it." Under Mu Ningxue's powerful domain, Feng Shaoli was finally covered by a thick layer of ice, becoming motionless. Mo Fan was already channeling magic energy into the Book of Constellations. Upon seeing the power reach its peak, Mo Fan let out a thunderous roar. An overwhelming lightning bolt suddenly crossed 100 meters. It struck with absolute precision Feng Shaoli's terrified face. It entered through the nose area and exited through the back of the head, leaving everything charred. This time, the poisonous alpha female did not move even an inch of her body. Her body did not fall, because the ice had already completely frozen it. Mo Fan asked, "And now? Is she dead?" "I don't know. Let's shatter it first." Saying this, the slender, Fingers of Lu Ru danced in the air, at a very high frequency. In a short time, that frozen alpha female was sliced into strips. Mo Fan was perplexed. What did this girl get so violent? But Mo Fan didn't forget to warn. Leave the head. It's worth over 100 million. Lu Ru said, she is in here, by pulling back the thick layers of poison and flesh of the alpha female. The three discovered that Feng Shaoli was still alive, covered in mucus and poisonous blisters. She was pulled out by Lu Ru from inside the alpha female's carcass. The human and the creature could be totally separated. Feng Shaoli seemed lucid. On her pale and exhausted face, there was an immense fury directed at Mo Fan. With her eyes nearly popping out, Mo Fan said, "You people from the Black Church only like to pretend to be gods or ghosts, to spread chaos. In the end, it's just like this poisonous alpha female, stripping away this outer skin. On the inside, there's only trash like you left." Afterward, Mo Fan handed Feng Shaoli over for judgment. Messenger of the Judgment Court, Ying. Then, he returned to that wall tower from before, opening the door that led to the pool. Mo Fan looked at the woman, still submerged in that black and poisonous water. Wang Xiu, in ecstasy, asked you, "Did you come to save me?" Mo Fan nodded and pulled her out of the transformation pool, using the clean water nearby to wash those filthy stains from her body. Afterward, he placed a thick coat over her. Her skin was terribly ulcerated, and it was unknown what other damage that cursed water would cause to her body's functions, or what the after effects would be. Now, Mo Fan could only hand her over to Long Qing. At the judgment court, he hoped that the court personnel would have a way to help this poor girl. Wang Xiu wouldn't stop thanking Mo Fan. Being able to have a new life was all thanks to this man, even though she barely knew him. Rongsheng and Guowei also didn't stop thanking Mo Fan. The two of them didn't imagine that this rural property would be linked to the Black Church, and that they would be so deeply involved in their cruelty. Seeing the beautiful Wang Xiu in that state, they began to hate the late Zhao Pinlin even more. As for the Jinzai Hunter Group, their captain, Guming, survived miraculously. Since his cultivation was high, he managed to restrain the mutation a bit when it began, besides counting on the fact that Mo Fan killed the alpha female. For the Jinzai Hunter Group, this was great luck amidst the misfortune. Captain Guming was their spiritual pillar. Having recovered, Guming patted Mo Fan's shoulder and said sincerely, "So you are the famous 7-star hunter. This time, we owe everything to the little brother's help. Otherwise, we all would have died here. He even helped take care of the brothers' matters, distributing compensations to their family members. Not a single enemy was left. You can be considered the benefactor of our Jinzai Hunter Group. If you need anything in the future, just ask." The Black Church branch on Shuangbian Island was successfully eradicated. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue received, as desired, several 100 million in reward. Mu Ningxue entered a state of cultivation. Only with this evolution can she return to the national team. Mo Fan departed in a hurry. He returned so long ago and still hasn't reported to the National Pavilion. The pavilion teachers probably want to expel him. Mo Fan walked imposingly toward the National Pavilion. In front of him, a woman with cat eyes asked, "Is it here?" "Syed." Syed said angrily, "Yes, it's right here. Today, we will definitely reclaim our honor. The Choming Island arc has officially ended. The side plot is finally finished. Next, we will have the main story of the national tournament. Yesterday, many people said they were confused. Today I will explain it to you. This time, the supplemented plot was a story that was skipped previously. Because it was a side story, at the time I wanted to finish the national tournament first, so I ignored it. Now, as the manga's progress hasn't kept up, I'm completing this for you. I have already added these contents to the collection. Just watch in the normal order. Egypt's national team faces the Chinese team again. The result was total extermination at the hands of Mo Fan. Explanation of the story of full-time Magister Chapters 574 to 580. This Egyptian girl looked at Little Flame to the side. With impatience. Whose creature is this? Don't come bothering me. Saying that, she launched a lightning seal against Little Flame. Little Flame was startled. She only wanted to see what a foreigner's face looked like. She didn't expect to be attacked. Little Flame, feeling wronged, flew to Daddy Mo Fan's shoulder. Whimpering, looking at Little Flame, crying her eyes out, Mo Fan's explosive temper surfaced instantly. It was you. Stop looking around. I'm talking to you. Are you tired of living? Huh? How dare you mistreat my little baby Little Flame Bell? Mio showed total impatience. And what are you? Mo Fan cannot stand it when people try to intimidate him. You arrogant brat. Are you trying to show off? Do you believe I can send you back to your country with a single punch? Mio's simply ignored Mo Fan. Just you? I can finish you off using only one finger. Before I change my mind, get out of my sight right now. What a backward and uneducated country. I am furious. Mo Fan wasted no time with words. He advanced ready to teach her a lesson, but was interrupted by Mu Nugio, who arrived upon hearing the noise. Mu Nugio looked with disdain at the Egyptian national team and asked, "What are you doing here? Wasn't it already over?" Syed looked embarrassed, but Mios said matter-of-factly, "Each country has 3 challenge opportunities. We admit that Syed lost, but we don't want to go without the medal of such a small country." Small country? Mu Nugio became furious hearing that. Mo Fan almost exploded. Jiao Jiao. Don't waste time talking to this kind of people. They will only learn not to be so arrogant when they have their legs broken. Mios looked at Mo Fan with a face of disgust. This foul-mouthed guy, who acts like a delinquent, is on the defense team. Someone like you is fit to be a competitor? Mo Fan's expression darkened immediately. What of it? I really am. Stop stalling. I'm losing my patience. Don't say anything else. Let's go up and fight. A pavilion guard daring to challenge her? Mios laughed. Exactly what I wanted. I also don't want to waste another single word on you. 19,250. Syed and Sherfu. Both of them had mocking gazes, fixed on Mo Fan. Syed made a point of approaching Mios and said in a low voice, "The strongest in this pavilion must be that ice mage I encountered last time. I don't know the reason, but her control over ice exceeds the intermediate level, and her strength is extraordinary. If you encounter her, you need to be very careful." Mios replied arrogantly, "Do you think I would lose in a pavilion battle? Even if they were members of their national team, I would make them taste pain." Syed immediately tried to flatter her. "Of course you wouldn't lose. I was just giving you a warning." Mios replied without courtesy, "Because of your incompetence, we wasted a re-challenge chance." Syed said nothing more. He also didn't expect that on the pavilion team, there would be someone as monstrous as Mu Ningxue. Mios pointed at Mo Fan's back and asked, "Who is that delinquent?" Syed smiled and replied, "I don't know. I've never seen him. Or perhaps he has no relevance. He certainly isn't the strongest among them. At least, if it weren't for that ice mage, I think I could defeat all of them by myself." Mios said with disdain, "I thought it was someone important from the pavilion, but it's just a nobody." Syed seemed to be trying to win Mios over, flattering her from start to finish. "Before you, any exceptional talent or superior strength is nothing but trash." The Egypt team entered the pavilion with their heads held high. Bai Dongwei immediately saw those arrogant brats, and to the side, Yu Tongxing, who had recovered some of his health, turned pale upon seeing Syed. "It's that Egyptian. This time he brought a whole team. Hadn't they already lost? 19,300. What do they still come here to do?" Mu Nugio explained that they intend to challenge again. Each national team has 3 chances for a re-challenge. Dongfang Lai began to swear immediately. What nerve! Weren't they being arrogant at the start saying that? Well, you would beat several of ours. Then they lost and brought the entire team. These Egyptians really have no class. Yu Tongxing could not help a wave of worry. Mu Ningxue is not here. What are we going to do? When everyone was at a loss, Mo Fan, to the side, beat his own chest. With an air of justice, he said, "What are you afraid of? I am here." Everyone was suddenly confused. Who's this guy? I've never seen him. Dong Fanglai looked at Mo Fan with disdain. Don't come and embarrass yourself with that mediocre ability of yours. Besides, you aren't even a member of the pavilion. Montauk Fan smiled. Was this ability of mine enough to defeat you, wasn't it? Bai Dongwei also recognized Mo Fan and shouted dissatisfied. You are the Mo Fan who is substituted from the main team, along with Mu Ningxue, aren't you? Humph, so much time has passed, and you haven't come to report. I was already thinking about canceling your slot. Mo Fan hurried to apologize. Don't do that. I messed up, but look, haven't I arrived? The Egypt team was already impatient. Forgetting the pain of his wounds, Syed took a step forward. Pointing at the Chinese pavilion players, he said, So, are you afraid? You don't dare come up? Dongfang Lai countered instantly. You were thrashed until you begged for mercy on your knees. What are you coming here to brag about? Looking at the Egypt team, aggressively demanding the re-challenge. Bai Dongwei was in a terrible dilemma. If they don't fight, being despised like this by the Egyptians is irritating. If they do fight, Mu Ningxue is not present. There isn't the slightest chance of victory. While Bai Dongwei was still hesitating over how to fight, he noticed that Mo Fan was already heading up to the arena. Bai Dongwei was stunned. Immediately shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Did I tell you to go up? Mo Fan turned his head. Coach Bai, I heard Mu Nugio say that. Last time they sent one person to fight 3 of ours, right? Bai Dongwei replied, Yes. Hey, damn it. Don't change the subject. Get down now. I haven't decided how we're going to face them yet. Do you have no sense of discipline? Mo Fan, with his back to Bai Dongwei, said with authority. It's fine. I'll stay here today. Tell the Egyptians to send 3 people. If they can take me down, they win. Before Bai Dongwei could react, Dongfang Lai ran toward him. Who do you think you are? Fight against 3? Even I'm not sure if I can beat 1. Let alone you. Mo Fan, don't come here and get in everyone's way. Montauk Fan replied unceremoniously. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Mo Fan even found this guy funny. If it weren't the day to fight the Egypt team, he would surely give this fellow a beating first. Dongfang Lai was also furious. He had never seen anyone so arrogant. This is a battle between the pavilion and the national team. How can they let Mo Fan act like this? Mu Nugio, on the other hand, stepped closer to advise, Coach Bai, let him try. The coach was speechless. Theoretically, if Mo Fan came from the main team, he must have some skill. But the opponents are national team players. Attempting 1 against 3. Wouldn't that be too overconfident? Mios from the Egypt team was already impatient. She looked at Mo Fan, who presented himself as the representative, and asked, Are you finished discussing yet? Mo Fan replied immediately, We've already decided. Choose 3 people to fight in turns or together. If you can get me out of here, you win. That's simple. Upon hearing this from Mo Fan, the members of the Egypt team mocked him. There really are a lot of idiots these days. A pavilion player wanting to challenge 4 national team players. Mios could not stop laughing. She looked at Mo Fan with disdain and asked, Are you sure about this? Mo Fan had lost his patience a long time ago. Stop with all this small talk. Just call someone to come up. I can't wait to crush all of you. After the beating, get out of here with your tails between your legs. You are not welcome in China. Syed jumped with rage. He's asking to die, so let's grant his wish. Mios, let me take care of him first. Mios had now completely lost interest in Mo Fan. She was convinced that this guy was stone-cold crazy. A pavilion guard challenging 3 national team players is simply a delusion. Syed, from the Egyptian team, stared at Mo Fan fiercely. Did you hear that? You retard. Your time has come. Mo Fan brushed it off. Is that so? Coach Bai, to the side, was apprehensive. Where did this kid come from? How does he not follow any rules? Does he think the Chinese pavilion is his house? Does he think he can dictate the rules as he pleases? Bai Dongwei approached to stop him. But Mo Fan turned and said, "Coach Bai, you came at the right time. Be our judge." Bai Dongwei hesitated for a second, but when he realized it, Mo Fan was already in combat with Syed. The coach was agape. I didn't even give the start signal yet. Mo Fan really was going to face 3 alone. Syed smiled and immediately summoned his gray iron corpse. However, what he didn't expect was that Mo Fan was also of the summoning element. With a gesture, he summoned the swift star wolf. Syed was surprised for a moment, but soon summoned his strongest undead, the soul-stealing mummy. 19,447. Looking at that soul-stealing mummy, which was almost at the commander level, Mo Fan finally understood. Why was this guy able to beat 3 alone before? With this soul-stealing mummy, he can certainly sweep away any intermediate-level mage. But in Mo Fan's view, this soul-stealing mummy is no big deal. Mu Nugio, fearing that Mo Fan might get hurt, quickly warned, Mo Fan, watch out. This soul-stealing mummy is very strong. Montauk Fan smiled. He really didn't give a damn about that. Syed let out a mocking laugh. Humph. Just wait until you see what it's capable of. The soul-stealing mummy raised an 8-meter giant sword and delivered a direct strike. In an instant, a black blade silhouette surged for 100 meters, aiming directly at Mo Fan from a distance. Mo Fan used shadow dodge to position himself, and immediately used mental power to form a barrier, completely blocking that black energy strike. It's rude not to return the gift. Mo Fan wasn't kind at all, and directly launched the advanced level magic, Fiery Funeral. Sparks flew everywhere, along with blazing flames. As soon as the Fiery Funeral emerged, that soul-stealing mummy began to scream in pain while being burned. Syed was completely stunned. An advanced level mage? Is there some mistake? Shouldn't this place only have pavilion guards? How could they put an advanced level mage here? Bai Dongwei was also perplexed. This kid really knows how to fight. Dongfang Lai's entire face trembled. This Mo Fan, who previously had strength almost equal to his, had already reached the advanced level, and he even used advanced fire magic with such mastery. With the soul-stealing mummy defeated by Mo Fan, Syed hurriedly called his gray iron corpse to protect him. The iron corpse pushed back the swift star wolf, leaped high, and delivered a heavy double punch toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked at the iron corpse above without dodging, only coldly uttering one word, "Get lost." The iron corpse in the air stopped instantly, and in the next second, it was hurled backward. Upon seeing the iron corpse being repelled, everyone outside the arena couldn't help a cry of surprise. Bai Dongwei could no longer remain still. Space element. He was a space element mage. Syed still relied on the iron corpse to reclaim his honor. But before the power of Mo Fan's space element, the iron corpse was like a toy doll, being humiliated and tossed from side to side. Syed gritted his teeth in rage. "You, don't be so conceited." Saying this, he continued to recite the undead incantations, trying to summon more creatures for the challenge. Mo Fan raised one hand. "Don't waste my time. Get out." The iron corpse and Syed didn't even have time to react before being hurled by an invisible spatial force. They hit the arena with force. Syed fell out of bounds, his face still paralyzed in disbelief. In a one-on-one situation, he was defeated so easily by a pavilion guard. Mo Fan looked at Bai Dongwei with a relaxed smile on his face. Coach Bai announced the result, and everyone below the arena was astonished. Recently, Syed, the Egyptian representative, seemed like an unbeatable boss before them, but now he was, quickly, defeated by this man. Mooning Shua, when facing Syed, seemed to have taken a considerable amount of time. This Mo Fan, how can he be a monster of this level? Bai Dongwei, surprised, announced the end of the fight. Mo Fan won. Just a moment ago, he complained that Mo Fan didn't follow rules. Now he was completely silent. The students outside the arena also went wild. Damn, he is incredible. There is always someone stronger in the world. This MO fan strength is even more terrifying than Mooning Shues. A person like this was actually substituted for the national team. Yu Tongxing had a look of infatuation. How handsome! Syed, whom everyone wanted to see getting beaten, was defeated like that. Upon seeing the expression of extreme humiliation on his face, the pavilion guards couldn't help but celebrate. He came to our country to be arrogant, but when he meets a master like Mo Fan, he ends up being humiliated and massacred. Mo Fan was never one to mince words. He pointed at the Egyptian team and said, "Send someone stronger. If this is one of your best, then I advise you not to even go to the final in Venice. Go back to your desert. Train for another 10 or 20 years before coming to embarrass yourselves again." Mo Fan defeated the elite of the Egyptian national team with a single blow and declared that little Egypt should not be so bold. Sharif, with his protruding teeth, pointed furiously at Mo Fan. Someone like Syed is considered only lower middle level on our team. Beating him is no big deal. Let me finish you off. Mo Fan looked at that dark-skinned foreigner, ugly teeth, and even uglier face, with total impatience. Call that arrogant woman with the afro hair. I have no interest in henchmen like you. Sharif gritted his teeth. Humph, she's our vice captain. A pavilion guard like you is not worthy of fighting her. Feel the taste of my curse first. Saying this, Sharif launched a fear burial directly at Mo Fan. The so-called fear burial amplifies terror in people's hearts. At best, it generates hallucinations. At worst, it can cause a complete mental collapse. At that moment, Mo Fan's gaze flickered violently. In his mind, Salon's deadly farewell echoed endlessly. I will return every trouble. You caused me one by one. You better live a long time. Otherwise, I'll have to make the people around you pay. Sharif saw that it took effect and began to prepare the next curse trap. If the cursed spider spikes could pin him down, even as an advanced level mage, he would have no chance. However, did Mo Fan really fall into fear? What he feels for Salon is definitely not fear, but rather fury. The night of fear did not awaken dread, but rather a fury that burned inexplicably. Mo Fan's gaze fixed coldly on the smug Sharif. Hey, you there, I'm talking to you. Did you really have to piss me off? Sharif was still confused, but Mo Fan raised his hand. With that level of spiritual cultivation, you still dare to try and curse me? Get out of here. Saying this, an invisible spatial force, like a fierce beast, struck Sharif. Sharif hurriedly summoned his magic shield. A golden sphere rose, managing to block Mo Fan's spatial force. However, the swift Star Wolf emerged directly from the flank and bit Sharif's shoulder. Sharif still tried to counterattack, but realized he could not move. It turns out that while the wolf bit him, Mo Fan had already used the shadow spikes to pin down his body's joints. The power of darkness penetrated, locking his bones, muscles, and meridians, besides sealing his spiritual strength. Sharif was horrified. He had no time to show a reaction before being knocked out by a punch from Mo Fan. Sharif had almost all the bones in his hand broken, and his skin was completely burned. This time, Mo Fan really played a heavy hand. Mo Fan, also had no choice. Of all the skills to use, did you have to use the gate of fear to irritate me? It makes it hard to show mercy like that. The pavilion students were in total shock. These guys for the Egypt team seem so bad, don't they? It's not that the Egypt team is bad. It's that this Mo Fan is a monster. Curse magics are not effective against him. This proves that Mo Fan's cultivation is far superior to that ugly guy's. He has already defeated 2 national team members in a row. Mo Fan is acting like a fierce tiger. I never knew Mo Fan was so strong. This time, the Egypt team really hit an iron wall. After defeating Sharif, Mo Fan looked at Mios. The person I want to teach a lesson to is you. If you're scared, take your people and get out of my sight right now. The members of the Egyptian team turned green with rage. Mio's completely lost her patience. She took off the short coat she was wearing, threw it outside the arena, and walked step by step toward the battlefield. Captain Xianda appeared with a serious expression and said gravely to Mios, who was already climbing the steps, "Mios, how about letting me go? This guy is not simple. You shouldn't be an ordinary pavilion guard." The expression on the others' faces changed instantly. Wow, he's just a pavilion guard. Not even a player from China's national team. And the Egyptian captain wants to act personally. Mios turned her head and said with some irritation, "Humph, do you happen to think I'm going to lose?" Xianda, however, stated, "The chance of victory is 60% at most." 60%? You really are overestimating this fellow. Mios didn't listen to Xianda anymore and went straight to the center of the arena. She was now desperate to crush Mo Fan under her feet. "Little Flame Bell, would you like me to translate the next 50 lines to see how Little Flame Bell handles the next stage of the battle?" Looking at that evil woman who mistreated her, immediately exploded into flames. Her entire body transformed into a fireball 3 meters in diameter, silently advancing against Mios. Among the pavilion students, a young man couldn't help a cry of surprise. The fighting power of this small creature is explosive. It looks like an elemental spirit of the extremely rare type. Yu Tongxing didn't hold back the question. "I heard that if a fire mage obtains an elemental spirit as a contract beast, their own firepower will increase greatly. Is that true?" Mu Nugio finally opened her mouth to say, "Mo Fan's flame bell ability is beyond any logic. Wait and you'll see. Mios is an advanced level earth element mage. She used her mind to control the sand in the air, forming a sand wall in front of her. The sand wall was almost entirely destroyed by Little Flame Bell's impact. Unfortunately, she couldn't break through the rock barrier, so Little Flame Bell had to retreat." Mios showed disdain. "Do you plan to fight me using a little thing like that?" Saying this, Mios used her mental power to regather the dust and sand that had been dispersed by the impact. Little Flame looked up and saw a huge claw appearing in the sky. The claw descended upon Little Flame, as if it were trying to squash a mosquito. Mo Fan realized that Little Flame wouldn't be able to dodge, so he quickly used his spatial power, pulling her back through the vacuum. Seeing that she narrowly escaped that giant sand claw, Little Flame began to cry out in fright. Mo Fan knew that girl was not simple, so he directly activated the Flame Bell possession. Seeing Mo Fan being instantly shrouded like an imposing flame madman, the pavilion guards and Bai Dongwei were astonished. This elemental spirit can even perform possession. Damn, what an absurd contract beast. The fire mage became invincible. Mo Fan was covered in fire, and even his words sounded like explosions. "I'm going to teach you that you need to be humble, understand? Someone like you, I can handle with a single punch," Mios said with arrogance. That possession was indeed rare, but wanting to defeat me? You're dreaming. Despite the words, Mios was already feeling a chill down her spine. Mo Fan wasted no time and began to charge his big move, the fire feathers. Quickly, too. Gigantic fire wings appeared on Mo Fan's back, with his body in flames. He transformed into a projectile, enveloped by burning blazes, launching himself violently against Mios. Mios did not dare to be negligent, and quickly used the power of the heavens. The sand turned into a giant shield. However, in the next second, the shield was shattered by the impact, and she herself was thrown backward, hitting the semi-suspended wall of the pavilion directly. There was absolute silence throughout the place. Both the Chinese pavilion guards and the members of the Egyptian team had expressions on their faces that could not be described with just a few words. Dongfang Lai was stupefied. One punch. It really was just one punch. That Mo Fan, who previously had the same level as him, was now a monster like this. In the arena, Mo Fan, with a wicked and imposing air, pointed at the Egyptian team. Even if you train for decades more, you have no right to be arrogant on Chinese soil. At that moment, Mo Fan's image in the hearts of the guards suddenly became that of a giant. They never imagined that a mage of this age could reach such a level of power. At that moment, the captain of the Egyptian team, Exenda, spoke. Friend, there's no need to be so relentless just because you are right. Mo Fan countered with extreme irritation. And you, stop with this performance. If you're not satisfied, come up here and settle it. Against those 3 pieces of trash from before, I barely spent any magical energy. They have no strength and still want to show off. When they lose, they appeal to reason. Do you think I, Mo Fan, am someone to be trifled with? Xianda wanted to explode, but was restrained and pulled back by his companions. After all, showing all their trump cards without even seeing 50% of the opponent's power, how would they fight later? Xianda felt immense frustration. 3 people were defeated by Mo Fan alone, including the vice-captain, and now he couldn't even strike back. Captain Xianda took a deep breath, pointed at Mo Fan, and said, "Today you won, but in the True World College Magic Tournament, I will treat the Chinese team very well. There, I will make you pay 10 times more than today." Mo Fan made a face of contempt. Stop talking nonsense. If you can't even get past our pavilion, let alone fight against our national team, you useless fools. Does every bit of nonsense have to be said so loudly? Xianda was possessed by rage at that very moment. Fortunately, he was restrained in time by the other calmer team members. After the Egyptian team was expelled, the Chinese pavilion exploded in celebration. Now, they not only relied on Mu Ningxue, but also had a monster like Mo Fan. I want to see who else will dare to act wildly on Chinese territory. However, while everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory, the representative team from England, said to be the strongest, was already on its way to the Chinese pavilion. Mo Fan's eyes almost popped out. I will be able to use the demon element without loss from now on. After Mo Fan gave the Egyptian team a beating, some small countries appeared in succession, and as expected, all were defeated and sent back by Mo Fan. During a long subsequent period, Mo Fan frantically trained his space element skills. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue went alone into the depths of Tian Mountain for arduous cultivation. In the meantime, the ancient king Zhang Kong rescued his girlfriend from the depths of Tian Mountain and subdued a commander-level tiger, taking his girlfriend safely to a village at the foot of the mountain. In a small village under Tian Mountain, Mu Ningxue was reading a message from Mo Fan when she heard 2 local residents arguing in low voices. Just yesterday, I saw with my own eyes a group of gray celestial tigers carrying a woman to the outskirts of the village. Said the first resident, "That is nothing." Retorted the second, "Last night, I saw a mountain peak that moved." Now, that was jaw-dropping. The peak was extremely high and was walking toward the other side of the mountain. The second resident clearly thought that the first was just bragging. Yesterday was so dark that nothing could be seen. You are a big liar. The first resident became frustrated. It is the truth. Why don't you guys believe me? Mu Ningxue passed by them, without paying much attention to these strange rumors. On the other hand, Mo Fan stayed in isolated training for a long time, and finally mastered the essence of the space rhythm. However, before he could find someone to test it on, he was called by Old Bao to the Clearsky Hunter Agency. Mo Fan thought it was a big case, but as soon as he stepped through the door, Old Bao said in a bad mood, "Do you still want that useless bead of yours or not?" Mo Fan was confused. "Bead? What bead?" Old Bao found it funny, and said with wide eyes, "The evil glow orb you brought from Japan. You dumped that cursed thing here, and simply didn't intend to look after it anymore, right?" Mo Fan felt totally embarrassed. "Ah, yes. I forgot, heh? My apologies." Then, Old Bao explained to Mo Fan, I have already purified the evil energy of the bead, and also made some modifications to it. I even asked a friend from the army to help me. Mo Fan had no patience to listen to complex research methods. Grandpa, just tell me the result. Old Bao snorted and cursed. Because of this thing, this old man here almost died of exhaustion. From now on, take this with you. Mo Fan was startled. Are you joking? This thing is very sinister. It tries to bewitch people's hearts at any moment. Carrying this with me is like having a time bomb. Old Bao told him to be at ease. I've already handled it. It won't bewitch anyone anymore. I intended to sell it and split the profit 50-50 with you, but I'm afraid you might end up killed by Salon. So after much thought, I decided to leave this thing with you. Mo Fan asked confused. What do you mean by that? Old Bao explained. You know very well. Using the power of the demon element is like taking out a massive loan. The true demon will soon come to collect its payment. Fortunately, you have a good treasure, capable of absorbing soul essences. But you won't always have so many essences available, provided to you. The evil energy inside this bead was cleansed by me. I transformed it into an energy storage bead. From now on, if you encounter a trap that your strength cannot resist, after using the power of the demon element, you can use the power inside this bead as payment for the debt. Mo Fan was overjoyed to hear this. My goodness. So, this bead was transformed in this way by Old Bao. Old Bao is truly formidable and experienced. If Old Bao were a young lady, Mo Fan would have rushed forward to give him several kisses. This thing is simply wonderful for Mo Fan. Then, Old Bao gave some instructions and warnings, and then sent Mo Fan away with the evil glow orb on his body. Upon leaving the Clearsky Hunter Agency, Mo Fan suddenly felt that Old Bao seemed to be much more than just the head of a private hunter agency. He had no idea what this old man did before. Mo Fan didn't think much about it. Old Bao's words helped Mo Fan establish a goal, fill the bead with energy and increase his strength. Being strong enough, no matter how much Salon watches him, he will be able to handle the situation calmly. The atmosphere in the National Pavilion was quite oppressive. Each person's face looked very dejected. Mo Fan approached and asked Moon Nugio what was happening. Did they find another uneducated group like that one from Egypt? Moon Nugio replied, they are very polite and have a very humble attitude, but our winning streak is about to be ended. We were only one match away from completing 5 consecutive victories. Mo Fan was surprised. Why are you so lacking in confidence? Which country is this team from, anyway? However, when Mo Fan looked at the arena, the people on the other side left him stunned. England. It was England, that extremely powerful country, where St. Paul's Cathedral is located, the headquarters of the Magic Association of the 5 continents. St. Paul's Cathedral is located precisely in England. Chapters 574 to 580. Next update chapters 581 to 588. England's national team annihilates the China defense team. At the crucial moment, Mo Fan goes into a frenzy.